Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting of the Board of County Commissioners to order. It's 12 minutes after 2 on my clock here. Can I please have a roll call?
Of course, Madam Chair. Commissioner Henry Roybal.
Here.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Here.
Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Present.
There he is. Commissioner Rudy Garcia. And Chair Anna Hamilton.
Here.
You have a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. That takes us to the pledge, the state pledge, and a moment of reflection, which will be by Victor V. Hill from the Treasurer's Office. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the symbol of perfect friendship among the united cultures. Thank you, Victor. Can we stand?
Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today, being ever mindful of our decisions in the best interest of our community. We take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And before we proceed on through, I just want to officially acknowledge that this is the last regular meeting we will have with Commissioners Roybal and Garcia, and want to extend our appreciation for all the service to their community and thank them for everything they've done, and express how much we will miss them from this board. So that takes us to approval of the agenda. Manager Schaefer, are there changes?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Yes, as this is the last meeting of the year, as you mentioned, there were a variety of items that were added so as to ensure that they received your attention before year end. First, item 3A, a resolution supporting legislation that will provide a process to remove racially restrictive covenants from property titles and require gender-neutral language on community property documentation was added. We removed item 4E concerning the Santa Fe County roadmap that will be presented to the Board of County Commissioners on January 10th. We also removed a duplicate item, item 4K, from the agenda as a housekeeping item. We added several amendments to existing collective bargaining agreements. Those are items 6F, 6G, 6H, 6I, and those are to ensure that all county employees receive the benefit of the new insurance tiers that the Board of County Commissioners adopted as part of the fiscal year 2023 budget. We added, items 6J and 6K. Those items concern the regional emergency communication centers, migration to the statewide digital trunked radio system cores. We've also added item 6L, which relates to Santa Fe Studios, and would authorize me to sign releases of mortgage and accept a letter of credit, really to wrap up the initial LEDA project for Santa Fe Studios, and allow the studios to go forward with the refinancing of its debt and the closing of its industrial revenue bond project. For presentations, item 7A, we updated the caption to reflect the presenters who will be here with us today. Additional packet material was added for public hearing, both public hearings, both 12A and 12B. Finally, I would respectfully ask, due to the late generation of packet material for item 4L, I would respectfully ask that that be removed from the consent agenda and be taken up by the Board of County Commissioners as miscellaneous action item 6M.
Madam Chair.
Yes, that sounds great. Thank you so much. Commissioner Garcia?
Madam Chair, we have some individuals here from across the roadway there from the city of Santa Fe. Chief Moyo, welcome to our meeting. The Assistant Chief for the Fire Department, as well as our City Police Chief. Welcome. Welcome you all. I do know that they have some work to do across the way there. I was wondering if we can actually move up item 6K right after miscellaneous items. Actually, right after item number 5.
I think that would be, if nobody objects, that sounds like a good idea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for a motion of the amended agenda.
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and second, but I had a request as well. The county clerk, Ms. Catherine Clark, she asked that item number 3A not come up until after 5 o'clock, as she is going to join virtually through WebEx. She had a trip that she had to go on for a meeting. And so I'm gonna see, I think if we move it to matters from county commissioners, that should probably be after 5. So I think that would probably be best to move it to there.
I have no objection to moving it. I imagine after we have enough presentations that we could probably go there as well. So whichever it works out is fine with me.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I could, just to clarify, I believe that our guests from the city are here for both item 6J and 6K. Was the motion to move both of them? I only heard K. I just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page.
Madam Chair, thank you, Manager Schaefer. Yes, that would be my request as well. Thank you for catching that.
So I assume the motion includes all of those revisions then, and the second? Okay, great. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. So we have a somewhat modified agenda. That's good. That takes us to 2A is request approval of the November 15th Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Hanson?
I move to approve the November 15th, 2022 Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. And 2B is request approval of the November 18th Board of County Commissioner canvassing meeting minutes.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Hanson.
I request approval of the November 18th, 2022 Board of County Commissioner Canvass Board special meeting minutes.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second, and just for the record, I'm abstaining because I was absent from that meeting. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you very much. So that takes us to the consent agenda, and are there any items aside from 4L, which has already been pulled? Are there any items other items people have questions on, or what's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I don't have any questions of staff, but I would just like to make some comments regarding item C and item G. If I could do that really quick.
Okay, sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item C is that request approval of the amendment number 1 to 6 different agreements. This is for navigation services, which our Community Services Department oversees these providers and how they go about helping out our community. One of them is actually with the Interfaith Community Shelter. as Commissioner Hughes knows and has worked with them, that's a great provider. St. Elizabeth Shelter, another great provider to this community. Communities in School, as a former school board member, Communities in School is an organization, a provider that does an excellent job for the schools and provides an excellent service for the children in the Santa Fe Public School District. Growing up in New Mexico as well, and Youth Works, a provider that actually helps our youth look at what their career path is going to be throughout the future of their lives. But I just wanted to bring that up for item number C. And I just wanted to bring that up and just thank my colleagues up here as well as our Community Services Department in working with those great providers in navigation services, because not a lot of the individuals in our community know how to go about navigating to get help. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So,
And with that, I'd like to make a motion for approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
okay, thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. I'm not sure where that takes us next. So that takes us to miscellaneous action items. So
Madam Chair, did you want some
no, I don't like those things. Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for catching that.
Of course. All right, so item 4D is resolution number 2022-110. 4G is resolution number 2022-111. 4H is resolution number 2022-112. 4I is resolution number 2022-113.
And that's it.
Yes, and that's the
That one,
other being moved.
yes. Excellent, thank you very much. So we're going to do 6J and 6K in that sequence. And I imagine we'll be starting with Manager Schaefer on 6J.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'll do my poor best to present both the technical and financial information associated with these items. I've got some lifelines that I can potentially call upon if I need some technical support. At the highest level, all of these items address the migration by the Regional Emergency Communication Center from its own core to the cores that are owned and operated by the Department of Information Technology as part of its statewide digital trunked radio system. I'll provide just a brief bit of background as to how we got where we are and what the impetus is for this migration, and we'll then get to the economics as negotiated by the city and the county, and down the road, the town of Edgewood will be brought into that loop as well. In or about 2019, the county and city agreed to jointly undertake the Public Safety Radio Communication System Solutions Project, which I'm just going to refer to as the 2019 PSR project, because that's what it's called in the memorandum of agreement. That involved capital expenditures for both the RECC as well as for the city of Santa Fe. And on the city side specifically, the expenditures as I understand them, were related to its separate public safety radio system that it maintains and was maintaining and continues to maintain until this day. As part of the 2019 PSR project, the RECC purchased a variety of hardware and software, including what is known as the Motorola Astro 25 core. The core has been described to me in different ways, but as I understand it, it is the piece of hardware and associated software that manages communications, radio communications from the RECC to field personnel at the City of Santa Fe, County of Santa Fe, and Town of Edgewood, and vice versa. So the communications, as I understand it, flow through the core and are translated so that all the respective recipients are able to understand them. Again, that's a very non-technical description of a very technical process, but it's called a core for the reason, and it sits at the center of those communications. Move forward through time, and I understand that the City of Santa Fe has experienced and continues to experience significant issues relative to the overall performance of its public safety radio system, and those issues caused the City of Santa Fe to determine that it was better served or would be better served by participating in the New Mexico statewide digital trunked radio system. That's the public safety radio system managed, again, by the state. It is available to governmental entities to participate through primarily a subscription model. In order to facilitate that move, it was recommended that the RECC decommission its core and instead utilize the cores that are owned, operated, and maintained by the Department of Information Technology. So for several months now, the parties have been working in good faith to coordinate on what that move might look like, what the cost might be that are associated with it, how those costs could be allocated, as well as whether or not this move would have any negative implications for the County of Santa Fe should it in the future decide to continue to maintain its own public safety radio system. So I'll start there first. We asked federal engineering, independent third-party expert in this area, whether they foresaw any adverse consequences to the county in terms of future public safety radio system decisions, and they reported that they did not. We received proposals from Motorola as to what would be necessary in order for the RECC to migrate to the state public safety radio system cores, both in the short term and in the long term. Those proposals were received. I want to say, in the early part of November. They were evaluated and recommended by the RECC Board of Directors, subject to the costs being worked out, and now they are moving forward through the respective governing bodies of the city and county. Forgive me, I just need to plug in my computer. And while I do that, Jeff Young will tell some jokes.
No pressure, Jeff.
No jokes available today. Look one up.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Commissioner?
County Attorney, you didn't rent any?
Not today.
I kind of made my own joke for you.
Okay, back to our story. The proposals that were received from Motorola, you can divide them really into two. The first was a proposal called the I think move to the or the do-it migration proposal. And what this entailed, as I understand it, the do-it move proposal was both hardware as well as services necessary to actually accomplish the communication through the state core. It's far too technical for me to describe what is involved, but suffice it to say it involved some new hardware as well as implementation services and reprogramming of RECC equipment to allow all of the communications to flow through the state cores. Under the MOU that is in front of you, the City of Santa Fe agreed to cover 100% of those costs, which are approximately $194,102, as those proposals may be updated or replaced. In addition, under the MOU, the City of Santa Fe, unless otherwise agreed by the city and county manager, agreed to actually contract with Motorola for those services so that they will be contracting directly with Motorola and overseeing the implementation of the necessary hardware upgrades and services. The second proposal necessary for the migration and utilization of the state cores, it had multiple components, and those components are treated differently. First, as a condition of utilizing the state cores, it is necessary that the system software that is being utilized at the RECC match the system software that is being utilized at the state. That has to happen initially when the transition occurs, and it has to happen on a go-forward basis anytime the state basically upgrades its system version. The RECC has to do the same. In order to ensure that that happens on schedule, as a condition of using the state cores, the RECC has to maintain an active subscription to Motorola's System Upgrade Assurance 2 plan. It's called an SUA 2 plan, and Remote Security Upgrade Service plan. That's in essence, it allows you to pay for capital expenditures over time rather than all in one go when you make them. So the cost associated with the upgrades are spread out over a period of years. There are variables that go into the pricing. In essence, the proposal that we received allows for up to 2 upgrades. We're going to take the first one in year 1. So the upgrade is going to happen in year 1. That's going to be an upgrade to the system that is used at the RECC, and that will also entail additional replacements of hardware, dispatch consoles, and the like that are necessary to actually take and operate the new system. Thereafter, the costs are more level as you basically pay for over time the second upgrade that will likely happen towards the end of the 4-year cycle. Those the parties have agreed are capital expenditures, and in the spirit of compromise and in recognition of the city's agreement to pay for the Do It Move proposal, county staff is recommending that we split the cost of the SUA2 over its entire cycle. So in year one, the cost is $128,420.78, and the MOU in front of you would have the city and the county splitting that 50-50. And then as you look forward to future years, the cost would be split between all of the partners. That includes the town of Edgewood. Again, this ultimately would be presented to the town for approval, and the city and the county. The cost, as you move forward to years 2, 3, and 4, or 2023, 2024, and 2025, are about $13,200 to the city and the county, and about $6,600 to the town, plus or minus dollars. So that's the SUA2 capital expenditure component of the Motorola proposal. And the final component is a services agreement with Motorola for all 4 years. And as that is an operational expense, the county in the draft MOU agrees to be solely responsible for it. That would be consistent with the RECC JPA. County staff recommends the MOA. We believe it is a fair compromise between the parties as to the initial cost necessary to make the move. We obviously support the city of Santa Fe and its fire department and its police department in achieving better public safety radio communications for their first responders and the citizens that they serve. And in the long run, there are also some operational savings that the county will realize, and capital expenditures that the parties will realize, since we'll no longer have to either operate or replace a core specific to the RECC. With that, I'd stand for any questions, and I would look to Deputy County Manager Bernardino. If I got anything materially wrong, he can correct me, and I believe that the RECC Director is available as well for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, as are our city guests as well. So, Commissioners, are there any questions? Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the city officials have anything to add to this, you're welcome to come up to the podium and speak. Manager Schaefer, thank you for the information. One of the questions that I have is, it's my understanding that the town of Edgewood, the police department, fire department, police department, whenever an individual calls 911 in the town of Edgewood, that call goes to Bernalillo County, then Bernalillo County actually sends it over to the RECC. The RECC, for the many people that are listening out there, is our 911 center. Will it still remain that way? Will it still go to Bernalillo, then Bernalillo will dispatch it to RECC?
I'd ask Deputy County Manager Bernardino to address that if he knows the answer relative to the call direction that you're referencing. The honest answer is I do not know the exact path that calls from Town of Edgewood take, so I would defer again to the Deputy County Manager if he knows the answer, and if not, we'll get it for you.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, the rationale or the logic of why some of those calls go to Bernalillo is due to cell phone calls, just based on the cell phone tower. This core moving over to the state, it doesn't change the diagram of that network. So those calls would still go to Bernalillo if it's pinging a cell phone tower that is within Bernalillo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Another question that I have is by the Regional Emergency Communications Center interconnecting with the state. Right now, correct me if I'm wrong, our RECC, when an individual calls 911 and it's a state police call, that call gets dispatched to the state police. Is that correct? So I'm just wondering, Manager Schaefer mentioned that we're going to be integrated with the state. So when I call 911 and it's actually a call in the interstate, who gets that call? State police or the sheriff's department? Or
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, all 911 calls will go to RECC regardless whether the core is moved to the state or is within our four walls. The purpose of the core moving to the state is to enhance the radio communication of the first responders. For example, and it's my understanding, the city of Santa Fe PD, they have some, I'm calling them dead zones, where it's very difficult for PD to really communicate in these areas, specifically where Fort Marcy is located. They can probably elaborate more than I can, but the core does not affect the 911 calls. They all are received at our office. The core movement is more to augment and help not have dead zones and have more coverage when it comes to the radio towers. And that's for first responders to have quality radio service.
thank you. So in regards to the possibility of dead zones that different agencies may or may not have, will this not allow that to happen anymore?
If I could just jump in on that note, public safety radio coverage, I think this is fair to say, that's not really an RECC function. That's a function of who actually owns the public safety radio system over which the communications are traveling in the field. So currently, the city of Santa Fe owns its own public safety radio system. It's determined that moving to the statewide public safety radio system will offer it, better coverage. And again, our city partners can speak to that in greater detail, but that's how I understand it based upon the presentations that we've been privy to. Separately, the county of Santa Fe has its own public safety radio system. And the coverage related to that system, again, is determined by the robustness of that system, the technology that is utilized in that system, the placement of towers, the terrain involved, what have you. So again, I just want to draw that distinction that RECC does not own or operate public safety radio systems. Others do that. This is really I don't want to say it's a back office, it's not, but it's the technology utilized in order for the RECC to communicate to those different public safety radio systems. I hope that helps.
And as a matter of fact, we have city fire chief and police chief who apparently have some information.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, yes, so we have our own system right now. It's up on Buckman Road, and that is only one tower. So if we went to this system, we would have access to the 3 towers within the city that the state owns. So that is where we are getting dead zones. If you are in my office right now, we don't have communication at this time. If you're in my office, you have to go outside to talk on my radio to dispatch. So it is not, the county has a different system than we have. So that is what our biggest problem is this system that we went to, that we tried to solve with Chief Babcock when he was the chief. It didn't work for us, so we didn't know it was going to happen. And so now we inherited, me and Chief Joy, and now we have to try to get our people protected and our people taken care of, and that is why we're here today, is try to fix this problem that was created when we took over.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief Moya. Just individuals out there, when they call the emergency communication centers, they don't look at this technical stuff that they deal with. They just want first responders there right away. And thank you for what you all do. Appreciate that, Chief Moya. In regards to the first and second upgrade to the RECC, so when does the third, fourth, or fifth upgrade come into play? Is that something that Motorola is going to put out there, where RECC will need to go bid on this new proposal Motorola has? How does that work?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that would be the subject of a future proposal. So I believe that, I'm not sure what all the options were, but the pricing that was offered in the proposal that was given was for a 4-year cycle, which would encompass 2 upgrades.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Are there other questions? Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Chief Moya, for being here. It's good to see you. And always. So my question's maybe a little bit off, but it's still on the same subject. I understand how important it is to protect our community and the citizens and make sure that they're getting adequate service. But I also am concerned about the JPA for the RECC. And so I would like to know what the plan is for us to move forward and make that a better JPA, because at the moment, I don't think it is really serving our constituents.
I can address that. Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, we have begun substantive discussions with representatives of the City of Santa Fe. Conversations include the city manager as well as representatives from the legal department and public safety department. I obviously would describe them as being in good faith. Also I think some good ideas have been brought to the table, but there's a lot of work to be done. I think it's fair to say that the city understands and appreciates that it is a priority for the county, and I believe that they also recognize that it benefits the city as well to at least engage in those discussions. Candidly, as this critical path issue came forward, a lot of attention was shifted from those discussions to get this item done because this does have a real impact in the field right now that is ongoing. And I anticipate once we move past these items that we'll re-engage on those discussions. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you, Manager, Madam Chair. I think that this idea to move forward with a new radio system is really important.
Chief Moya's radio. Not working.
Is that your?
Trouble with radios?
Yeah, we have a little bit of a hearing problem in this chamber still. This has been an ongoing discussion for quite some time to really move to this system. And I know that we have had a lot of questions in the past of how this is going to really benefit everyone. And so I just want to make sure that this is the best that we can do for all of our constituents, because they are the ones who we are serving. And it seems like a reasonable way to move forward. I think including the town of Edgewood is really important. I don't know where that leaves part of the city of Espanola and how their system works, since they are still part of Santa Fe County, a good part of it. So those are my concerns, but in general, I think that this is a path forward that we need to really seriously consider. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes, do you have questions?
No, Madam Chair, I was going to move for approval of this item.
Madam Chair, I'll second that. And just kind of information, I don't know if the power was out last night in the Los Cienega area on part of State Road 14, but if they were out at our correctional facility as well as our 911 center, we didn't get calls on it, but our staff did a good job. If they needed to utilize the generators, are out there. But once again, I'll second the motion of Commissioner Hughes. Thank you.
So I have a motion and a second. Under discussion, I have a couple of questions. One is, yes,
I was just going to note the motion was made before I could address the second part of this. Is there is an ask that I be delegated the authority to finalize negotiations with Motorola relative to the agreements. Primarily, it would be the SUA2 that could exceed my signature authority over 4 years, so that we can get that executed as quickly as possible, given that we won't have another board meeting this year. So that's the second component.
thank you. So,
That was intended to be included in my motion.
and the second? Okay, great, thank you, and thank you for bringing that up. So it's just a question about the coverage. I understand how it fixes some of your dead zones. The county has a bunch of dead zones. I know several of them really well. Is there a possibility that some of those are potentially addressed because of the placement of the towers that the state then uses?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the county's own public safety radio system is a much different and much larger conversation, which we'll be having with the board as we move through the mid-year and fiscal year 24 budget cycle. Whatever option the board chooses, will come with a significant price tag. And that could be to continue to own and operate our own public safety radio system, or it could be, as the city of Santa Fe has decided, to utilize the statewide public safety radio system. Both of those options will be presented to the board for consideration in the future. The immediate answer is the move to the state cores doesn't affect our radio coverage at all. The longer answer is the move to the state radio cores, however, does not tie our hands in terms of making the future decision as to what is in the best interest of the county, either to also utilize the state-wide public safety radio system or to build out and continue to own and operate our own separate public safety radio system. That's a separate conversation that we'll be having in the upcoming months, but I do want to assure the board that we did at least consult with our independent engineer to ensure that the decision you're making today doesn't tie your hands in the future as to what's in the best interest of the county. I hope that answers your question.
It does, I appreciate it. So is there anything else under discussion? If not, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, thank you, and thank you for all the information. Don't go too far, because I don't know how. That takes us to 6K, which is the resolution requesting authorization to make the budget adjustment detailed on this form. So I think we actually have Yvonne for this, and there may not be so many technical questions.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, everything that County Manager Schaefer said describes this bar. We're requesting a budget increase in the amount of $161,405 as described in the previous item. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Madam Chair, move for approval.
Second, but I have a question.
Okay, I have a motion and a second under discussion. Commissioner Hughes?
I just wanted to know, is this coming from our general fund?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, no, this is coming from the RECC funds available cash balances.
Oh, great. Thank you very much.
Is there anything else under discussion? Now I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. Can I get a resolution number for that last one?
Of course, Madam Chair. Item 6K is resolution number 2022-114.
Thank you. And once again, thank you, Chief Moya and Chief Joy and Assistant Chief Johnson for being here. I'm probably going to be wrong on this, but I assume that cycles us back to 6A. Anybody else think differently? Okay, 6A is requesting approval of Santa Fe County's Lodgers Tax Grant Awards, and welcome Lisa Katonic.
Hey, wait a second, Commissioner Garcia.
I wonder if I still have a quorum. How about if we just suspend for 5 minutes, because I do not have a quorum here. Less than 5 minutes. Okay, we have a quorum again. Please proceed, Lisa. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Lisa Katonic, Marketing Coordinator for the Community Development Department. In front of you, you have the agenda item for Santa Fe County Lodgers Tax Grant recommendations. On September 28, 2022, the Santa Fe County Lodgers Tax Advisory Board and the Santa Fe County Community Development Department released a Notice of Funding Availability, known as a NOFA, for the Santa Fe County Lodgers Tax Grant Program, seeking applications for the advertising, publicizing, or promoting of tourist attractions and tourist-related events in Santa Fe County. Grant program funding would be available from January 2023 through June 30th, 2023. It is a reimbursable grant, with the authorized program areas being limited to advertising, publicizing, or promoting tourist attractions and events in Santa Fe County. Applicants should clearly delineate how their activities are intended to increase tourism activities and visitors into the county. Eligible applicants are limited to government entities and nonprofits that have the required qualifying documents for advertising and publicizing and promoting these attractions. Applications were due to the department staff by Thursday, November the 10th by 2 p.m. in order to be considered an eligible application. And grant award levels were established within the grant program on 4 tiered levels of $5,000, $3,500, $2,500, and $1,500. The highest grant award that can be provided to an organization is $5,000. As previously mentioned, it is a reimbursable grant. Therefore, the organization select their grant funding level that they wish to be considered for. The Community Development Department understands that organizations could utilize more funds to advertise and promote their tourist attractions and events, and therefore, as we go through the budget process now in the new fiscal year, we will look to increase the grant program funds for distribution of a NOFA, or a Notice of Funding Availability, twice a calendar year. Now, the Santa Fe County Lodgers Tax Advisory Board held a special meeting on Tuesday, November the 29th, to review and score applications and provide recommendations for funding. And the total funding for this Lodgers Tax Grant Program cycle for the fiscal year 2023 is $100,000. 17 organizations submitted their grant application for review and consideration, along with their requested grant funding requests. No applications were rejected, and none of the accepted applications' funding request amounts were reduced from the original request amount. Enclosed is a list of the 17 organizations that submitted their applications in the particular order that they were received. New Mexico Wildlife Association, doing business as Wildlife West Nature Park down in Edgewood for year-round programming of the Wildlife West Nature Park, requesting $5,000. The Santa Fe Century for the 2023 Santa Fe Century Bike Race in May 2023, requesting $5,000. El Rancho de las Golondrinas out in La Cienega for 2023 season of their museum programming, requesting $5,000. Parallel Studios for 2023 Currents New Media Festival, being held in June 2023, requesting $5,000. Santa Fe Desert Corral for Santa Fe Desert Corral's Summer Concert Festival from June 16 through August 5th, 2023, requesting $5,000. The Human Rights Alliance for Pride Santa Fe 2023 for their 30th anniversary in June 18 through the 25th, requesting $3,500. Mountain and Valley Wool Association for the Mountain and Valley Wool Festival being scheduled October 5th through the 8th, requesting $5,000. The Santa Fe Opera for their 2023 season, June 30th through August 26th, requesting $5,000. The Santa Fe Downtown Kiwanis Foundation for the burning of Zozobra, September the 1st, 2023, requesting $5,000. The Center for Contemporary Arts for Meredith Monk, Songs of Ascension, June through September 2023, in their gallery, requesting $5,000. The Santa Fe Wine and Chili Fiesta for Santa Fe Wine and Chili Fiesta 2023, requesting $5,000. Inaugural event called the Art and Soul Santa Fe Winter Arts Festival, which is a collaborative between three entities, Santa Fe Pro Musica, Santa Fe Symphony Orchestra, and Performance Santa Fe for their Winter Arts Festival now in February, requesting $5,000. The Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area for National Rio Grande National Heritage Area road signage to be placed in 9 locations along the roads in Santa Fe County, requesting $5,000. The Santa Fe Fiesta Inc. for Santa Fe Fiestas, Mariachi Extravaganza de Santa Fe, which is typically held at the Santa Fe Opera. They have it scheduled September 2023, requesting $5,000. The International Folk Art Alliance, doing business as International Folk Art Market, for their IFAM Night Market, July 9th, 2023, requesting $5,000. Santa Fe Children's Museum for their year-round programming of the museum, requesting $5,000. The Santa Fe Concert Association, doing business as Performance Santa Fe for Spanish guitarist Pablo Sanz Viegas concert in March 2023, requesting $5,000. And that is the total of 17 organizations. The recommended action by staff is to provide all 17 Lodgers Tax Grant Awards to the 17 organizations that are listed at the funding amount each organization has requested, for a total of $83,500. I stand for questions.
Thank you, and I just want to say for the record that Commissioner Hanson has indicated she's recused herself from this item because of her association on the board of the National Rio Grande Heritage Society. So are there questions for Commissioner
Madam
Garcia?
Chair.
And, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Hughes.
If I can get my microphone to turn on. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wondered if you had considered, or is there a reason that the top level is $5,000 since you didn't give out all the money? It seems to me that $5,000 is probably great for some of these groups, and some of them could probably use a lot more, as you mentioned. But I wondered if it might be easier just to raise the amount they can apply for rather than having to do the whole thing twice a year.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, for your question. So what we are anticipating, it's something for the Lodgers Tax Advisory Board along with the department to discuss further, but we are looking at increasing the funding levels and perhaps looking at incentivizing for events or tourist attractions that might be considered off-season in order to create more of impact throughout the whole year. So of course, we would be considering an increase.
Okay,
But
thank you.
at the current time, based on the advertising for the grants and the funding awards, that was subject to the $5,000 as a cap.
And the 5,000 cap is something that we set within the county?
That was established, yes.
Say that again?
Yes, that was established within the department.
Yes, okay.
And management.
Okay, and then you're thinking of increasing it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lisa, how did we advertise to the different organizations for these grants?
Thank you so much, Commissioner Garcia. We advertise via a press release that is released out to the media. We send out through different communication through the county, through the Gov delivery system through neighborhood associations and different mail lists. And then I also contact numerous nonprofit organizations and inform them of this grant funding availability, either by telephone or by email.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, so the remaining money that's left in the grant, what are we going to do with it?
That has not been discussed at this current present time. I would like to possibly consider increasing our funding capacity right before the new fiscal year ends, that we would be able to roll that money over into the new fiscal year and be able to award more grants within, say, the June, July timeframe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What is the duration of the grant? Because this is a grant from the state of New Mexico. How long does this grant for?
So for the Lodgers Tax Grant Program, what it is it's January through June. So they need to spend their marketing, advertising, and promotional dollars from January through June in order to be covered for this grant. Because it is reimbursable, we want to make sure that the grant is closed by the end of the fiscal year so that there's no carryover or rollover into the new fiscal year.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So these grant recipients are actually up to $5,000. So that $5,000 has to be utilized for advertisement of that nonprofit? All 5,000 of it?
All 5,000. So what they provide us in the grant application is they provide us with a marketing plan as to how they would like to spend the ask, the money that they are seeking. Typically, it's either through radio advertising, print advertising. It may be that they are also working on a brochure or a trifold that will be printed and distributed amongst certified folder or fun and games or digital advertising.
Thank you. Are they limited to where they may advertise?
No. We typically do not, delineate as to, it's usually 50 miles from outside of their event. So that could be Albuquerque, but understanding that some of these events do bring in locals alike, we do not discriminate against local advertising.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason why I was asking is I was on a flight a while back and I saw a great advertisement for a happening event in Santa Fe. And people fly all around the world. And if these individuals are not limited to where they can advertise, I think that's actually good that they can advertise wherever they would like, right? Because the objective is to actually bring people to the community.
Correct. Thank you.
Regarding the $100,000, is this the most that the county can apply for through the state of New Mexico?
These funds are strictly out of the lodgers tax and ARPA funds. These do not come from the New Mexico Tourism Department. The New Mexico Tourism Department funds co-op advertising, which in turn the county applies for that advertising, subject to specific media outlets and publications. And based on what is offered during that time, it could vary between digital advertising, Texas Monthly, Southwest Airlines, a variety of different media outlets. And then the county applies through my program. We apply for funds to the tourism department, and it's also on a reimbursable grant basis or subject to a match of, I believe it was this year, 67% was covered through New Mexico Tourism Department. That is a completely separate program from the program that I'm speaking of right now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the budget for the lodgers tax is what?
Well, the budget for the lodgers tax, currently we have a contract with our marketing and advertising contractor. That is now I believe it's close to $400,000 that we provide as far as lodgers tax funds than we provide for the grant program. So that is what we have budgeted. So we have a very conservative flat budget based on the past fiscal year and being informed that we should be conservative with our numbers as we are still uncertain as to COVID and supply and demand. I can inform you as of today that Santa Fe County lodgers tax is doing very well. Our demand continues to grow within our lodging properties. Our ADR and our RevPAR are over about a 28% increase in growth as compared to last fiscal year at the same time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Am I correct that portion of the county fair utilizes lodgers tax to operate the county fair?
So as far as lodgers tax, a percentage of lodgers tax goes to advertising, marketing, and promotion. Another percentage goes toward supporting Santa Fe County-owned facilities. The Santa Fe County-owned facilities that we have identified that are within our resolution are the County Fairgrounds, the Stanley Cyclone Center, and our open space and trails.
Thank you, Lisa. I can remember when you moved over to this section of the county, but great job. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. So is there other discussion, other questions for Lisa, or what's the pleasure of the board?
Move for approval.
Second.
Thank you. A motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? There's the one
I
recused
abstain.
commissioner. So, okay, thank you. And
Thank you so
very
much.
much, Lisa. And let's see. All right, that's it, okay. That takes us to item 6B, which is a resolution adopting the strategic plan for Santa Fe County. We have Cindy McKee. Welcome, Cindy.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Cindy McKee, Director of Strategic and Operational Planning here at Santa Fe County. Before you today is a resolution to adopt the Santa Fe County Strategic Plan. As you know, the Board of County Commissioners and County Leadership developed the strategic plan beginning in April 2018. The Commissioners and County Leadership have convened annually to refine and revise the plan, except for 2020 and COVID. The foundational elements of the Santa Fe County Strategic Plan are its population goals, and those goals directly reflect our mission to provide a safe, sustainable, healthy community through a proficient, transparent, and accessible government. These objectives and strategies within the plan outline how we meet our mission. The strategic plan will continue to be reviewed annually by the county commissioners and by county leadership, and we will begin sharing our strategic plan publicly on our website in 2023 through our new strategic plan management software. The resolution before you is to adopt this plan, and with that, I stand for questions.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Garcia?
Madam Chair, thank you, Cindy, for bringing this forward. These are new thinking outside the box, as in new strategies as to where Santa Fe County is going. This will actually be great for commissioners, department directors, individuals from the general public to see where different projects are, and in order to track progress of a project, because it'll be great to see that. If there's no other questions, move for approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sure
I have
there are
questions.
questions, of course. But I have a motion, so I either need a second or we need to kill the motion.
I'll second.
Okay, so a motion and a second under discussion. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Cindy, for your work on this. I did briefly look over what we have on our agenda today, and I find a number of things missing.
Okay, thank you.
And so that concerns me. I also feel very strongly that we have a new commission coming on, and I want them to be able to have some input into the strategic plan. And, you know, like one of the main things that I'm missing that is very near and dear to my heart is the shooting range. And it's nowhere on this plan. And I looked through it at least a couple times. And so I'm wondering what else is missing. And so can you tell me what else is missing?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, the shooting range is in the plan. It is at the strategic level, and I would be happy to meet with you and show you where that is.
So what you're telling me is that what I got for the exhibit of the strategic plan is not what I'm going to see, because I went through this a couple times, and I have to click on everything. Is that what's happening, how this works?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that's correct. The printed out strategic plan is a higher level visual, but in fact, the login that you received will allow you to click through and find that as it is organized within the hierarchical strategic plan.
Okay, so when I click on things, nothing happens.
No, this is just a printed version. It's the online version you need to look at.
That's
Okay,
correct.
so are people still going to have access to this online version? Or is it only we have access to this online
Madam
version?
Chair, Commissioner, as we grow this, all the departments and staff that departments choose to assign to this will have access to not only view the whole plan, but to add to their part of the plan. Commissioners will be able to see the entire plan.
Okay.
I would be happy to meet with you and show you where that is.
Okay. It's just frustrating to me that I'm approving something that I can't see. You know, like there seem to be a lot of things that I have on this printed version that I couldn't find on this new version. And then our old version is also, so, you know, I want it to be transparent, I want it to be accessible, and for everyone to be able to use this so that they can see what we are doing, that it's not just, the printed version isn't very appealing.
Absolutely. Madam Chair, Commissioner, certainly I believe this software will make the plan much more transparent, and I am happy to help you find those things that you're looking for. The plan as it exists in the software was uploaded from those written documents that we created together. So certainly there may have been a mistake in the upload, but I have looked at the shooting range recently, so I'm certain that that's
Okay. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better. And then I also do want to make sure that the new commissioners have an opportunity, that we have another meeting sometime in the spring, that we have another meeting and that they have an opportunity to give their input.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, certainly I'll take my direction from you on that.
So is there other discussion?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Garcia?
as it is mentioned, it's a strategic plan. Plans are made to fluctuate, add things, subtract things, so as new commissioners come in, I'm definitely sure they'll have a lot of ideas or items that need to be added to the plan. So once again, it is a plan, so it can be added as you all move forward. So it's not set in stone. So it can be, when the new two commissioners elect come in, you guys can look at it again, correct? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Just to add my 3 cents, this is the way we've done strategic planning. This plan is independent of the future. It's and yet it is tied to all our past plans, and we'll have input from the new commissioners when they're commissioners. Just every year, this gets a review. So I don't, that concept is embedded in what's presented here. Are there other questions? Did I get everybody? If not, there is a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy. That was great.
Thank you.
And can I get a resolution number?
Of course, Madam Chair. Item 6B is resolution number 2022-115.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Deputy Clerk. 6C is resolution establishing Santa Fe County's 2023 state legislative priorities for affordable housing. And this is actually Commissioner Hughes as well as Joseph Montoya. So welcome, Joseph. And Commissioner Hughes, do you want me to go to you first?
Yes, thank you. Just to say that Joseph and I discussed this, and we've included the priorities of the Mortgage Finance Authority as well as the New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness and the county to have a complete set of all the good things the state could be doing for affordable housing. And I'll let Director Montoya go ahead and say what else he would like to say.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Commissioner, I think you said it just about all. So this is a consensus document from 3 different organizations, both internal and external to the County of Santa Fe. And generally, just so you know, we also coordinate with the,
Madam Chair, can you just speak a little
Oh,
louder?
I'm sorry. And generally, we also coordinate these kind of issues with the city of Santa Fe. And so this is really a regional kind of a document that assists us in terms of helping provide a direction for affordable housing. I was very excited to hear yesterday, as you might have imagined, in terms of the efforts that are going towards affordable housing. And so I think we just want to continue to provide some assistance and direction in that area in order to kind of meet our specific needs here in Santa Fe. So this is a little later than we had hoped. As you know, we wanted to actually present this the last county commission meeting. However, the Mortgage Finance Authority hadn't quite approved their list also. And so generally speaking, we include the list of the Mortgage Finance Authority so we can assist them in areas that are that can help us, the County of Santa Fe specifically. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Excellent. Thank you. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you, Commissioner Hughes, for bringing this forward. Will this be included in the affordable housing plan? Is this part of the idea behind this?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, yes, so the affordable housing plan has very specific kind of program-related ideas, very specific project-related ideas, and then very specific policy ideas. So all these aspects, one of them fits in one of those areas. So what kind of new policies do we need to be able to assist in the production of affordable housing? What particular projects? So Nueva RECC would be an example of a project that we're supporting. We also have projects that are external in terms of internal operations. We have 2 possible multifamily projects coming on board now with us being, with us the possibility of us financing a multifamily bond issuance for them. So that's a project-related issue. And then we have programs such as advanced down payment assistance program. We have a new loan fund that'll become available with this approval of a new plan. We have a whole new rehabilitation program being created in terms of a new affordable housing plan. So there's different aspects to the affordable housing plan. All these, everything in here, though, supports any aspect of both in the future housing plan and progress that would relate to those particular programs.
So I guess my question is kind of specific and something that Speaker Edegoff spoke about last night, which is grinder pumps. And I just want to make sure that they are covered in our affordable housing plan. I don't see them listed here. That's okay, because, I mean, meters are not listed here also. and or water meters, so people understand. So I'm just trying to make sure that this resolution is broad enough to make sure that we're bringing the ability to give people grinder pumps and apply for them when needed.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, so that has nothing actually specifically to do with this particular resolution. That has something to do specifically with a program that would be offered after the Affordable Housing Plan is approved, which is a loan program. And so not only grinder pumps, but you can also do such as a solar arrays. You can do anything that provides energy efficiency.
Okay.
In terms of purchasing. So you don't have to rehab your whole house. You can actually purchase things within particular guidelines for particular income people to be able to achieve that.
Okay, so I understand, and I think this is a good resolution to bring forward because we need all the help that we can get.
Thank you. There are other questions. You brought it.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the resolution establishing Santa Fe County 2023 state legislative priorities for affordable housing.
Second.
Excellent. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Great, thank you. Can I get a resolution number?
Of course, Madam Chair. Item 6C is resolution number 2022-116.
Thank you so much. So that takes us to 6D. We're already ready here. This is a request approval of the first amendment to the Joint Powers Agreement for the creation of the North Central New Mexico Economic Development Board. And we have Chris Heyer.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Chris Heyer, and I am the Economic Development Division Director of the Community Development Department. I'm here today as a board member of the North Central New Mexico Economic Development District and would like to present a request from our Executive Director, Monica Beta. And I understand that she is listening and she will stand for any questions. But first I want to present what this amendment is about. This amendment is to approve the amendment to the JPA. It's the improvement amendment to the JPA created by the North Central Board in 1967. This amendment will provide the option of owning real property. No other changes to the JPA are requested at this time. There are two important issues that were asked of the Executive Director and were acknowledged as being true. They are, there is no funding requested from Santa Fe County for the purchase of a building for North Central's use. It is the intent to use reserve funds, an EDA grant, and possibly ask the legislature for capital outlay money. Our dues will remain at the same level with no additional requests. And the second point is North Central JPA will further be revised starting January 2023 to comply with state law. This amendment today is only to allow the ownership of real property. As there are there are 9 entities that make up the North Central Council of Governments, there are 8 others that are approving the same set of amendments. I have been requested to mention that time is of the essence as the North Central Board is looking to purchase a new office building and would like to make an offer. I now stand for any questions, and Monica is online if you have any questions for her.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you very much, Chris. As someone who also sits and attends this on this board and has voted for this already, because I think this is a really important issue for North Central. They are our COG, and they have provided, under Monica's leadership, a tremendous amount of leadership to all of our communities, especially on the Agency for Aging, and they do a lot of really good work. I'm always happy to attend their board meetings, and I was I was heartened by the chairman's comments to me that he appreciated that I was willing to make motions and move things along on that board. And I agreed with that because they're usually quite long board meetings, as Chris well knows. So with that, I would like to make a motion to approve the First Amendment to the Joint Powers Agreement. I also feel very strongly about bringing this JPA into compliance with state law. This JPA has not been rewritten since 1967, making it over 50 years old. So it needs some attention. And so with that, I make a motion.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Under further discussion, are there any other questions?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Garcia?
Mr. Heyer, where is this building located at?
I defer to Monica Veda. Can you answer that, please?
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Commissioner Garcia. At this point, we are looking at a property, but this is simply an amendment to allow us to consider owning real property. The actual purchase would have to be taken before the Board of Directors and voted on by the Board of Directors. So currently, we are looking at a property that is downtown, closer to the Capitol, closer to the legislature and the state agencies. As you know, we're pretty far from those offices currently, and we are renting. We've been renting for a very, very long time, and so this would be, an investment for the future. It would also enable our members who are in the more remote communities to kind of have a home when they come to Santa Fe and to office with us. So, it's something that we're looking into, but it is going to require consideration by the full board if we move forward with this particular opportunity. But there could be other opportunities in the future, and this will just enable us to entertain them.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Monica. Great job for what you do for North Central. What is the budget that you all have for the acquisition of property?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, we have right now probably around $400,000 in reserves, so that obviously isn't going to pay for a property, but we would be seeking some capital outlay and potentially some other grant funding, and then we would look to probably finance the remainder of the purchase. So it would probably have numerous grants and potentially a loan included in it. And again, this isn't something that will be happening next month in January or February in terms of purchasing a property, but we need to start, if we're serious about this, kind of start negotiating and working with the broker and the owner. That's going to take a little bit of time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there a reasoning for being in the downtown area?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, it was, as I mentioned, we do a lot of work with the legislature and the state agencies, and so currently, we're not close to downtown currently, so it does take some time to go back and forth. The other reason is, we serve 8 counties. Sandoval is part of our original JPA as well, and so a lot of times our legislators who come from, further away, have asked, can we be at your office during the legislature? Can we, set up shop there? And we're nowhere close to the legislature currently. So we hope that this will be like a home base for our more remote and rural communities when they come into Santa Fe.
Thank you. And in regards to the amendment or to add this to the JPA, is this for the one-time real property acquisition, or does this for the futures of North Central to go and purchase additional properties if they wish?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, this right now there is a prohibition in the JPA, and it states that we cannot own real assets. That is the statement in the JPA. So this would essentially allow us to own real assets with approval of the board. It doesn't call out any specific property or any specific, for example, we could own real assets for another reason beyond purchasing an office space. This would simply open up that possibility instead of prohibit us from doing it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So whenever the North Central purchases or acquires a piece of property, who is in charge of maintenance, building additions, light bill, et cetera, for that piece of property?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that would be us. We would be responsible for those expenses. We currently pay lease on our existing building. We are leasing currently, so we have already looked at our budget, and we would be basically repurposing some of our operating expenses now. So, we do have operating expenses now in that same vein, and we would be using them essentially to purchase or to have a mortgage rather than to rent. We do pay those expenses currently.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Monica. One last question. Since you all are a legislative branch of government, does this require the State Board of Finance to approve this?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, my understanding, I have talked to DFA pretty extensively about this, and they have reviewed our JPA and kind of advised us on how to do this, including the fact of getting the whole thing revised next year. But it doesn't need to go to State Board of Finance, but we will need to work closely with DFA to make sure any acquisition that we do is in line with state law. So we've already opened up that discussion with them. The first step is obviously removing the prohibition, because I can't take any steps forward without this prohibition being removed from the JPA. So this is our first step. And then as we start, considering this option, I will be working closely with DFA to make sure we're in compliance with everything we need to be. And we have our attorneys involved in this as well. So we do have a lot of oversight, which is very helpful.
Thank you. Some of the questions I'm asking is our projects department is very much overloaded, and I don't want to see another project actually come to Santa Fe County to oversee repairs, alterations, additions to the project. But thank you for what you do, Monica.
I want to thank you, Commissioner Garcia, and thank Commissioner Hanson, Chris and Joseph for all the great work that we've done together over the past year. Really enjoyed being your partner, and I think we've worked on a lot of really meaningful projects. So thank you for having me on the agenda today. I know you have a long agenda, and I want to wish you all a Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? So we do have a motion and a second. There's no further discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Great, thank you. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
And let's see. That takes us to item 6E, resolution requesting an increase to the Utilities Enterprise Fund in the amount of $586,520 and a transfer. And I'll let Yvonne Herrera give the details.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the resolution before you is to budget two separate amounts. The first one is related in light of Santa Fe County's Dig Once policy. The Utilities Division is requesting to budget cash from the Utilities Enterprise Fund 505 in the amount of $300,000 to fund the unfunded portion of the bid alternative 3 of the contract awarded in November of this year for the Northeast-Southeast Waterline Construction, Northeast-Southeast Connector Road and Infrastructure Project. The bid alternative 3 includes the section of waterline construction within the project alignment that extends to the development known as the Arroyo Hondo de Santa Fe. In addition to that, we are requesting to budget a federal grant from the Bureau of Reclamation for the aquifer storage and recovery in Rancho Viejo. The federal grant portion is $286,520 for Santa Fe County's portion, which is $659,480. We are requesting to move the funds that were budgeted from the 2021 general obligation bonds for the Romero Park water line. Since the funding is not needed at this time, we would request that the funding for Romero Park be replenished from the next time that we sell GEO bonds. And with that, Madam Chair, Commissioners, We stand for any questions.
Excellent, thank you. Commissioner Hanson?
Madam Chair, thank you. So I see from this, and something that I do care about is the Northeast-Southeast connector moving forward. I also find that District 2 has been very generous to District 5 in allowing you to borrow our money. And I just want to make it clear for the record that I want this in writing, that this money will be returned to District 2 for the water line, and that the water line will be worked on next year. I don't want this putting the water line off. I've been waiting for it for quite some time, and it is an important part of the infrastructure development in District 2.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I'll let Mr. Dupuis address the timeline for the project. I think that the memo accompanying this item, at least from my perspective, is clear that the budget for the Romero Park, the water line for Nancy Rodriguez will be restored, if you will, based upon bond proceeds that are available when the bonds that were approved by the voters last November are sold, which we anticipate happening in the first half of the year. So that's my understanding of what the action is that the board's approving, is making that future commitment for those future bond proceeds to be budgeted for that project. And I'll let Mr. Dupuis talk to the timeline.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson. The timeline that's expected is early March for some engineering to begin on the Romero Park water line through a partnership with one of our developments. And similarly, how we've partnered with Arroyo Hondo de Santa Fe to provide some reimbursement potential into the future. We're working with other developers. It really helps extend the capabilities of the county and what projects we can undertake given our limited project manager staffing. And I would just add that the funds for the Romero Park water line that are being allocated towards this project in the interim are necessary, so we would have to subsidize or move those funds once they are sold from the current bonds.
Okay, I accept that, but it's really important for me to make sure that, one, Romero Park begins construction. I've been waiting for 6 years. Also, phase 2 of Romero Park and this water line, which is essential to do a number of these infrastructure improvements at Romero Park. So I just want to make sure this is happening on an expedited timeline also.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hughes.
Yes, I just wanted to make it clear that District 5 very much appreciates the loan from District 2, and we will try not to be so needy next year. And perhaps we can even return the favor at some point before you leave office.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Is there,
I
are
will,
there
ma-
other?
I will make a motion to approve the request and an increase to the utility fund in the amount of $586,520 and a transfer within the general obligation bond 2021 series in the amount of $659,480.
Second.
Thank you. A motion and a second under discussion. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, John. Can you explain to me or let me know the water line of the Northeast-Southeast connector for developers? Are the developers going to pay for this cost?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that is the intent. We're currently working with the developer for that to be reimbursed to us, given the timeline for the Northeast-Southeast connector construction. We are making this provision, and there is some risk that we wouldn't recoup that fund, But we think it's relatively low and not very probable that we would not be able to do that.
And if I could, Madam Chair and Commissioner Garcia on that score, and Mr. Harone may be able to speak this as well. There are other benefits to moving forward now, including locking in a cost, because a portion of the cost, if I understand, would be ours in the future, so that prevents those future price escalations. And in addition, as I understand it, and Director Harone can speak to this, if it was installed in the future, it would involve disturbance to our newly constructed road, and that would potentially undermine the integrity of the road. So there are benefits to the actual transportation side of things by doing it all at once, and by us fronting the money and accepting, that potential risk of not being able to reimburse the cost from the developer in the short to mid-term. We are still buying something, if you will, by moving forward in that way, which is the maintenance of the integrity of our roadway. Director Harone, if you want to add to that, or at least confirm that I got the gist of it right, I'd appreciate it.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, Manager Schaefer, yes, that is correct. It is very important to us. This is a multimodal road for Santa Fe County that we've spent 20 years developing. It's going to cost us a lot. And it is important that after we put that road down, that it's not going to be disturbed in the future to run a water line. So it was our recommendation that that water line be installed at this point, and then in the future, when a developer comes forward to hook up into the line, that we will recover the cost at that time. And we're confident that that parcel of property, not 100%, but substantially confident, that that parcel of property will be developed and that there will be a need to hook up to that water line.
Very well. As William Penn stood in Pennsylvania, he looked west. What I like to see whenever you stand on Santa Fe factory stores and you look south, we have this Rancho Viejo well, we have El Dorado, this is Commissioner District 5. We have the water line that actually goes down to the Turquoise Trail Elementary School. We also have individuals in the rural part of the county, North Fork, South Fork, Lone Butte area, that their wells are not very good. The larger picture, it's great to see our community water system, which we receive the water rights from the Rio Grande, but individuals that are having well problems, I'd like to see somehow in the future, Commissioner, if you can follow through with this, is connecting those individuals in the rural area that need water. Very challenging project, but needs to be done. Thank you. The Romero Park, what is the Romero Park water line?
The Romero Park water line goes from over off of Caja del Rio and comes across over to the Romero Park from the water meter that we have over on Caja del Rio.
Thank you, Commissioner. So is Romero Park served by the county water system, or is that a well that's located near the concession stand of the park?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, yes to both. There is a well there. The utility operates the well and charges the county user at the park via a meter and a typical account for water service.
Thank you. So this is a new water line that's going to come off of Caja del Rio to Romero Park? So we will be off of the well? Good. No further questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So is there any further discussion? Not, there's a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Great, thank you very much. So,
Madam Chair, I'm
Yes.
wondering if at some point if we could possibly move up the presentation from the Santa Fe Mountain Landscape Resiliency Project, since we have everyone here in the audience, I believe.
well, we only have a few more action
Okay.
items. I mean, we really do. We've done 2 of them. Do you think, let me know if we take a lot of time and there's a real time crunch, please ask again. So we have, I don't know why I'm so messed up with numbers here. 6E, yeah.
Do you need the resolution number for 6E?
Yes, that's what I need. Thank you.
All right. Madam Chair, resolution number for 6E is 2022-117.
Excellent, thank you. I knew I was searching for something. So we're on 6F, which is request approval of amendment number 3 to the collective bargaining agreement between Santa Fe County and the New Mexico Coalition of Public Safety Officers, representing the Santa Fe County Deputy Sheriffs. And we have our Attorney Brown and Sonia Quintana. Are you on?
Is that better?
That's better.
Okay. Madam Chair, Commissioners, we have before you today an amendment to the bargaining agreement with the Sheriff's Union, which seeks to implement improvements to the tiers which dictate how we contribute to the insurance premiums for this bargaining unit. The Commission has already elected to implement these tiers for non-bargaining unit employees, and we're seeking to give the same benefit to this bargaining unit. The tiers are moving from 80%, 20% for those earning $30,000 or less, 75 and 25 for those earning $30,001 and more, 70% and 30% for those earning $50,001 to $70,000, and 65% and 35% for those earning $70,000 and more, and changing those tiers so that now those earning $35,000 and less will get the benefit of the 80% contribution from the county. Those earning $35,001 to $75,000 would get the 75% contribution from the county, and those earning more than 75 would get 70% contributions. And the bargaining unit has agreed that this would be a positive change for their bargaining unit.
Excellent.
And we stand for questions.
Thank you. Okay, so do we have questions?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Garcia.
Can you explain to me again why the non-bargaining employees got moved ahead than the bargaining employees?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, no one has actually received this benefit yet. This is a benefit that will go into effect on December 31st. And so to the extent these amendments that are before you today are implemented, everyone will receive the benefit at the same time. We simply couldn't grant the benefit to the bargaining unit without their representatives agreeing to it. And these agreements that are before you today reflect that they have agreed to receive the benefit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a shout out to the bargaining unit from the Sheriff's Department. Thank you for what you do. Also, Sonia and Rachel, thank you for working with the bargaining unit. 80% of the county's contributing, that's great. 75%, that's great. 70%, that's actually very good. And that the county government is contributing to those individual salaries or their paychecks bi-weekly. But thank you for what you all do. Thank you for the public safety officers, Sheriff's Department. Thank you, Madam Chair. If there's no other questions, move for approval.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. That takes us to the next one, G, which is the collective bargaining between the Santa Fe County, New Mexico, and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. So we'll go back to you guys.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, this is similar to the item you just acted on. It pertains to our medical bargaining unit at the Corrections Department and would provide, again, the same tiers of insurance premium contributions that we just discussed. And I would stand for questions.
Excellent, thank you. So are there any questions on this one? Commissioner Hughes?
I move for approval.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
This one's,
yeah.
This once again, Madam Chair, thank you for all, took a bit, but thank you for everybody that worked on this.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. And that takes us to 6H, which is the collective bargaining agreement between Santa Fe County and the New Mexico Coalition of Public Safety Officers. And back to Attorney Brown.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, again, this is an amendment to a collective bargaining agreement for employees within the RECC. And it, again, implements the same improved insurance tier contributions for that bargaining unit.
So, are there any questions?
Madam Chair, if there's no questions, I'd just like to know if Director Sonia would like to say anything.
Director Sonia.
How the negotiations went?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, they were in agreement that this is a positive move from the Commission and from the county, so we appreciate always making county benefits better for employees. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Move for approval, Madam Chair, if I haven't already done so.
Second.
Thank you. A motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. Thank you for work on this and presentation. Is there another one?
There is
There
one
it
more.
is. Aye, there it is. I was going to go, oh, but the next one there, had three stuck in my head. It's like, I really didn't want you to go away. The I is for with collective bargaining agreement between Santa Fe County and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. So thank you for hanging around in that delightful little pause there.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, this final amendment is for our AFSCME 1782 bargaining unit, and it, again, as the prior three, implements the new improved insurance tiers for that bargaining unit.
Excellent.
Effective December 31st.
Okay, great, thank you. So,
Madam Chair?
Yes.
They did get a lot of call and concerns for what was happening with the individuals that were part of the union, but thank you for fast-tracking this and working with the union representatives. I know they did have some individuals that were possibly out there for a while. Move for approval, Madam Chair.
Second.
thank you. Motion and a second. Any
Madam
further
Chair?
discussion? Yes, Commissioner
I just
Garcia.
wanted to wait till the last of these request approvals. I just want to express my gratitude to the bargaining units and our HR director, Ms. Sonia Quintana, and also our county attorney, Ms. Rachel Brown, for your hard work. I know it's not an easy task, but you guys do a great job. Since I've been a commissioner, you guys have been awesome. So thank you so much for that hard work.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
would you please ask the stenographer to include my yes vote on the last item?
I think you just did, and I would appreciate it, Karen. So, and we're on I, which is sort of the same series. And
Right.
we do have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? We do have a motion and a second, don't we? Yeah. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Great. Thank you. And now I can thank you for all your work on this. That takes us to 6L, which is a resolution delegating the county manager the authority to execute on behalf of the county a release of all mortgages under the LEDA performance and right of purchase agreement. We actually, is this one that we moved till later? Or is this, no, we moved
no,
the other one. Okay,
This was not moved, Madam Chair.
thank you. And so I can go right to you, Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. If this resolution is adopted and if the transactions contemplated thereby are effectuated, this would effectually end the LEDA project between Santa Fe County and Santa Fe Studios and its real estate holding company related entity, Loose Holdings LLC. Those agreements were entered into in 2010. They had many different parts to them. The two that are outstanding are the county's interest in what the parties described as override sales, and that is if a specific lot was sold in whole or in part, the county had the right to, has the right to share in 2% of those proceeds. Secondly, there was outstanding the county's guarantee of the original loan that was made by Los Alamos National Bank to Santa Fe Studios for development of the existing studios space, what's called Phase 1A. So in other words, what exists today was built using a combination of legislative appropriations from the state and a loan from Los Alamos National Bank. As part of the deal, the county guaranteed that loan. For those of you who sit on the investment committee, you see it reported each month by our treasurer that there is money, $4.748 million, I believe, more or less, on deposit with Los Alamos National Bank's successor in interest, Enterprise Bank and Trust. And that money exists to guarantee the principal repayment of the loan from the bank to Santa Fe Studios. Excuse me. Both the county's right to override sale proceeds, as well as the county's right to claw back money in the event the bank were actually to call on the loan guarantee. The county has mortgages on the Santa Fe Studios property in order to secure that. So in essence, what would happen is, the bank, if Santa Fe Studios were to default, the bank would take money from the lockbox to pay the principal payments that weren't being made, and the county would have the right to foreclose on the property in order to pay itself back. That's the economic substance of it. Put that to the side for a second. Separately, as you know, the Board of County Commissioners approved of the issuance of industrial revenue bonds in order to help finance an upgrade to the existing facilities and an expansion of the facilities. Enterprise Bank and Trust is the bank that's actually providing the funding for that. The county is not providing any funding for the expansion or upgrade project. And long story short, as part of its underwriting and processing, Enterprise Bank and Trust, I believe, has made the determination that it would rather have a first security lien position on the entire enchilada, if you will, all of the property. And in order to obtain that, it is willing to release the lockbox account and give us back our $4.748 million. So in sum, the $4.78 million will come back to the county. We will no longer guarantee the original loan. And separately, we will receive a relatively small letter of credit as provided for in the underlying documents as a substitute on the override parcel sales, which, again, there's no certainty that they will ever happen or that they'll happen within the period in which we have that right. The letter of credit, again, is a small amount. It's $13,179.91. So assuming that we get the letter of credit that is in the form that's called for in the override parcel agreement, and we get our $4.748 million back, and our pledge of deposit account agreement is canceled, this resolution will authorize me to release the property from our mortgages and allow the refinancing of the existing debt and the new financing for the IRB project to go forward. That's it in a nutshell. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, that was a big nutshell. Okay, great. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Greg. I think it's really important that we support the film industry and their expansion of the studios out on Highway 14. This is something that I have advocated for since I was elected because I see them as an employment, as a real employment center and providing good jobs for our youth, which is really important to me. I want to see our youth being employed in Santa Fe County and staying here. And so with that, I will make a motion to approve this resolution delegating county manager the authority to execute on behalf of the county.
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Further discussion?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you. Manager Schaefer, this property back in 2010 was actually state land office property. We leased it, I believe. If not, did we purchase it? Also, in regards to the 4.78, when the county receives that, does that actually relinquish any rights, ownership to that property? Does it go to the Santa Fe Studios? Or am I kind of not following the enchilada?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, the release of the mortgages will not in and of itself change the ownership of the property. The property is currently owned by La Luz Holdings, LLC. We have a security interest in that property in order to secure the repayment of any monies that are taken from our deposit account or any other obligations that are not met. So we'll release the mortgage. That will simply remove the encumbrance from the property. That's the answer to that question in terms of what this does. When the IRB transaction closes, the property actually will be transferred to Santa Fe County, and Santa Fe County will lease that property back to Santa Fe Studios and La Luz Holdings as part of the separate IRB transaction, which the board approved months ago at this point in time. But that's a separate transaction meant to effectuate the industrial revenue bonds transaction and to provide a mechanism whereby Santa Fe Studios would receive a partial property tax abatement for the value of the upgrade and expansion project. I hope that answers your question.
Madam Chair, Manager Schaefer, yes, it does. So does the state land office still have ownership to the dirt? Or did we actually purchase it back in 2010 or 15?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, I don't know when we purchased the property from the State Land Office, but my understanding is that we did, in fact, purchase that property, and we ultimately sold it to La Luz Holdings, LLC, the current owner.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Is there any further discussion? If not, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. Can I get a resolution number?
I think we can do that, Madam Chair. Item 6L is resolution number 2022-118.
Great, thank you so much, Deputy Clerk. So that takes us to 7, which are the presentations? It doesn't? Did I?
Madam Chair, we have 4L that has now been moved to 6M.
Yes, but didn't that have the time, didn't we want to do that after? We just want, is this late enough to do 6M at this point?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, yes, it is. I believe that the resolution that actually had a specific time associated with it was Commissioner Royball's resolution, which was item 3A.
Yes, and we moved several things, and I'm giving them all the same reason here in my mind, so I was in postponing that. So thank you, Commissioner Hanson. We're doing 6M. Yeah.
4L.
Yeah, I've got it. Which is a resolution authorizing the county manager to secure multi-line law enforcement and other insurance coverings. So are we doing,
Actually,
who's doing
Madam
this?
Chair, Commissioners, I'm going to go ahead and take this one because a lot of the information that's provided in the memo, actually almost all of it, comes from me and relates to my service on behalf of the county on the New Mexico County Insurance Authority Board of Directors. We renew several significant law enforcement coverages on a calendar year basis. Actually, most of our coverages are on a calendar year rather than a fiscal year basis. Those include third-party liability, both law enforcement claims and general liability claims. They also include property claims, as well as cyber risk and a miscellaneous smattering of other things. But the two biggest ones fall under the branch of law enforcement liability claims. This includes the operations of our adult detention facility as well as our sheriff's department. And then our multi-line claims, again, our general third-party liability as well as first-party property coverages. This year, we occasionally solicit quotes both from the New Mexico County Insurance Authority as well as private insurance companies. This year, we opted only to solicit coverage options from the New Mexico County Insurance Authority. That was a judgment decision based upon the fact that we did not believe we would receive favorable quotes because the law enforcement liability market, frankly, is extremely hard, which is just a shorthand way of saying the costs keep going up and the coverage keeps getting worse. That's I guess the technical definition of a hard insurance market. You're asked to pay more and more for less and less. So we didn't think that we would receive favorable quotes. And in addition, NMCIA, the New Mexico County Insurance Authority, had indicated that it was actually going to offer medical malpractice coverage to the county for the first time. So as you know, historically, the Santa Fe County had independently procured medical malpractice insurance, for its medical professionals working in the adult detention facility. The price of that coverage in a hardening market kept getting worse and worse and worse. And the coverage or the cost kept going higher and the coverage kept getting worse, so much so that the Board of County Commissioners ultimately decided it would prefer to self-insure those risks. Well, the New Mexico County Insurance Authority indicated over the last several months that it was willing to quote coverage for that, and we believed that would be likely be a reasonable offering. And so for both of those reasons, we felt confident that going with NMCIA would be in the best interest of the county. Unfortunately, NMCIA has not yet prepared its final quotes for calendar year 2023. We actually have a board meeting tomorrow at which we will do so. So we are asking for approval of this resolution in advance of those numbers being provided to the county. Preliminarily, I think that the renewal is going to be reasonable. We could receive up to a 5% decrease or flat premiums on our law enforcement claims. That generally reflects our positive claims history in recent times. We would anticipate an increase up to 6% in the multi-line portfolio, which again, we believe is within the realm of the reasonable, and likely those might come close, frankly, to netting each other out, depending upon if we do get a decrease on our law enforcement premium. But I think that the real potential get is with regard to medical malpractice coverage, so that we're no longer self-insuring those risks. As I understand it from NMCIA staff, their recommendation to the board will be to quote that at a premium of $12,000 per employee. based upon a one-time census at the beginning of the year, though there could be a premium charged if we have a significant change in our level of personnel. Should that come to pass, you would be looking at a premium in the range of $168,000 for medical malpractice coverage. To put that in perspective, the last time we got a quote from the private market, it was in excess, I want to say, of $570,000 with a $250,000 deductible per claim. So again, we think that the medical malpractice quote is likely to be reasonable enough that we may be better off fiscally if we decide to take that coverage rather than continue to self-insure that risk. And finally, that would do away with, again, associated burdens with being self-insured. So to sum up, what we will do when we get the quotes is we will look at the deductibles that are offered, and we will choose the deductible level that we predict will give us the lowest cost of insurance in an average claim year, unless for some reason I determine that it will require us to take on too much risk given our overall risk portfolio. But we will provide to the board in January what the final negotiated contributions and premiums and coverage elections are. I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Madam Chair.
Excellent. Yes, Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you. When was the last time we went out for bids from the private market on these insurances?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, if I'm not mistaken, it was last year, and NMCIA at that time was determined to be the proposal that was most advantageous to the county. And I believe that was the case the year before as well.
Okay, I was just thinking it's even if you think the market is hard, sometimes it's good to go out to bid at least every few years to make sure that perception is correct. But this makes sense. To me, if we did it last year, then just continuing this year makes sense. And what was the amount of the premium for the medical malpractice insurance, if we do go with this proposal?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Hughes, assuming that the NMCIA board adopts tomorrow's staff's recommendation, I believe that the recommendation from staff is to quote that at $12,000 per employee. So the ultimate premium would depend upon our employee count. I think they were going to do that at policy inception. Assuming our numbers don't change, we have 14 employees, and so my estimate was, I believe, $168,000. But again, that could change based upon our employee count.
Okay, but 168,000 is a lot better than 500,000. So that.
I would agree with that assessment.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. No more questions, Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
I would like to make a motion to approve a resolution authorizing the county manager to secure multi-line law enforcement and other insurance coverage for calendar year 2022-3.
Second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. Was there any further discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Manager Say, for what you do, sitting on the board for the New Mexico counties and looking at the statewide malpractice coverages that all correctional facilities do throughout every single county in the state. At one time, we had went on our own because of the mishap that happened down in Doña Ana County. So that was one of the reasons, I believe, why we went on our own. But you feel comfortable now that the quotes that New Mexico counties is receiving will be a lot lower than they've been in the past?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Commissioner Garcia, I don't know that I'm predicting rate decreases from New Mexico County Insurance Authority. I mean, much lower. I mean, I told you what I think the estimated range would be for the upcoming renewal. I believe that, their pricing, they endeavor to keep it relatively stable. And from my work on the underwriting committee and watching the premiums be developed, they try to keep it within a range that they believe that their members can tolerate. So I do believe that we would be predicting relative stability, which doesn't mean that we won't get increases or potentially decreases. I'm just suggesting that they try to bound those so that you're not subject to wild fluctuations, if that answers your question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Not. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. And I guess I need a resolution number for this as well.
I guess I can help with that, Madam Chair.
So,
This is resolution number 2022-119.
great, thanks so much. Well, I think, luckily everybody's keeping me in line here. I think now we're at number 7, presentations. 7A is a presentation on the Santa Fe Mountain Landscape Resiliency project, and I'd like to welcome James Duran, who's the acting forest supervisor, and Beth Ill, the deputy forest supervisor. And if you care to make any further discussions, that would be great. I mean introductions, that would be great. Welcome. Is your green light on?
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you so much for the opportunity to engage in some conversation. My name is James Duran. I'm the acting forest supervisor on the Santa Fe National Forest and the forest supervisor. And I'm the acting forest supervisor on the Santa Fe National Forest and the forest supervisor on the Carson National Forest. Our intent was to be able to continue the engagement that we've started. I know that after a resolution was issued by the board, we were asked to really think about the future of our prescribed fire program as well as the future of some of our projects, specifically the Santa Fe Mountain Landscape Resiliency Project. And so we wanted to provide you some updates today. I brought some key staff, as you mentioned. Our Deputy Forest Supervisor, Beth Eiley, will be providing a little bit of an overview on the mechanics of where we're at with the project, and then we'll be able to answer questions and share more information. So, Beth, if you want to come on up and share some information.
Thank you, James. And thank you, Santa Fe County Board. Is this our advancing thing? Thank you, Madam Chairperson and the Board of County Commissioners. We have a couple of slides for our project. We provided them. We'll go through them relatively quickly, but for your recollection, we issued this project in March of 2022, and at that time, we did not have a large fire season going, and we ended up pulling the project back in July when we were busy so that we could work on public awareness. We had gotten a word that the Chief of the Forest Service was doing a review of the overall National Prescribed Fire Program, and we were pretty busy with fire. So that brought us to moving. Did I advance it? Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Some of the things that changed, we released the draft decision notice and final environmental assessment on Friday, December 9th for a 45-day objection period, which starts on December 10th. What changed between the time that we released this decision in March and today was we signed our forest plan this past summer, and so our forest plan had to be recognized in the new analysis and decision. We had to consider the environment we were in with
to escape prescribed burns that were fires we were dealing with, the chief's review of our program, and then there was a requirement to include some language on environmental justice and climate change that came in. The environmental assessment is largely the same, but there are differences. This project, why here and why now? The project is an important, well, it's a high hazard area that was identified in the 2020 County Wildfire Protection Plan. We've treated 16,000 acres in the same vicinity already with a handful of different projects that we already have decisions on. The area is considered high hazard, associated with vegetation conditions on the federal lands that are also near residential development and other high values such as the Santa Fe municipal watershed. This project also addresses habitats and a couple of riparian systems. As we said, this is also a priority landscape area for the state of New Mexico's Forest Action Plan. The Santa Fe Fireshed Coalition was actually formed in response to the fire situation in the forested areas adjacent to the city of Santa Fe, including the Las Conchas fire, which occurred on untreated lands. And so the purpose of the Santa Fe Fireshed Coalition was to take an all-lands approach to treating the vegetation conditions that are resulting in these high-hazard fires. This project aligns with achieving our desired vegetation conditions that we identified in our forest plan and our EIS for the forest plan, which was a multi-year planning and public engagement effort. The project is consistent with our Forest Service national direction, and it's part of our chief's #1 priority, which is to protect lands and communities from wildfire. I'll go through this quickly because we're already at past December 10th is when the objection period started for 45 days. It ends on January 23rd, and then we begin our review of the objections, and our response to the objections is complete on April 30th. So that's our schedule. And, okay, so I'll let you step in.
So before we go to questions, Madam Chair, members of the board, I just wanted to kind of highlight, within your resolution, obviously, there was concerns about just the status of events, right? With the Las Despensas prescribed fire turning into the Hermit's Peak and that becoming one of the most catastrophic wildfires we know, and truly an unintended outcome, right? Our prescribed fire program is not designed, nor is it intended to bring forward unintended outcomes like the Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon. But what we're finding is that, the chief's review really required a hard look at the agency-wide prescribed fire program, and also required each individual forest to reflect on their program. So as we've engaged with leaders, including Commissioner Hamilton, Commissioner Hanson, we started to kind of explore where can we do better, where can we kind of modify our process. And so there are some immediate things that we know we're going to be investing in. One of those key things is transparency and coordination. As Beth mentioned earlier, our forest plan was really designed in the spirit of collaboration and cooperation, and with local governments, local leaders, we see a role for the local governments working side by side in a shared stewardship format with the Forest Service as well as with our state partners, because as you heard earlier, these are shared priorities. There is a national forest component in the upper watershed, but it is very much a shared priority area to mitigate wildfire risk to communities and values at risk. The other thing that I wanted to share is we also were asked, to take a hard look at our prescribed fire program, and moving forward, I was willing to send a letter to every county that the Santa Fe and Carson falls within, and to commit to a continued pause of our prescribed fire program. So what that means is essentially Even though there's prescribed burns in New Mexico, on the national forest, we're not there yet. And one of the reasons why is we need to go through some additional final steps through our internal process, but we also want to ensure that we're coordinating and communicating with the local jurisdictions that are within that prescribed burn area. As we've engaged with partners across northern New Mexico, many communities are anxiously awaiting prescribed fire activity because they see the value in that tool. They know that there's inherent risks. When we use the word fireshed, what we're recognizing is without treatment, without some type of manipulation, what we have with this drying climate is we have high potential for natural ignitions and obviously wildfires that can impact communities. And so we stay committed to that. We do not intend to put any fire on the ground within Santa Fe County until we have some form of coordination. So with the Santa Fe Mountain Project and what you were briefed on today, we're talking about the NEPA process, which is the National Environmental Policy Act procedure, which is simply planning. As we move forward into the future, into implementation, we want to continue to offer the collaborative environment, as well as maybe even going forward and offering cooperating agency status, which would allow the Forest Service and the County of Santa Fe to work very differently as we think about communicating to constituents, everything from prescribed fire activity, weather, smoke, all the things that we normally do kind of as the lead agency. We're very interested to explore how that looks. So I know the question that we continue to get is, Forest Service, how are you going to pull off this burn? And our answer continues to be, well, we're going to pull it off. We're going to look at opportunities to work with local communities to determine what's the best way to put fire back on the landscape, what's the best way to communicate it. And that is one of the intents of this engagement, is to continue to build an ongoing format for communication and engagement with the county leadership as we navigate into the future managing the national forests. So with that, I will pause and ask if there's any questions or anything else that you would want information on.
That's great. Thank you so much. I appreciate the presentation. I'll go to Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, James and Beth, for being here. It's really rather disappointing to see the EA come out and that there's basically no changes to it, except for the environmental justice section. I mean, climate change might be mentioned, but it doesn't say how you're going to mitigate it or how you're going to work with it. As a county commissioner, I am interested in us being a cooperating agency because I do feel that you need some oversight. And if that's the way that we can create oversight, then I'm for that, because what I've seen is in the last number of years, the huge fires that we have had in New Mexico have been started by the Forest Service or BLM or, one of the other federal agencies. And so it concerns me that you call the forest a fireshed. The forest is a watershed. And the real issue is that the water needs to stay in the forest because that's how we're going to stop it from drying out. Putting fire on the landscape dries out the forest. I mean, I don't think I'm creating rocket science here or anything. I'm just laying out basic principles of what I feel very strongly about. It's risky, and one of the things we asked in our resolution, we asked for an EIS, which I see is not happening, which I think is unfortunate, but also we asked for alternatives and different ways to approach, like goats on the WUI, approaching the WUI in a different way, because that is where people are feeling really threatened. And when I say WUI, I mean the wildlife-urban interface. And, I think it's important for people to understand that we talk in acronyms, and I apologize. We had a listening session. I really appreciate, Beth, that you were there. But your answers were, they were what we're getting right now. And it wasn't really very heartening to hear what you had to say at the listening session, because I think that a large group of those people who were at the listening session, over 100, really care about the forest and care about the wildlife and care about the nature of our forest. And you might have been there to listen, but there's no result. You came out, you've released this draft again. It's the same as before, basically. And the chief's report directed different items throughout it to actually direct and work and understand how climate change is affecting the landscape. Nobody is saying that that there's not going to be some fire in the forest. But what we don't want is these large prescribed burns like what happened on the east side of the Sangre de Cristos. People are incredibly fearful of what you did, and to kind of whitewash it, which I just feel like you just did, makes me feel like, are you really trying to listen to us? Are you really trying to work with us? If you really want to work with us, there's so many of these people who have ideas and plans and who are scientists, who are complexity scientists. Commissioner Hamilton is a scientist, and who have really different approaches and ideas. We all recognize that the forest needs some work, but you didn't evaluate the environment of the area you're going to destroy, and that's how people feel. They feel you are going to destroy their forest, and they have every reason to believe that from what you did on the east side of the Sangre de Cristos, because you have destroyed that forest over there. And it is now going to be a rangeland and, shrubs and, like what kind of restoration practices have you thought about? How are you going to increase the biodiversity? I spoke last night at a legislative meeting, and I talked about thinking out of the box and coming up with different ideas and having a more expansive view. And I really feel that that is what the Forest Service needs. I mean, in 2020, I'm only giving this as an example, I went to Washington, D.C., met with DOE, and believe me or not, I told DOE I wanted somebody I could work with at Lanel to do a strategic plan and to get the waste off of the hill. And lo and behold, DOE actually listened. They sent me a manager who I can work with. I'm not going to agree with him on everything, but we are working on a strategic plan. We are trying to make a difference in getting the waste off of the hill at Los Alamos. And I guess what my next move is that I go to Washington and meet with USDA and say, hey, we're a unique situation here. We have an opportunity to actually restore our forest and make it magnificent and make it a real watershed. And your idea of just burning as the only solution is not the answer that my constituents are looking for. I mean, that's clear from the meeting that Commissioner Hamilton and I and Forest Service forest advocates and the Wilderness Guardians held. That's clear that people want to participate. They want to be involved. They care deeply about the forest here. You don't have that everywhere. I mean, you don't have that level of engagement that we have here. You probably don't have county commissioners like myself and Commissioner Hamilton and Commissioner Hughes who really want to challenge your thought process, challenge your ideas, and challenge your way of thinking and come up with new solutions and, like where is the plan for rehabilitating the forests that you have destroyed? I mentioned that before. I could probably go on for quite some time, but I do feel very strongly that our forests, we don't want deforestation. We want forest restored to its natural environment. And you cannot use an 1880s idea of what the forest should look like because we are in a whole new ecosystem and climate regime. We are in a climate crisis. And so 1880 does not equate to where we are today. And so I really need you to engage with us and think about it. I am more than willing to work as a cooperating partner and try and come up with solutions that, permaculture, instead of having miles of roads, well, how about restore the hydrography and create more massive water in the forest, because the forest holds the water. And every time you put fire on the water, on the forest, you're decreasing the water. It's just, it's just 1 and 1 is 2. It's not that difficult. So I would like, also one of the other problems with the report is that there is no date on it. A number of us have tried to read the report. There's not a date of the December 9th. And you say that there's hard copies. I would like you to deliver like 20 hard copies to me so that I can hand them out to constituents so that they can actually read what the latest forest plan is, because it's not really clear on your website. You've made it very difficult. And so I'm just kind of, I haven't even had time to read the entire plan, but I have scanned it and I have looked through it, and I want you to work with us. We all care deeply about the forest. And so it is my plea to you to work with the constituents here. And I know we're going to have a new director, and so I'm asking that you return as soon as the new director is here and give another presentation, and let me know if you heard anything I said tonight. Like, are you listening? Did you listen at the listening session? I'm in contact with Ms. Rivera, and I will go and meet with her and request, explain to her that this is a unique situation and we have an opportunity to restore this forest, not burn it down. Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes and then Commissioner Garcia.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I, too, am disappointed that we didn't get a full environmental impact statement, but I just had a couple questions, and I apologize, I haven't read the whole thing. But have you considered, I know that, at least from my very limited understanding, most fires are caused by humans and not so much, some by lightning, but mostly humans. Have you considered ways to reduce human-caused fires, such as closing the forest more often when there's windy, dry conditions, or not allowing people to burn campfires, but make us all bring those little stoves into the woods when we want to cook stuff, and other regulations that would, because even if you go through with your plan, it's going to be many, many years until you've thinned out the forest, and so there's going to be this huge danger going forward, and I just wonder if you've considered other measures besides, just the controlled burns.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, I guess that's a great question. So what I wanted to share is
we've explored a variety of different ways of managing the national forest and also kind of implementing our mission in a way that balances those multiple uses, right? Because we know that access in northern New Mexico, people getting into the national forest, enjoying the national forest, accessing the products that many communities depend on is super important, as well as the water. These are the watersheds, the headwaters to a lot of our communities. So yes, we've explored many of those options. What we know is with the drying climate and what we're experiencing, just the immediate closure of the national forest probably isn't going to meet the needs of the communities, right? Meet the needs of those that want access to the national forest. What I want to make sure that we're clear on is when we talk about the Santa Fe Mountain Landscape Resilience project, it includes a variety of different treatments and tools, right, that are really standard in the world of land management, whether it's federal, whether it's state. This is the world of restoration, and within our EIS, which is our forest plan, we refer to it as the forest plan, but it was an EIS. We addressed climate change in one way, and it was really about resiliency, because what we know is with our drying climate, there are different vegetative types that are at risk because of the drying climate, because of the disease that comes with these drying conditions. So part of our effort to treat the national forest is to do exactly what I think we have a common interest in doing, is protecting the watersheds, enhancing the watersheds, and ensuring that we're building that resiliency in the national forest so that we are reducing the risk of wildfire. We know that fire has a place in the landscape. It always has. The agency's really looking hard, and we're very thankful that we continue to engage with some of our partners that bring a lot of knowledge to the table, a lot of traditional cultural knowledge. We have other landscapes adjacent to us where many of our partners, like the Pueblo of Tesuque, have put forward similar treatments and had a lot of success in improving their watershed and mitigating some of those risks. And so the Santa Fe, the watershed coalition that has been formed as a result of the Las Conchas is really interested in this work and interested in problem solving together with the Forest Service. And so although we speak of this as a project on federal land, that yes, we have jurisdiction and procedures we must go through to authorize and to support the project, it is very much a community-based proposal. Now, I understand that there are members of the community that see mitigation work very differently, or would like the Forest Service to maybe not use prescribed fire as a tool. What we're saying with this project is we have a lot of tools in the toolbox, and we're very open to working with partners to figure out how do we think outside the box, how do we create creative collaborative energy in implementing in a way that is smart, whether it's the management or even the access as you speak to.
Well, thank you. Could you maybe just give me a quick list of some of the other tools besides prescribed burns that you would use to make the forest more resilient?
Yeah, that's a great question, Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes. Let me address that. So we have a lot of mechanical treatment, and as you heard in the initial brief, we're talking a large landscape that is multi-jurisdiction. There's been a variety of treatments over the years that have brought forward reduced fuel loads. At the end of the day, reduced fuel loads is what we're looking for to mitigate that fire risk. So we have thinning, we have fuel wood projects, we have a variety of timber sales. What else? Mastication, which is mechanical treatments. So there's a variety of tools, and many of these treatments have to interact with one another, right? You may have to go put in a mechanical treatment to allow for prescribed fire to be effective. And so it's a very complex site by site kind of determination, but we have specialists that are obviously experienced in this, and we also bring in partners. I want to highlight the fact that the state action plan, as well as the county wildfire protection plan, really speaks to these similar tools and these similar treatments in the form of restoration and resiliency work in New Mexico.
Okay, thank you. I mean, just as to finish up my section, I just would encourage you to, as Commissioner Hanson suggested, really engage with the community and people who know the community and people who know that it gets windy in April, for example, and be willing to address all the concerns as you go forward, because otherwise I think it's going to be a very difficult job for you if you don't listen to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia.
Now it's my turn.
It is your turn.
Well, first of all, thank you for the presentation. Good presentation. You all have a hard job, especially with the things that have happened in the last couple of years, the Hemis fire. I know you're not out there just to burn the forest down. There's obviously, you're not out there just to go burn the forest down. I realize that. And I hope other people out there realize that. Let's just go burn down the forest. No, it doesn't work like that. I actually think one of the things we need to probably start with, us as policymakers here, is talk to our federal delegation, because you all are doing what's needed in your realm of things as into what the requirements are at a federal level. Maybe we need to, like I just mentioned, we need to go talk to our federal delegation, change the law, change the rules. So what we need to do it, what you want them to do. Different forests are different in different areas, from anywhere from Montana all the way down to New Mexico. You understand what I'm saying? So maybe we should look at that. I like the goat idea. Let's put some goats in the area and let's thin out the forest. Some of those areas need to be thinned out. I have a river in our community that needs to definitely be thinned out. I would love to put goats in there, but that's another topic for another day. One of the other issues is this billions of dollars that we have from the federal government for the fires that happened up north in the Las Vegas area. Great. Now how do we get that money to these individuals, to Mr. Garcia? He's lived there all his life, doesn't have insurance. Federal government's not going to go write him a check. No way. So I'm interested, and I know it may or may not be, but whatever help you can help those individuals out there, please do so, because here's a check, New Mexico. Go help all these individuals. It doesn't work that way when it comes with federal dollars. I know that. I've dealt with little grants, and that's a challenge that New Mexico's going to have, and I feel sorry for those individuals that are looking at that check. It's going to take a little while to do so. Give the Attorney General, Hector Balderas, some credit for moving forward, and what are you going to do, federal government? But like I mentioned, it needs to start at the top, as it does here at a local level with us policymakers for local government, our federal delegation. This is a great start for what you're all doing. As Commissioner Hanson and Commissioner Hughes mentioned, please keep in communication with your communities as well as my colleagues up here. But thank you for what you do. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Commissioner Roybal, did you have something?
Sure, Madam Chair, thank you. I just, first of all, I want to thank you for the presentation and update. I know that coming up with the path forward to mitigate this type of terrible event or fire in our state and nation, I know that it's not going to be solved overnight, and I know that you guys are coming up with a lot of great ideas and paths forward to mitigate this issue from happening again. I guess my biggest ask is just to keep the local governments engaged and in the loop, and make sure that we're updated so we can help contribute and work with you guys to figure out a way that we can mitigate this issue for the future. I mean, we're here, of course, to advocate for our constituents and bring their concerns and frustrations forward, but at the same time, we want to be here as a tool to help you guys succeed in whatever way we can. So we just want to keep those open lines of communication with you guys. So, please reach out to us and keep us in the loop and updated, and we would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And you guys, I thank you for the presentation, and you guys it takes a lot of courage to try to engage, especially for a controversial subject, topic. So I really appreciate that you're here. It's very much in good faith. On the other hand, listening and a plea to continue to engage the public and local government is pretty empty if nothing changes, and nothing changes. And it's it's difficult because one of the prime management principles when you work in climate change, which is where I do all my professional work, is that business as usual, doing things the way we did 20, 50 years ago is not appropriate. It is not an appropriate response to a changing climate. So first thing I would like to ask is what your definition of resilience is. Because we throw the word around a lot, and that I just spent 2 days facilitating federal, state, and local agencies who all are practitioners in wetland resilience management, what their definition of resilience is. And it's not easy to come by. It's not defined in the EA, and so it has right now, what do you guys think? What is your management definition of resilience?
Madam Chair, members of the board, so that's a really good question. And so really, resiliency is just the ability to manage the national forest to provide for that resiliency to withstand some of the climate and disease. Now, within our plan, what you're going to find is you're going to find desired future conditions that really speak to ecosystems as a whole, as well as species and different habitats. And so, resiliency is all based, really defined by, the different sites, the different vegetative sites. And I think it's something that has to be assessed site by site. But when we speak of resiliency, we know that our forests are at risk. And we know that we have to manage in a way that provides the opportunity for the risk to be reduced as we go into the future.
So you are suggesting that resilience at least includes persistence of the forest, a forest ecosystem, like acre by acre?
I would say we absolutely want persistence of the forest, but we also know that fires that are non-characteristic are going to make changes that in some places, and we've seen it in southwestern New Mexico and Arizona, where the fires will change those ecosystems for a long time. And that's what we're trying to prevent. That's what reducing and I realize fuel load is a tough word for people who are looking at restoration, but fuel load equals heat, and heat builds the fires to higher levels. And so reducing the amount of fuels is what treatment often looks like. But ponderosa pine will have its own treatment type. Mixed conifer forests will have their own treatment type. Even in the pinyon juniper area will have their own treatment types. And they're that's described in the EA. So resilience is different for different types. There's a book answer in the forest plan.
Is it really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Different for different forest types? I mean,
it will be a desired
your target condition might be different, but is resilience, is the way if you're managing for resilience, what are you managing for?
It's built into the desired conditions. Because the desired conditions have a long-term perspective, our plans end up going for decades, and that's our horizon that we look at. So for us, resilience is really important.
I'm glad it's important, but it's not a trivial question.
No, it's
because
not.
Defining resilience, which hasn't been done, is part of what will drive what you do to manage resilience. And if you're actually managing for resilience in the face of climate change, and you want to do things differently, you might consider changing what you burn, when you burn, and how you burn. For example, our Stewards Guild is doing a management project, as you well know, because we've been together talking about it, at the Glorieta camps, Glorieta Conference Center, multiple acres, and they burn completely differently. They do smaller treatments, they do smaller burns, so that the burns don't get out of control. They do a different procedure for removal and for monitoring, and it addresses some of the difference in conditions that are driven by climate change, temperatures, more arid conditions, different seasons of wind. um, the way they apply the associated mechanical treatments that prepare for those respond to those differences. And part of the linkage between the objective of managing for resilience and the way you apply the burning reflects those different conditions. It reflects that resilience objective of retaining the ecosystem functions. Guaranteed in the current climate conditions from every bit of work that's been done, that Commissioner Hansen is right. Once you burn that forest down, it is not going to recover. 100 years ago it might have recovered. It will never recover now. It will go to an altered, it crosses a threshold, ecological thresholds. It will come back as a different ecosystem, savanna, for whatever. So personally, I really agreed with our resolution asking for the EIS because what it drives us to do, the intent of NEPA. I would have been very happy to see an EA that was updated and included differences in the way burning was applied, in the size of the burns that reflected both climate change conditions and the fact, like you have to use all the facts. And if you have a fact that large fires, that the way they're done now, are out of control, you can't do it the exact same way the next fire and expect a different outcome, right? The level of risk is just as big. So I am making the point because there are a range of options in terms of response that aren't, well, we're doing it right and we're doing it, the way we have to. It's not an argument for fire, no fire. It's not a binary choice. There are people who would want to see absolutely no fire. But up at the Glorieta camps, the way it's applied is appropriate for that situation. I'm willing to bet within the tens of thousands of acres that are within this project site, there are places you don't want to burn and places that it would be appropriate. Not in the big burns that the Forest Service has done in the past, because 20 years ago is not today. So I don't really care if you stay in touch if it's gratuitous. I want the continued interactions if there are going to be some changes that come from it. The other thing that I have made this point before, it seems like a simple point, but you justify wanting to just get past NEPA so that we can start this project, which is really important, because the EA is just a planning document. There is not a management system in the world that doesn't do that. Those, the circles and the arrows that go planning, arrow, implementation. What's in the planning document is what tells you what you're going to do. And if that planning document hasn't changed, and it's like, but trust us with the federal government here to help, we're going to do the burns differently because our chief said we have to do the burns differently. That's not the way it's supposed to go. Just write it down in the damn planning document. So that's kind of my feeling about what's going on here. What you're going to do should be reflected in the EA. It's fine to reference the forest plan, but it's not fine to say the EA doesn't need to change. So, Commissioner Hansen?
Madam Chair, there are a number of people online who would like to make a public comment, and Commissioner Chair Hamilton has agreed that they could do that, and so I would respectfully request that you stay to listen to the people online so that they can, that you can hear their concerns also.
Is that possible? Because I mean, we appreciate your time coming, and we appreciate this interaction. It's just, we're trying to achieve something, and that's what this is all about. We really appreciate you being here. Is it possible to stay for that?
Madam Chair, that's not a problem. We'd be willing to stay and listen. I think, in parting, we just appreciate the opportunity. We look forward to continuing to work and learn and problem solve together, and also share a little bit more about how we approach this work and some of the other contexts that we're unfortunately not able to provide in a briefing like this. But thank you, and we will stay.
Thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. If nobody, County Manager or Attorney Young or any of the other commissioners, if nobody objects to that slight change in agenda, I was hoping to move up the public comment that has to do with this topic to now before the other two presentations. Is that acceptable? So I believe I assume there are people here in the audience and online. Is there anybody here in the chambers who wants to speak to this particular topic? So if you could come up one at a time and introduce yourself. And this is just public comment. So if you just introduce yourself, give your name and we don't need addresses for this, do we?
Madam Chair.
So if you could just come up and introduce yourself, and we'll do a 3-minute public comment, because I think there may be a lot of people. And hang on before you start. Daniel, if you're running this, can we do our 3-minute timer? I know.
Madam Chair, yes, I will display that right now.
I knew you were working on it, but I just didn't want you to have to rush too much. Thank you so much. So please, is the green light on?
Yes, thank you.
Groovy.
Okay, first of all, Madam Chairman and Commissioners, I can't tell you how grateful I am for your work. I'm extremely grateful. Thank you so much.
And do you mind please giving your name as well, ma'am? Can you please give your name as well?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I'm Jan Boyer. I live on Rio Vista Street. I've followed this issue for 20 years, and I would like to share with you a few things that I've learned over these years. One of the things that I'm concerned about is that when I used to go to the Forest Service meetings, their main interest was in telling me that I should grow to learn to love meadows. Well, frankly, I always did like meadows, but I don't mean that I like meadows to be replacing our forests. And so I did not like it when they kept telling me I should get to know and like meadows, because they were saying that was an excuse for getting rid of the forest. I should like meadows. I don't like that point of view. Okay, so another issue for me is that sooner or later, we're all going to be paying an awful lot for the health of these firefighters, because as several of them has said to me, well, we all die within 5 years of our retirement because our lungs are totally bad from all the chemistry that we've been breathing in these fires. Who is going to pay for the extended medical care for all of those firefighters? Okay, another thing is that I asked them about the birds and the animals, and they said, oh, Jan, there'll be enough in the next acreage, in the next county, that some of them will live and repopulate the area. Well, that's not a very good view when you think about how many millions of animals they're talking about killing, okay? Because apparently, okay, now here's another piece. You cannot find out what percentage of trees they are going to remove. But having done a ton of research and read an awful lot of their documents, I know that from all of the work that they have done in the past 20 years, all of the thinning projects thin more than 90% of the trees. And that's from the La Cueva work order, the Hyde Park scoping letter, and the URL when Sandy Herlocker was here and admitted to you that he didn't like to think of it that way, but yes, they would be getting rid of more than 90% of the trees. And at that point, it was 18,000 acres, but it's changed a few times. Does anybody realize that they're going to get rid of 90+% of the trees on 18,000 acres, and then they're going to burn 67 square miles? And if you call them and ask them, how much are you going to burn? How many trees are you going to remove? They will not give you a straight answer, because I have asked, and other people have as well, and they've reported to me as well, that they can't get a straight answer. 90%. How many people, every week I see somebody in a grocery store and I say, do you know about this resiliency project? Nobody's ever heard of it. And yet, at the same time, okay, there were 5,000 people wrote in comments in the first comment period. Now, I don't understand why they are able to redo the EA, which is basically the same, and yet they refuse to accept the 5,000 comments that were sent in saying 98% of them said, we want an EIS. And I said, well, why are you throwing out all those comments that we sent in? And people learned so much to have to write those comments. And they said, well, some of them were form letters, so we threw them out. Is that a really good reason for throwing out 5,000 comments? And now we have to start over and learn everything all over again and figure out what we said a year ago and all that? That's not easy. I know this issue, and it's intimidating even for me.
Thank you so much.
Is my time up?
It is.
Can I say one more thing? They keep saying they're proud of their work. And they say, we can burn it because we can. We know it's just about the money. Please help us continue helping us, and thank you so much again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody else here in the chambers that wants to speak to this? Okay, so I'm going to go to online. And Daniel, oh, did somebody raise their hand? I'm so sorry, I just missed you. Come on up. Thank you very much, Jeff.
Hello, Madam Chair. Members of the commission, I'm sorry, I just kind of moseyed on up here.
Yeah, no problem.
My name is Carlos Saiz. I've been a wildland firefighter for a decade now. That's not my time is going to be short. I just want to express my support towards this project. Speaking from a wildland firefighter standpoint, we talk about going home safely to our families after every assignment, after every deployment. That's our main goal. And this type of resiliency project actually produces that type of safety for our fellow firefighters. We look for opportunities like managed forests, like treated areas of these forests, so that way we can be in a safer area where there's already naturally an unsafe type of environment. This kind of resiliency project can help support not only the local firefighters here in New Mexico, but also the incoming firefighters from out of state that also look to help in our times of need. My statement was just short, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for what you do. Is there anybody else here in the chambers? Because I wasn't very clever about catching Carlos's hand. So, okay. So Daniel, can you help me out with people online?
Madam Chair, our first speaker is Sarah Hayden.
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah.
Hi. Yeah, and I want to so thank the County Commission for all they've done. It's just incredible for the public, and I hope that this will bear some fruit. But what I wanted to say is that the Forest Service has, as we know, has reinitiated the same EA despite the disastrous Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon fire and despite the public controversy and the scientific controversy. You haven't listened to the public clearly, nor conservation organizations. Nothing matters but what is in the project analysis and decision. After that, the Forest Service can essentially do whatever it wants, addressed in the project analysis. This project is essentially being steamrolled onto the public. In both sets of comments, the public strongly opposed the project as currently proposed, and the vast majority called for an EIS to be completed. There are conservation organizations eager to help develop a much better project that generally restores the forest ecosystem and moderates fire by increasing the amount of moisture that the forest can retain. Cutting so many trees that the sun bakes the soil and the wind whips through drying out the forest floor is not restoration. Burning off new growth almost as soon as it starts to get established is not restoration. It's not at all clear that these types of treatments significantly moderate fire behavior. The science is certainly contested. We do know that for certain that fireproofing structures in the surrounding 100 feet does protect homes. If you go forward with this project without letting conservation organizations and the public genuinely engage, it will leave an angry and divided community. Enough harm has been done by the Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon fire. The Forest Service did not listen to the locals who were saying the obvious: don't burn during a period of high spring winds. You have not listened, as we've been saying. We don't want our health further harmed by even more prescribed burn smoke. You have not considered any other science other than the science that supports your fuels treatment agenda. And now again, we're saying what's obvious. Don't go forward business as usual with this project when so much is at stake and our forests are so much drier. In the process of completing an environmental impact statement, more up-to-date alternatives could be considered that actually conserves and supports our forest and protects our communities and our health. There's no other reasonable or acceptable option for this project than to complete an environmental impact statement. There is still time to make that decision. We're in the objection period now, and you can finally listen to us and decide to do the environmental impact statement. Nothing else is acceptable.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Now the next speaker. Daniel?
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Sand Herlocker.
Thank you. Sandy.
Yeah, Sandy Herlocker. I mistyped my name. Sorry about that. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to read off something because I want to make sure I meet my time. My name is Sandy Herlocker. For 15 years, I was district ranger in Espanola. One of my most rewarding parts of my job was solving problems with communities like we're doing tonight and their elected leaders. I learned that as leaders, we all face a number of problems that seem impossible to solve. And then along comes a partnership that brings solutions. I believe the Greater Santa Fe Fireshade Coalition is just such a partnership. And so even though I retired from the Forest Service about a year ago, I have remained active with the coalition and the work it has to do. Today, I'd like to focus on one of the coalition's success stories. In August 2020, the Medio fire threatened to establish in the Tesuque Basin, except a 2019 prescribed burn at Pacheco Canyon allowed the incident management team to stop its progress. During the planning for Pacheco, the project, an array of concerns were raised and considered, an almost identical array of concerns that I'm hearing tonight and that have come up during past projects, including a call for an EIS. If the forest had decided back then to do an EIS, even though all the evidence said one was not necessary, and if the prescribed burn had not occurred because of that delay, I have no doubt our conversation today about the Santa Fe Mountains project would be about fire recovery, not landscape resilience. When we conducted Pacheco Canyon prescribed burn, Forest Service personnel were blessed with the help from the city, the county, Tesuque, and a number of other agencies and organizations. We worked together to make that prescribed burn work, both safely and effectively. It was a spring burn, by the way. The success came because of that cooperation. So I want to acknowledge that Hermit's Peak fire definitely changes how we see the risk of prescribed burning. But I like to say that it's writing an EIS won't change that, in my opinion. And that is why I come today to request the Commission's support for the decision and to join in the implementation of the Santa Fe Mountains project while there's still time to act. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Daniel?
Madam Chair, our next speaker is David Rash.
Thank you. Welcome, David. David, could you unmute yourself and?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is David Rash. I live in the County of Santa Fe, and I want to also support what Commissioner Hansen has said, which is the Forest Service is not listening to us. They have had numerous requests from certain members of our community to help preserve a tree which will be soon endangered across our country. The white pines are suffering from white pine blister rust. And with also climate change, drought and fire could destroy this tree, which will become endangered. And here in central New Mexico, the white pines of North America overlap in their ranges. The limber pine is a high elevation white pine, and the southwestern white pine is a mid elevation white pine. And not only are they both going to be threatened by white pine blister rust, but these two species can hybridize and help each other contend with the climate challenges that they are going to see. The Forest Service has refused to acknowledge that the southwestern white pine needs to be preserved and not thinned whenever there is forest thinning going on. And I would recommend that not only Commissioner Hansen go to DC to talk to people above the Santa Fe Forest Service, but also talk to other forest managers in the Southwest. For example, the Apache Sitgraves Forest in Arizona, they have a plan to never remove southwestern white pine when doing thinning for forest management. And I would beg you to make sure that the Forest Service hears us once and for all, because we've made this request for way too many times without finding any evidence that they've heard us. They understand the situation, that we could lose white pines in our forest, and we are really concerned. So help us make sure they hear us, go to Washington, talk to other Forest Service managers, and save the southwestern white pine and the limber pine from extinction, which could happen in our lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Daniel, you have the next speaker.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Sam Hitt.
Welcome, Sam.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I just want to focus on a couple things. Obviously, the first job is to provide for public safety. And then the second, equally important, is ensuring that the public has a voice in managing the land that they own.
You're
So,
cutting out. Yeah. Okay.
Unfortunately, the Forest Service is failing on both. So first, in this environmental assessment, there's no discussion of the most cost-effective means of protecting the potentially common wildfires. There is an alternative in the there's not an alternative in the EA that prioritizes working from the home outwards by making fire safety home improvements and reducing fuels immediately surrounding structures and communities. Very good science showing that is effective. And so, second, instead of doing the comprehensive analysis of impacts that includes mandatory mitigation measures like protecting the rare white pines and songbird habitat, they've once again declared that the impacts are insignificant. And the public is once again assumed to be misinformed. And just a few words on the Santa Fe Fireshed Coalition, because this is where they come into play. Now, they are funded and staffed by the Forest Service, and their job is not necessarily to listen to public concerns, but to educate those who they assume are misinformed. This is because, as an independent group, the Forest Service has definitely sidestepped an important federal law, the Federal Advisory, Committee Act, or FACA, which mandates openness and representative participation. So FACA groups make change happen. In fact, I was on a FACA group many years ago, and we eliminated the spraying of insecticides in the Santa Fe National Forest. So hundreds of homes in rural communities could have been saved this summer if grants and low-interest loans had been made available to at-risk communities. So instead, what the Forest Service is doing, instead of learning these lessons, is doubling down on what doesn't work. It's not that they don't listen, they don't know how to listen. And this is what must change. So thank you for your help in making this happen.
Thank you very much, Sam. Daniel, can we get the next speaker?
Madam Chair, the next speaker is David Birnbaum.
This is David Birnbaum. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
I am someone who has was really pleased. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, the commissioners, because I participated in the meeting where you passed the resolution 22-50, and that document is really exciting to read today. You spoke the truth, and what you said was important, and it got completely ignored. There was no indication that any change was made. And when the Forest Service came out with the plan to hold back on any further burns and to take another look at this whole project, there was great excitement among those of us who think it's a terrible idea, but they have just given us back the same exact thing. They are totally ignoring the lesson of the Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon fire. They take comments and objections only from people who have previously been part of that process, so that there are now, in May, when they last took comments and objections, less than 20 people were listened to. And the listening was very slight, because they were telling us the night of the November 10th Zoom meeting, there was a real intent on the part of the Forest Service representative to make us believe that they were going to have meetings to inform the public about this project, that they were going to open up the objection process. But they listened to only 100 out of 5,000 people who requested an environmental impact statement. And they also ignored your passionate and well-documented, it wasn't a plea, it was a demand for an environmental impact statement. This project is something that's exactly what the environmental impact statement was designed for. And the fact that they are still saying that it's or issuing a finding of no significant impact is a slap in the face to all of those people who lost their homes in the Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon fires. Right there, you have an answer. That is just a bold-faced lie, and it's ignorant to say that there's no significant impact in what they are planning to do. And we saw it. We have the proof. It's history now, and they cannot continue. They should not be allowed. I'm counting on you and the government, and I'm hoping that the federal government and the state will help us. We cannot allow them to do what they are planning to do. And they won't, they'll tell us they're listening, but they won't do it. They won't change their ways.
Thank you very much. Daniel, can we have the next speaker?
Madam Chair, the final speaker is Valerie Gramillion. I do not see Ms. Gramillion on WebEx. Ms. Gramillion, if you are a phone caller, please dial *6 to unmute.
Hello, my name is Xander Evans, and I signed up to speak. I'm here on the phone. I wonder if I could have a moment, my 3 minutes.
Yes, can you give me your name?
Alexander Evans, Dr. Alexander Evans. I'm the executive director at the Forest Stewards Guild.
Yes, I
And,
had you as being present. Go right ahead, Dr. Evans.
I have a doctorate in forest ecology and have been studying forest ecology for the last 25 years. And I have to say it's very difficult because there's a lot of misinformation, both tonight and on the previous listening session. The science that the Forest Service is using to drive the resiliency plan is really the best available. And I know this because it's my business. I study it day to day, and whether it's from Northern Arizona University or I hear someone in the background being very disrespectful. Please give me my time. And so I'm really proud of the Forest Service for stepping up and working on this project. And that's why the Forest Stewards Guild and I myself am part of the Santa Fe Fireshed Coalition. Even more important than my experience in forests is the fact that I'm a parent. I have 2 young sons who grew up in Santa Fe, and it's really important to me that they experience the forest the way I've been able to. And in order to do that, we need to implement this kind of restoration project that brings a keystone ecological process back to our forests. We need to have fire. These are fire-adapted forests that adapted with fire over millennia. And so without bringing that fire back, they're not going to be healthy in the way we need them to be. And so the partnerships and the collaboration that's come together over really decades to set the stage for the Mountain Resiliency Project has been crucial. And I just wanted to speak up momentarily here this evening. Thank you for taking the time. I know that there are a lot of other people. I know a colleague of mine, Matt Piccarello from the Nature Conservancy, is also waiting on the phone to speak. And I think there are a number of people who haven't been included in some of these public dialogues that are supportive of this plan. So thank you for taking the time, and I appreciate the conversation. It's a really important conversation. We all care a lot about the forest, and I think that looking deeply into the existing Mountain Resiliency Project is a good idea. But I think when we do that, we'll find that it is the best foot forward, and it's what's going to allow our forest to continue into the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Evans. So are there other people online, either on the WebEx or by phone, who would like to speak to this matter?
Madam Chair, Valerie Gramillion is online now.
Oh, great. Okay, so Valerie, if you can unmute yourself.
And Matt Piccarello is on the phone. Thank you.
Okay. I'll come back to other people. Valerie, are you there to speak?
Hello, sorry, am I on?
Yes, you are now. Thank you.
Sorry, thanks very much. Greetings, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Valerie Gremion. I'm a complexity scientist working on climate change impacts on forest ecosystems. Just a brief aside, I think we need to have a scientific meeting about this because I completely disagree with the previous scientist. That means it's time for the scientists to have a discussion about this. And I strongly request the Forest Service to participate. Because in my readings, and I've been reading extensively for at least 10 years now, to the Forest Service, resilience does not mean resilience as we think of it, certainly not in an ecological sense. And forest health doesn't even mean the health of the trees or even of the forest itself. It means something else. It means that the Santa Fe National Forest as an entity, them, is healthy, and their multi-use program is healthy. Removing trees doesn't bring resilience. Destroying the forest matrix won't do that either. Removing things won't do that. That's just deforestation and exactly what we need not to do right now. The forest plan currently doesn't address the real dangers we're facing in the forest, and that's the entire loss of the forest as an ecosystem, as it degrades to rangeland and grassland when the forest trees heat up and the soil loses moisture. There are 2 specific easy ways to lose this. One is through fire. That's what they're trying to avoid. Thank you. However, drying it out by management practices will equally kill all the trees, and thinning and burning are exactly those kind of management practices. So both of your main approaches drive the ecological conditions of the forest toward tree mortality. Both do nothing to ameliorate climate change impacts on the forest. Both are negative treatments. destroying and removing, why aren't we using any positive treatments instead of just deforestation as the only technique? Because these will both lead, I mean, this just leads to death of the trees and eventually death of the forest. So given that we have changing climate conditions, severe drought, extremely stressed forest, we really need to discuss this with a new plan that should start with climate change. The current plan only refers to that existing. It doesn't account for climate change or address it. It doesn't mitigate it. It doesn't plan in any way to support the forest through it. Could we make real plans for the future of this forest in ecological support terms? Please? Because our survival here in northern New Mexico depends on the health of this forest as a forest. It provides us with 10 degrees of cooling, with water and air, ecological services it provides us. It's stabilizing the ground underneath our feet, literally. So we need a strategic plan for the Santa Fe National Forest, one that understands this is a strategic forest in terms of climate, in terms of life here, even in terms of our national security. It can't just be used for timber extraction and simplistic multi-use approaches. It's vital to our ecological and economic survival. So please upgrade your science and understanding of the future we actually face, not the one that you've been planning for, and work with us rather than dismissing our concerns. We would so appreciate it, and we have a lot of ideas and a lot of science too. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Valerie. Are there other people who maybe have not signed up, so you may not be on the list, which is fine, who are online who wish to speak to this?
Yes, hello, Councilor. This is Matt Piccarello. May I have 3 minutes?
Excellent. Thank you. Why don't Matt, go right ahead.
Thank you. Yes, hello, Commissioners. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. As I said, my name is Matt Piccarello, and I'm the Forest and Watershed Health Manager for the Nature Conservancy. While I've been working on forest and watershed restoration projects for over a decade in New Mexico, as well as logging hundreds of hours on prescribed fires, I would rather speak today representing myself as a Santa Fe County resident, as well as a constituent, because I know you're interested in hearing constituents' concerns. There is already enough evidence of the effectiveness of the kinds of activities that are being proposed by this project and stacks of scientific research and data to support it. Data that was collected from the Sangre de Cristo Mountains and nearby mountain ranges and results from recent fires, such as the Midnight Fire and the Medio Fire, where treatments did mitigate wildfire spread and impacts. However, if it were as simple as just referencing those studies and results, I wouldn't feel compelled to need to voice my support today. I'm concerned about the future of the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. I'm concerned that the combined factors of past land use and forestry practices and climate change will result in a landscape scale, uncharacteristically severe wildfire that will destroy forests, wildlife habitat, homes, and infrastructure, and send rivers of debris and ash flowing downhill into town. I'm concerned that there are calls to delay the work that we know to be effective to conduct further analysis that will not change any of the conclusions. I will be frustrated and angry as a resident of Santa Fe County if such a fire does occur on the west slope of the Sangres and we have not done everything we can to prevent the worst effects as we are seeing on the east slope of the Sangres and have seen elsewhere in the state. Nobody wants another Cerro Grande or Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon fire, and the real suffering that those communities are facing should not be minimized in any way. There are valid questions and concerns about prescribed fire, and changes to policy and practices must be made, changes that must be made outside of the NEPA process, and changes that need to be made in burn planning and operations. But delay in inaction does not convey safety. It only adds literal fuel to the fire. And we can be both outraged at what happened on the east slope of the Sangres and still call for action on the west slope. So lastly, there's no future without fire in our mountains, and I just hope that we can act fast enough to have a say in what that fire looks like when it does come. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Matt. Is there anybody else online who wishes to speak to this matter? So I assume there's nobody else on WebEx. Is there anybody else who's a caller who wishes to speak? If so, please unmute yourself and let us know. Is there a hand? Yeah. Yes, please.
I would like to speak.
Okay, hang on. I will get right back to you. Don't go away. I have somebody in the
Thank you.
chambers as well.
Madam Commissioners, my name is Michael Martinez. I work with the Pueblo of Tesuque Department of Environment and Natural Resources. I'm the Reserve Treaty Rights Lands Coordinator, and I'm also a Oke-Awinge tribal official. Listening and hearing this stuff, there is a lot of misinformation going out. The utilization of some of this vocabulary is just misconstrued. I've been on this project since day one, the Santa Fe Mountains Landscape Resiliency Project, but I'm also part of the Pacheco Canyon project that we're in collaboration with the Forest Service. Walking these grounds, you know, you can do whatever research you want from behind your computer, but if you're not walking these grounds, walking the canyons, and seeing what needs to be done, then watch what you say, because I've been there and I did it, and I walked hand in hand with these scientists doing all this work and implementing the prescribed fire. It seems like it's taking it too far. What we want to do is we just want to do what needs to get done, and it's not deforestation, it's not thinning, it's taking a conditional approach to certain areas and all areas. Not every area needs to get fire. But there is no way to get this biomass out of these canyons. And in these canyons, the forest floor looks as brown as what you're looking right here. And I can take you guys to our projects and what we've done, and I will show you the green that has come out because of these projects that we have done. You know, and as Sandy Herlocker said, you know, we worked hand in hand with the Pacheco Canyon project. If that project wasn't in there, we would be having a different discussion right now of what's going to be going on in our forest. You won't have a ski basin, you won't have a watershed, and we'll all be dealing with what's going on the Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon. I don't speak on behalf of the Pueblo. I can't do that. I can speak for Oke-Awinge and say that, you know, we need to go with these projects. But the Pueblo of Tesuque is in support of the Santa Fe Mountains Landscape Resiliency Project. So just, the forest does need work. We all know that, you know, and it just, prescribed fire ain't the only tool, but we want to create the resiliency so when a fire does happen, we can use that fire as a tool, you know, and just let the fire do its thing. Instead of having a catastrophic fire, we'll have a beneficial fire. All right, but my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to go back to the woman who's on the phone. And I'm sorry, are you available? Is there somebody still on the
Hello.
line?
Yes, I am. My name is, hello, commissioners. Hello, chairperson. My name is Emmy Caponen, and I hadn't prepared anything. However, just the mention of the Medio fire brought back a memory to me. I had thankfully backpacked that the year before, that fall before the fire. And I know that our forest is going through transition, but that does not mean that the prescribed burns or thinning should not be right at the source. The only reason I can see for, you know, is for roads or some other purpose. You know, I let the fire burn. Burns a wildfire, unlike a prescribed burn, burns hot, it burns fast, it travels. Now, what you were seeing a lot in the woods are dead and down, and believe me, I used to sell wood. Nobody wants to buy rotten wood. It does not burn well. It's, you know, worthless. So let it be the ground cover. Let the fire just whip through and leave the soil and protect around the houses. Firefighters should work near home. They should not go out in these canyons like they did the summer before the Hermit's Peak fire. I went out quite a bit. I have a friend who lives up San Ignacio, above tragically Sapio. And there was a huge prescribed fire. I don't know, it was 1,500 acres, or when these prescribed burns used to be, I remember when they were 20 acres. I know that we are in a changing climate time, but that forest has taken so long to make itself. It does not need to be smothered with chemicals, as some person said. And, you know, all the people who went to school and everything, well, a college degree actually teaches people to think, which is what I have. And that's debatable, but I think I do think. And I just object to the narrative of going ahead. This is the best way to do it. I'm sorry, I don't trust authority anymore at all. I object. So that's all I really wanted to say. That was just tragic. That Viejo Trail was one of the prettiest trails that I've ever seen in my life. And the Medio fire could have been gotten on earlier. I heard for some people that the residents wanted to go out, and I don't know if it's the Forest Service, the Forest Coalition, who it was, but they would not let them get on it early. And that's when you put a fire out, right in the beginning. And if it's a big wildfire, let it burn. That's what it's supposed to do, and protect the houses, protect the perimeters. So that's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, final double check. Is there anybody present or online who wishes to speak during matters of public concern? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close matters of public concern. Commissioner Hanson?
I just want to thank everybody who spoke. I especially want to thank the Forest Service for coming and engaging with us and making an effort to work with us. I think that is the most important thing that can come out of all of this, is that we have some deep, sincere engagement and understanding of how people feel and how they see things, and education and thinking outside the box. You know, create flexibility, create different ideas, and help our community understand what you want to do, and you listen to the community and understand what they also want you to do. I think those two things are what going to solve our problems, or at least allow us to move forward. And once again, I want to thank everybody who came to speak. I want to thank the Commission for hearing this and supporting this important dialogue. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you very much to James Duran and Beth Hiley and all your support staff who came and spent the time with us, and look forward to talking again. I guess that will move us on to item 7, which is B, which is a presentation on workforce training reentry program by Entrepreneurial Institute of Northern New Mexico. Good night. Thank you. So we have, and I know I hope Jamie Bliven.
Yes, Jemay.
Excellent. Well, Jemay.
Thank you.
Sorry, I apologize for butchering that. And if you could do any other needed introductions, would very much appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairman and Commissioners, members of the board, for allowing us to do this presentation. You should have the handout. I'm gonna try to go through it pretty quickly in case you wanna talk to my team and ask questions. Thank you, Commissioner Roy Paul, for meeting with us not long ago and providing this opportunity to speak. I'm speaking on the Entrepreneurial Institute of Northern New Mexico, which is the initiative that we want to speak to you about. It is workforce training and community building for reentry. I am the founder and CEO of Innovate Educate, an organization I founded in 2008 when I moved back to Santa Fe. I grew up here, went to all the public schools, elementary, middle, high school in Santa Fe, and I've spent the last 14 years focusing on skills-based hiring, skills-based training, and how do we really help people that don't have college degrees specifically get employed in high-wage jobs. That's not what this is about, but that is my expertise and my experience. We've worked all over the country and globe in this work. We're now very, very focused on one big initiative, which is the Entrepreneurial Institute of Northern New Mexico. I'm just going to have Ryan speak about the training that is embedded in this program that we are presenting on. We are funded by the county and have been since 2020 for the Pro Skills program, which is a skills training. We receive referrals from the county, and we have an MOU and work with Santa Fe Public Schools, and we work to provide skills for youth and young adults to become immediately employed as soon as they need to, whether that's 15, 16, or 23. I want to introduce Ryan Demas, who works for Innovate Educate Now and helps lead this training, and have Ryan just speak quickly about the Pro Skills.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Ryan Demas. I spent a total of 13 years in the prison system here in New Mexico. I gave my life to Christ about 3 years prior to my release, and when I got out, I had already spent part of my teens, all my 20s, and I went to Pro Skills training where I learned how to build a resume, learned how to function in the workforce, and also learned the skill set that I had already had, that I had applied just to a different lifestyle. And it was there that I became a crane operator, became a certified peer support specialist, and learned how to interact with any employer. It didn't matter the setting. And now I go on to teach the kids in the school systems how they can ready themselves, not just for a job, but a career. That's one of the big holes in our system, is that when I got out, I was offered Suboxone, methadone, Narcan, food stamps, and Medicaid, and a job that paid $14 an hour. In this economy, we all know that that's not a sustainable life, and it's not a quality of life. And the skills I learned it helped paint a picture of a better life than the one I had already lived. I had got used to that life. And so the reason I believe in this initiative is because this will not only give people that career readiness, but a career follow-through.
I'll introduce the team in a minute. I just want to mention the stakeholders. We've spent the last 9 months really beating the pavement on building the stakeholders that we all knew, but really trying to be collaborative, not repetitive, not competitive. This is just a list of some of the stakeholders. I had a wonderful conversation with Bagel today with LifeLink. She's incredibly interested, does not feel it's competitive, and wants to meet with us as soon as possible. We're also working with the Northern New Mexico Economic Development and the WIN contract. So lots of key partners here, and we know that this can work. So EEI-NM, the main thing I want to say here is we know we can reduce recidivism. We have experts across the country, and we'll talk about 2 of those, but more than anything, we have these experts that have lived experience. The reason we call it an entrepreneurial institute is we know the re-entry is entrepreneurial. We know that people learn skills in prison and become entrepreneurs. These guys can tell you all about it. And it is an entrepreneurial opportunity for all of Northern New Mexico, whether you're operating a crane or becoming an artist or a welder or whatever. We do believe that entrepreneurism and the training is at the heart of owning your future. Our team, Ralph Martinez here, believe his bio is in the packet. If not, we can follow up with bios. If we have time, we'd love each one to speak, but only if you all want to do that, because we're trying to keep to the time. Chef Fernando Ruiz, who maybe all of you know, he's a famous chef, beat Bobby Flay, has been on the Today Show and is opening up Escondido Restaurant. Ryan Dimas, and artist Toby Morphine. We've got the Tres Amigos right here, I believe. They're on a wine bottle. You guys, they're everywhere. So I'm proud to be the Huera in the group. Let's just say that. What we believe it's going to take a lot of partnership. We believe it's not going to training, but having a community. The community requires behavioral health. It requires all of the things that we know reentry requires, and we know how to leverage that through the partnerships across this community of northern New Mexico. It starts with Escondido, which is the restaurant that Chef Fernando Ruiz will be opening in June? May. In the new establishment on Agua Fria, in what? Harrison. Super excited, great restaurant. This will be the training institution. And we'll run through that really quickly, but that's where it started. 8 weeks of proven training. We're leveraging an Innovate, Educate, Purchase, a plan from Edwin's Restaurant, one of the leading restaurant and leadership institutes out of Cleveland, Ohio. The Washington Post has featured Edwin's extremely successful life skills, workplace skills, culinary skills. We adopted their curriculum, and we're making it Northern New Mexico style. We're currently working on our first cohort, which will be 12 to 15 students. They'll be training 6 to 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, and they will be paid. We have referral resources already there. This is Brandon, the tall guy with the gray hair. He is the founder and leader of Edwin's, and you can Google that and learn a lot about it. He's been CNBC, Today Show, Forbes, and more. The other model we're leveraging is thelastmile.org, which is now in 6 states. They are doing pre-training in prison, which we believe we can develop at a later date. We are talking to corrections and corrections industries. They have 100% in training within 7 days of release, 90% continue training, 86% get a job after training. And the last mile, I talked to the founder, 0% recidivism after 7 years of her doing this. Incredible. Now they're coding. They're learning how to code, and California and the bigger states, Texas, have a lot of coding jobs, but really incredible expertise so we can lean on. We know that based on Edwin's, only a third of the participants will stay in the hospitality and food industry. We have 12 restaurants in northern New Mexico that have already verbally committed to hire these people immediately post-training. They'll go to work. What about the other 67% that don't want to go into the restaurant industry? That's where we're leveraging the WIN project, Art Sparks Union 412 in northern New Mexico, union jobs, other training that can get people into welding, plumbing, fabrication, metal, anything they want. It is not a dead-end road for anybody that will go through the institute. Finally, the need is re-entry needs real-world job-ready skills. We have found a huge void here. They get all Ryan's a perfect example of what they get and what they don't get. They are not getting workforce training, and they aren't getting high-paying jobs. The barriers are there, and our whole purpose is workforce training to take down those barriers and provide a community for them beyond the training. It's not 6 weeks and you're out. It's 6 weeks and you are part of a northern New Mexico community for the rest of your life. Obviously, we have a lot of support to gather. We are also working on legislative funding, but those are our critical needs as we roll this out. We're finalizing MOUs. We're meeting, I think we have 6 meetings in the next 10 days, and we're just trying to get the word out on what we're trying to do. Thank you. for this opportunity, Madam Chairman and Commissioners, and we are open for discussion or further introduction or knowledge of the team.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you so much for your presentation. I spoke at Keep Hope Alive with LifeLink the other day, and you know, one of the most important things to me is reducing recidivism, providing job opportunities, providing a pathway for a new life, basically. And
Just need a chance.
right, they just need a chance.
Second chance or third chance.
Yeah. And so I'm looking forward to coming to your restaurant. I live in Midtown, and I think I've read about it already, and I think it sounds like a wonderful plan. And I just want to thank you all for being here and providing us with the knowledge of what you're trying to do. And so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Excellent. Commissioner Hughes and then Commissioner Garcia.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to echo what Commissioner Hanson said. Sounds like a great project. And I know if Ralph Martinez is involved, then it's got to be really good, because everything you've been involved with, Ralph, has been come forward really well. And thanks also for your work on the next thing we're going to hear about, which is the Espanola Pathway Shelter. But thank you all for coming to present and for the good work.
That's excellent. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you for you all being here and listening to, I'm sure, an interesting meeting to you. Thank you for what you all are doing, and thank you for stepping up and coming to the local government bodies and speaking. Mr. Demas, Ryan Demas, you probably don't remember me.
I do.
You do?
Yeah.
Give me the chills. I actually remember you when you were 14 years old. My condolences to you for your father.
Thank you, Commissioner.
For those of you who don't know, Ryan's mom worked for Santa Fe County. Ryan, I'm getting chills up here talking. I'm proud of you.
Oh,
talking to Jennifer back there. Proud of you.
Thank you.
I would like to hear if any of you individuals would like to get up there and speak and see how this program has helped you. Please get up and speak, because as we listen to the forest individuals on a presentation, I would love to hear from you guys. A few minutes of your time, if you all want to speak, that would be great. Right?
Yeah.
What?
Go ahead.
So I'm Chef Fernando Reese. Some of you already know me. I'm a 3-time Food Network champion, etc. I did 4.5 years of prison time in Arizona, mostly in Maricopa County, wearing stripes and pink underwear under Joe Arpaio. Got my GED in prison, came out, went straight to culinary school. We just want to help. We just want to give other people chances the way we've gotten chances. I was also a drug dealer, a drug user. People gave me chances. People are helping me. I want to help people. Thank you.
Thank you, Chef. Also, you didn't mention that you're the Iron Chef recipient as well. Congratulations on that. Right?
Well, the one thing that this program it did for me personally is that, and I've went through, just like all my brothers here, we've went through almost every institution established in New Mexico that rehabilitates. And the one thing that this program did for me was it didn't just check my name off. It didn't just say, well, he showed up, because I've went to so many institutions that, I mean, the old me was just like, man, I can play this program like a fiddle, you know, and it wasn't hard. And it's not for lack of sincerity, it's just these institutions are overwhelmed with every single population that's at risk. This program would focus on the justice system and then hopefully be a domino effect. But this program, that was the biggest thing. Jamae and them didn't just check me off. They followed through with me. That program lasted a few weeks. Almost 3 years later, I'm working with her. I'm the program manager for the Pro Skills, but that was the biggest thing. They followed through with me. Whenever I decided, and I changed my mind about careers at times. I mean, I said,
that operating crane, that looks awesome. And Jamae would sit down with me and her team and discuss the options and how to get there. And so the biggest thing is I learned the habit of and the steps of what it took to get to that point. And so anytime I had a different goal, I would start using that same formula that I had used from the beginning. And that was the biggest effect on me. That's what we want to do with others, is not only teach them how to become chefs, but teach them a formula that they know the steps to take to accomplish a goal, right? We talk about helping people's drug addiction. You give somebody a career and a sense of worth that they already have, skills that they already have. That's the biggest rehab, is giving somebody a quality of life. But that was the biggest effect for me.
Madam Commissioner, fellow commissioners, my name is Ralph Martinez, and I work at Los Alamos National Laboratory. I'm a government affairs specialist, and I've been there for 7 years. Prior to that, I was born and raised in Espanola Valley, graduated in 1996, and immediately after graduation, I settled down with my high school sweetheart, and we started a family. Me and her have 3 children together. She was a paralegal. I was a CDL driver back in the late 90s, early 2000s. In 2001, I became addicted to drugs, cocaine and heroin. I was addicted for 11 years, from 2001 to 2012. In 2006, I lost everything because of that addiction. I ended up homeless in Espanola. I lost my family, I lost my home, I lost my self-identity. I lived under many different bridges, in abandoned buildings, in the Bosque area, in tents, places where I can find warmth in the cold of winter. And that was my way of life for 6 years. During those 6 years, I picked up 5 different felonies because of the things that addiction led me to do. I went to rehab in San Diego. I went to rehab in South Florida. I went to rehab twice in Farmington. I went to rehab in Hernandez. And my last rehab was in 2012 at Oil Recovery. There was a lot of trial and error in between that time. In 2012, I was able to plant my feet back on the ground and reestablish my life and move forward. And it was only because of opportunities that individuals gave me, right? I had burnt a lot of bridges during my time of addiction. And if it wasn't for somebody giving me a chance, I wouldn't be here right now speaking with you guys. I've done time in Rio Arriba County. I've done time in Santa Fe County. I've done time in McKinley County. I've done time in Bernalillo County. I've done time in West Palm Beach County. And so I know the effects of falling into the system and how hard it could be to get out, just like addiction. In 2017, I started doing community activism because of learning from my past and wanting others to be able to see that there is light at the end of the tunnel. In 2018, I helped to co-found the Espanola Pathway Shelter. In 2019, I applied for an expungement through the Santa Fe District Court of my 5 felonies that I held here in New Mexico, and I was granted expungement. In 2020, I applied for a pardon through the governor's office and was granted that pardon. And so I know the processes. I know how easy it can be to fall into situations that are so hard to get out of. And I also know the healing that comes along with putting your life back together. And that's what we want to do as a team, is help those individuals through our lived experience and to show them that anything is possible as long as you have the support, the will, and the drive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph. Commissioners, my name's Toby Morphy, and I'm a artist from Espanola, and graduated in 1992, continued my education. My story's not, I've never been to prison or jail. I'm part of the team willingly. I believe in these guys, and we've all worked together for many years doing community service. I'm a big community. I work with youth in the public schools. I do murals with kids and and I do a lot of community work. And I joined this team because I believe in this reentry program, and I feel that it's going to work, and it's important to give people a chance, you know, and we all need a chance in life sometimes, and I just believe in it, and I strongly support my brothers here, and I have their back. I love them with all my heart, and Jamae for believing in us to all be a team, and I thank you guys for giving us the chance to come up here and speak to you, and I appreciate all your guys' work that you guys do, and thank you for having us.
Thank you so much. You still have the floor, Commissioner.
Thank you for being here, standing up for what you feel is right, because nobody in that audience is perfect. Nobody in this community is perfect, but thank you for standing up and hanging in there and coming out and speaking for what you feel is right and to help out other community members. That's a great deal. My last meeting here, sitting up here on this dais. What a presentation. Appreciate you guys. Mr. Ryan, proud of you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
I've known you since you're a little guy.
Just getting started.
It's just getting started, right? Congratulations, guys. You're all going to go through the legislative session. I will get in contact with you. I'm willing to help you out, listen to who we need to talk to over there, what we need to do, and what different programs the county, Jennifer, what different programs the county may assist you all with. Much needed in this community. Thank you, guys.
That would be
ma'am.
very helpful. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And Commission.
Very much. Did you, Commissioner Roybal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, I want to thank all of you for reaching out to me and meeting with me probably about a month now. And just connecting, and also sharing your success stories and community involvement and volunteering. Thank you for allowing me to connect you with our staff, Jennifer Romero, and our director, Rachel O'Connor. They're awesome and very passionate about our communities. I appreciated the presentation. It was really well done and really gives a lot of hope for some of the issues that we have. It's always awesome to see these types of programs to make a difference and combat the situation of the revolving door that we do have in our correctional facilities. This is how we make a difference. I believe it is an opportunity for Santa Fe County, and we need to partner with these types of programs and this program in order to break the problem that we have with the revolving door at our facilities. It's something that we could provide a great opportunity to help all of our people that are in the correction facility to succeed. And I mean, you guys are here as testimony to that type of programs, and I think that this is a great and an awesome opportunity, and I just want to thank you guys once again for coming and working with the staff and presenting to the commission. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I can only agree with my fellow commissioners. It's really sort of motivational and eye-opening to have you come and talk about what's going on. And interesting, this is a different, I have to admit, I have never heard the word entrepreneurialism associated with this kind of, so something new makes you think, and so that very worthwhile to have learned something, and hopefully connections with our staff and what Commissioner Roybal has initiated will help. But thank you all for what you do in the community.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and Commissioners. Have a good evening.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
That takes us to 7C, which is, I guess, in a way related, presentation on the Espanola Pathways Shelter Services. And we have, I'm sure, multiple people, but Yvonne Mestis, and I assume maybe you can do the additional introductions. Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Chairman and respected commissioners. I'm sorry. And before I forget, I really want to thank Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Roybal for coming out and visiting with us and being so supportive. I think I first met you gentlemen, Commissioner Hughes, probably before we even had a board of directors, 4.5 years ago or so, and Commissioner Roybal a couple of years ago when you visited with us. I am the chairperson of the board of directors for Espanola Pathway Shelter. I have brought with me Christian Madrid, who is our CEO or executive director. We also have Mateo, I can't pronounce his last name, Pexiano. He also was at one time on our board and is currently operating as our property manager and is very involved with the village, which we're going to mainly be focused on tonight. And then we also have Mr. Rob Vigil with us, who's the senior case manager at the village. Thank you. So we really are grateful for the support that you all have given to Espanola Pathway Shelter. You probably know that we have not ever had a homeless shelter in the city of Espanola itself, but certainly a shelter that would serve folks on the very northern end of the Santa Fe County, basically. The shelter does sit in Santa Fe County. I want to share with you our mission statement, which is to prevent homelessness and to provide our homeless community with access to viable pathways and shelter and essential services that they need towards meeting their personal goals. And everybody has a personal goal that's different, right? And we are not positioning ourselves to tell them what that is. We, our case managers, our team sit with our folks, well, our homeless community, we call them our guests when they stay the night with us at the shelter, and they help them assess what their goal is in life. What do they want to achieve? What can we do to help them get there? I'm now going to hand this to Christian Madrid. He definitely has the best handle on all of our statistics and a lot of the wonderful things that we've been able to accomplish. Christian?
Thank you, Yvonne. Commissioners, Madam Chair, thank you guys for having us here today. As Yvonne was saying, we actually have a very long history with Santa Fe County, and y'all's support has made a huge impact in the services that we can provide and the extent of our program. Initially, it started with just identifying the need for a shelter. Historically, there had been decades where a shelter was tried to uplift a shelter and get it going. It was just never something that was able to find a foothold in the community. We dealt with a lot of NIMBYism. Through a convening of invested committee members, as well as visiting various shelters and different entities that provide services to those experiencing chronic homelessness, we're able to eventually get the Espanola Pathways Shelter founded and incorporated in 2019. When we originally were established, we were under the fiscal sponsorship of the New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness, which was amazing because that allowed us to kind of get up on our feet, get going, learn the ropes, and get established. Over the last few years, it has changed a lot. As the shelter was getting developed, we then had to deal with the pandemic. As soon as that hit, there was an opportunity for us to receive some funds through CARES Act that came through Santa Fe County that allowed us to purchase the motel, which is now Pathways Village, which is our transitional housing facility that uses the recovery housing model for individuals. A little bit about our services, just specific to the shelter. We do offer warm meals, obviously overnight shelter, showers, laundry services, all PPEs and essentials that individuals might need, everything from hygiene, feminine hygiene products, baby formula, diapers, things like that to individuals in need. Comprehensive case management that has had really great success over this last year, and referral services that not only are just a warm handoff, but there's a follow-up, there's a continuum of care to ensure that they are comprehensive in their nature, and to ensure that those individuals that we are serving are being served at an individual level, prescriptively to their needs. There's no one-size-fits-all for the clients that we serve, because homelessness is so intricate and so complex depending on the individuals that are experiencing it. A little bit about our accomplishments in 2022. So this has actually been our most successful year in our history. We have served over 17,000 meals by the end of this year. We'll have served 750 individual guests at the shelter, about 3,590 including repeats. We have worked with all of our local recovery programs like Santa Fe Recovery, Oil Recovery, Darren's Place, and the Department of Corrections to ensure that when individuals are coming out of programs where they have at least 6 months of verifiable recovery, they're able to land at our transitional housing. And through that, we were able to employ 6 individuals that came directly out of those programs, directly at the shelter as staff. As well as we did a pilot project on landscaping and beautification of our community, where we had 12 clients that are still in the shelter setting that participated, and we saw great success with that as well. We were able to get 65 clients into rehab programs throughout the state and in the surrounding southwestern U.S. states, as well as 85 clients into detox. And one of the things that is a huge success of our transitional housing is from June of last year to June of this year, we had 10 clients that completely transitioned and graduated out, which is a huge success. Talking a little bit about Pathways Village, and if you guys have any additional questions, you can refer them to myself or to Rob afterwards, because he's the mover and shaker there at our transitional housing. But when it was acquired, the perfect fit for it and what seemed like the best idea at the time was transitional housing, because there are no provisions for transitional housing. So not only do we service as the only shelter in the area, we are the only transitional housing that is going on that uses the recovery housing model. And we've always been at capacity since we started. There's been a lot of trial and error to kind of fine tune the program to where it is now. But as we kind of continue to develop it and as Rob has seen throughout the duration of it, because he's been with us since the beginning of it, it has now become a program that is successful, where 100% of our clients are not only maintaining their employment, but they have good positions in terms of managerial positions where they are employed. They all have their own transportation, and they all have been maintaining their sobriety, whether that's through AA or NA, or through counseling and other case management services. One of the things that we have really been dealing with that's tough, dealing with anything that has to do with being a frontline health worker and dealing with this population, is there's a lot of secondhand trauma. It is something that's very difficult to deal with. It's hard to find people that are willing to work with the population in general, especially in the hours that we work, which is overnights. And COVID was really something that we had to kind of struggle through, as well as everyone else, to kind of just see how we can continue to provide those services in an appropriate and safe way. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mateo as we transition into more of the Pathways Village.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. It's a great privilege to be in front of you. And I just can't help but comment how coming after the group that was just here, Ralph and the team, this process of healing and, getting our community on its feet, as was said, is so vital. And I was first brought in with Ralph and the other funder, Representative Montoya, to assess buildings. I'm in construction, that's my thing. So, but once I got involved, I got more and more involved as a community organizer, and I'm so wholeheartedly behind this effort. And I was just thinking, as folks come through transitional housing, we're getting jobs. When I take my kids to Burger King, it's run really well now compared to a few months ago, because one of the residents at transitional housing is the manager there now. So success is what it's about, So in our list of challenges here, the part that I'm most concerned with is the health, safety, and renovations at the Pathways Village. The motel was built in the 60s. And Santa Fe County was gracious enough to purchase it, and it served a great purpose during COVID especially. And now we're faced with some challenges. So what our goal is to take the old motel that's not so beautiful. As you drive by, it's right across from Santa Clara, the casino there, and take the existing building, which is the greenest way to build, utilize an existing building, and repurpose it so that we can, enhance the services. And we want to include a little community area because the residents there congregate and support one another. And it's just a great opportunity to take this somewhat of a little eyesore as you come into town and make it beautiful. So I'm very interested in, how we can work together to make this dream a reality. So far, we've got a great design team, and we have an advisory committee to support the board. So we're ready to go. We have our budgets done. On Thursday, we'll be meeting with the City of Espanola Planning and Zoning Department. We've already been reviewed by Construction Industries Division and the fire marshals, state and local. So our project is ready to happen, and it's desperately needed. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
If I could, Madam Chairman and Commissioners, allow Rob to speak just for a moment, maybe about one or two of the most successful or his fondest stories of some of the guests that we've had at the Village and their success. Rob? I'm sorry. And then after that, we'd love to take your questions or concerns, comments.
Thank you.
Rob.
Thank you, Yvonne. Madam Commissioner, Commissioners, my name is Robbie Hill, and I've been with Espanola Pathway Shelter a little over 2 years now. So I was there from the inception of when we started housing people at Pathways Village, which initially was during COVID. So we were simply trying to get people off the street and keep them safe. And eventually, as things wore on, we started moving towards a model of recovery housing, which is currently what we do right now. And in that time, there were obviously clients who were not fitting that model, and they were not partnering with the community. They were not really doing a whole lot of successful things in the community. So it took a lot of hard work to try and get those clients to move on, but also to start getting clients from the local treatment facilities, as Yvonne mentioned and Christian mentioned, from OI and Darren's Place facilities. And now that we've done that over the last close to a year, we've seen a decrease in incidents there. There's been zero recidivism, which is important. All of the clients that are currently there now are all clean in their sobriety, committed to the community, because basically they police themselves. And we built such a strong and incredibly cohesive community at Pathways Village that I believe it could stand as a model for other programs in the state. That's how strongly I feel about it personally. We've had clients who came with the clothes on their back out of treatment, and now they're managers at department stores in Espanola. They're actually hiring people. We have all of our clients are contributing because they're all working. So they're not an economic drain. We're not draining first responder resources anymore the way we used to. I mean, there's zero 911 calls over there. And that's just attributed to the strength of the clients and the support that they get from all of us at Pathway Shelter. So as you can tell, I'm very passionate about it because I've seen it. I myself am in recovery. I'm a CPSW, Certified Peer Support Worker, and I have over 4 years in recovery, and that allows me to really connect with the clients that we serve. But the proof is, you just look at our figures, and we're doing an amazing job there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. So are we at the point where you guys are willing to take questions and inputs? Or
Absolutely, yes. Yes. I wanted to say something that I'm excited about and I find really amazing is that we're able to let folks that are unhoused pop in and get a hot shower and something to eat and be on their way. That's amazing because I think that people go, weeks, maybe even months without that. What probably feels like a luxury to them, but it's something that we all take for granted, for sure. It's been an amazing program, and we really are about 4 years old. And so to even have these numbers and to be able to say, that everybody's 100% sober and working and they've got vehicles at the Village, it's just amazing. It really is. And it's we're grateful for this support. The Village started, it was a hotel. And as a person that was signing checks and having some oversight on our financial functions. I know that there's a few times I would see a check or an invoice for a scholarship for somebody, and I was like, what the heck is this? We don't give out scholarships. And we've sent people, out of state and to different recovery programs, whatever seemed to be the best fit for that person. It's just been an amazing experience, and just so grateful. The hotel functioned for us as emergency housing for some of the folks that already had jobs, needed more stability in order to maintain their jobs. They came into our shelter as overnight guests, so we were able to get them into that hotel, and we were paying for them to be able to stay there. So when Santa Fe County blessed us with the purchase of that funky old hotel, as Mateo would attest to, Mateo as a contractor was sort of kicking and screaming about it, but we knew that it was housing people, and we desperately needed it. So you all put us in a position where we no longer had to pay, another business basically to house our people. We're now able to do that. And we're now able to create this program at the Village where we really are helping people transition their lives into, something that's really amazing, something like Ralph here is able to do, really give them the tools, the support, and the warmth and comfort of a roof so that they really can just prosper and flourish. It's amazing. It's a beautiful thing. And any of you are welcome to visit with us anytime if you'd like to. I'm happy to take questions. Did I miss anything before I do that? Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. This time is Commissioner Garcia, then Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you for your presentation. Something in this communities that somebody needs to tackle it. People drive down the road and they turn their head. Here in Santa Fe, people drive over this situation off of Siler Road. I don't know if anybody's been under the Siler Road Bridge. There's a major camp under there. Nobody sees it because people just drive over it. People turn their heads. Thank you for taking this problem head on. There's a lot of funding in this community that individuals have out there. No, they turn their heads. They don't want to, that's not their priority, right? Which is kind of sad. Commissioner Roybal, when he first brought this forward and asked me about it, what do you think of it? I said, that sounds like a great idea. Thank you, Commissioner Roybal, for bringing this forward, helping out the northern part of Santa Fe County. As you mentioned, that is in Santa Fe County. Commissioner Hughes, thank you for going out there and visiting them and seeing how it works. We actually had our legislative reception yesterday, and some of the individuals that helped you all and participated with you all, Representative Joseph Sanchez, who actually is from the northern part of the state up there, Uribe County. And I don't know if Senator Richard Martinez helped out as well. I believe Senator Carlos Cisneros helped out with this as well, where they all participated and allocated some funding for this project. We did have, like I mentioned, we had our legislative dinner and reception last night. As anybody read in the paper, they have a large amount of money, that's new money that's going to be coming in. Please go see those legislators and ask them for some capital outlay money and to help an organization that's helping out the community. And I'm sure they will help you. Representative Joseph Sanchez definitely will.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia.
In regards to that, all that stuff, thank you for what you do. Another great presentation. Can you give a shout out to Jennifer back there, our county staff, Chanel, our county staff, two individuals that have passion for their jobs and hanging out and listening to these presentations. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's really great to see you all. Who would have thought that whatever it was, 4 or 5 years ago when we got together, that you'd have come this far. We're really proud of you, and I'm actually going to tell Lucy and Raquel at the Coalition how well you're doing, because they put a lot of work into your finances and trying to keep track of every penny so we could report it back to the Mortgage Finance Authority. And I know there were days that everybody was tearing their hair out because during the pandemic, we were all spending money so fast it was hard to keep track of it. but it's really good to see that. And I just wondered, my question is, do you have an estimate for the repairs needed to the village? And what is that? And do you have a plan for funding?
We know what that big number is too.
Thank you, Commissioner. So we've broken this project up into 4 phases, and we are 3/4 of the way through phase 1, which is schematic design, which you got a taste of in our presentation, and then we have some emergency needs. We have 4 rooms right now that our exterior sewer lines have just failed, and we've had a firm come and camera them all out, and the whole system has to be replaced, and we've worked with the city on how to do that, and they're moving some all stuff you guys are familiar with. They've got to move a main line, and we're going to be prepared to connect to the new main line and so on. So all that being said, our first phase was right around $65,000, and that's for the design work and these emergency sewer line repairs that we have to do. And while we have trenches open, we're going to put in main water lines so we can have fire suppression system upgrades as well. And then the second phase is just the design, doing all the construction documents that we need to do. We have a architect and civil engineer on board. It's a fairly simple project, so we just based it on our construction costs and so on. And then of course getting permits and planning and zoning, CID, all that stuff. That's about $120,000. And then phase 3, we're going to do 6 units because we're trying our best not to disrupt services completely. So phase 3 is renovations of 6 units, and that's around $350,000 for those 6. And then phase 4 is the whopper because we're going to renovate and add on to the other 8 units. We're going to allow for a lot of those rooms to be dividable, so that we can have roommates. We're going to increase the capacity of the shelter by about 8 beds, and then we're going to renovate the laundry room, and we have to tie in the fire suppression, renovate the offices, put in our security gate. We have all these plans that in the schematic design, and that's right around $1.37 million for that aspect. And again, this is a design build project. And so we're going to be working to see what funds become available, what's realistic. We've met with NMFA about some loan programs that Dr. Bowen's office can help us with. We have some private foundations, one meeting tonight, the 13th, and Quorum, which, Christus St. Vincent's does several, Coleman Foundation. So we're trying to find the foundations that do, capital outlay type projects, So, and some of these have already been supporters, so we're just hopeful. And so NMFA is kind of our backup, and they have some great programs. But, working with the state legislatures is what we need to do. We need to get capital outlay funds coming, and because of the relationship and the history, it seems like perhaps coming through Santa Fe County would be the best vehicle for getting this project done. The design team we have, the Anchor Engineering, is very familiar with tribal contracting. My company, we do mainly tribal HUD-funded NMFA type projects, so we're very familiar on how, procurement guidelines and so on. So I'm sorry I'm giving you such a long question, but in response to the question, but I'm more than happy to share our budget and the budget details. And the last thing I'll say is that budget does not include the in-kind services. Our design team is working at a much reduced rate. We have a drafts person who's semi-retired, and he's basically donating all his time. So, the budget does not include all of us volunteers that will also help keep the budget down. So I'd be happy to email any information that you like.
Well, thank you for answering my question, plus several others that I didn't know I had. But I would just reiterate what Commissioner Garcia said. I know that Joseph Sanchez, Representative Sanchez, is a great fan of yours. I just wanted to say that in the first year he funded you, I was used to going and having to chase down legislators and follow them into the bathroom and everything to try and talk to them. He would chase me down he would, every time he saw me in the hall, he would come up to me and he would say, if I give all my junior money to the Espanola Pathways group, are you going to make sure that they succeed? And I said, yes, I'm going to do everything I can to make sure they succeed. He'd say, okay. And then 2 days later, he would come up to me in the hall, same question. I'm really going to give them all this money. You're going to make sure they spend it right. Yes, yes. So I know that he's a big fan, and you know that too. But yeah, I think that we could find the right people at the county to work with so that we can, I mean, I think you're right. Passing it through the county is probably the only way you can get it. So we should work on that. But thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. I did want to add that one of the things that, and you guys mentioned it earlier when you guys were, giving a shout out to Jennifer and to everyone from the county that we work with. Your support specifically through the navigation support that we get is what allows our staff like Rob to provide that case management and those services at the village, which makes sure that we can continue to provide those services and that care and that quality of care to those clients, which has showed those measured outcomes. So thank you guys for that as well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hanson, had you had your hand up? No. Commissioner Roybal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And once again, I just want to thank you guys for calling, reaching out to me, and giving me a tour of the facility. I mean, it was really awesome to meet some of the individuals that are in the transitional living space there, and just they were pretty opened on even saying, yeah, come on in and see my I guess their home at this point. And it was just listening to what they're working on and how you guys are helping them. I mean, these are the type of programs that we need to help our homeless situation and also help them succeed and give them the tools they need. So I just look forward to seeing you work with our staff. As Commissioner Garcia said, Chanel, Jennifer, Rachel, thank you guys so much. Please continue. Let's keep working with them and build this partnership and get things moving forward. As Commissioner Hughes mentioned, I think that it's going to be a great opportunity for our constituents in northern Santa Fe County and throughout Santa Fe County if needed, if some of our residents in the area also need that type of services. So just want to say thank you again for all your guys' hard work. And I think that the plans that I saw that you guys are working on, and it's funny because the architect or draftsman that's donating their time was actually one of my teachers at Northern College. So, Mr. Jeff Toomey. So, yeah, pretty, it's funny how some of these circles are so small, and, I just appreciate that. And he has a great love for the community and wants to see how we can all help. So thank you guys for your hard work. Ralph, always great to see you. Great to see all you guys again. So appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubel.
Excellent. And I'll just add my voice. Thank you so much for what you're doing. It's so great to see how well it's happening, that something we did actually contributed, something was supposed to happen, and I really hope it keeps moving forward and that you get all the great benefits of, from these programs that have capital money in the legislature, and we can continue to partner. So thanks very much for coming and spending the time to tell us about what's going on.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner. And Commissioners, if we could, I want to just say one little closing. You mentioned Jeff Toomey, and it does take a village. We all work together tightly. I happen to be, my paid job is Executive Director of Habitat for Humanity up north for 24 years. Gosh. And Mr. Jeff Toomey used to bring his classrooms out to the Habitat sites, and he would use sort of a live example to teach them how to measure and, kind of survey, and they actually would draw up our house plans for us. So when we embarked on, on the shelter and everything that was needed, the modifications that were needed to our actual overnight shelter, I called on Jeff, connected him with Mateo, and then so Mateo, brought him in with the renovations that are needed at the village. So we live in a beautiful world. We really do. We just have to stay positive and keep reaching out and giving opportunity to folks always. Thank you so much for allowing us to come this evening and listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Take care, you all. So that actually takes us to item 9, which is matters from the county manager. So Manager Schaefer? What do we have to do? What? No, I did that. Yep, not everybody that was listed. Manager Schaefer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have one COVID-related update, and that is that the governor, as I understand it, has extended the statewide public health emergency through January 6th. In addition, I would just remind everyone to continue to be safe and try and do your best to protect yourself and your loved ones from all the respiratory illnesses that are floating around. You read the paper, you see that regardless of what the virus is, it's bad times. And again, our hospitals are at near capacity and exploring the possibility of rationing care again. So please do be careful. The only other miscellaneous update that I have actually dovetails with the presentation that was just made from Pathway Shelters, as well as the information that we received last evening from legislators during our dinner related to the amount of money available through the state. As you know, we adopted the ICIP earlier this year, and our typical cycle is to evaluate projects all at one go, or that would be the hope. That said, there is precedent for opening up the ICIP after it was initially adopted, and to do so in the December-January timeframe. We have been approached by entities who may wish to appear on our ICIP. Pathway Shelter was one of them. As they indicated this evening, our own clerk has asked to have a project put on the ICIP, and again, there are other requests. So I'd like some feedback from the board as to whether or not you would like us to reconvene the Capital Review Committee so that we can actually evaluate the projects, take them through our process, and come forward at a future meeting to the board with recommendations for you to consider. But before we would start going down that path and giving false hope, we would like to at least know that there's some appetite for us to do that. And so I'd appreciate any feedback you have on that score by telling me to reconvene the Capital Review Committee and evaluate the requests that have been submitted. You're not committing yourselves to do anything relative to those requests once they've been scored, once they've been evaluated, and once they've been brought forward to the board. You're just telling me that you're not going to say no just on this for the sake of process.
Excellent, thank you. So I would entertain Commissioner Hughes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. My feedback would be to go ahead and open the ICIP process. I mean, several of us expressed our support for the Espanola Pathways group and their very logical thought that they should go for capital outlay. So I would just support that idea of evaluating anybody who's come forward and, put them on the list as appropriate.
Commissioner Hanson?
I would like to follow up from what Senator Rodriguez suggested, was asking for $10 million for the Agua Fria sewer project. And so if we're going to open it up, I want to have that listed. Otherwise, I know that we have tried to keep things in the vein of which we have done so far. And I've heard that there are some other projects There is this extremely high amount of money, and so I don't think we should miss the opportunity if we have the ability to add some things that are really, that we can actually take under our belt and that we have the resources to do. That is always a concern of mine.
Yeah. That certainly makes sense to me. I mean, to be honest, it's like an optimization challenge to want to stay within rules but not have rules become the tail that wags the dog, especially on current circumstances of additional opportunity that you have to be nimble enough to jump on. And so, my perception of this question is also that it's like opening the evaluation process. It's not saying everything gets on the priority list. It gets it on the ICIP, and then there's a process for looking at what priorities it falls. And given that, I would say it certainly makes sense to me to reconvene the committee and then be judicious. But there are opportunities that to fulfill some real needs that I think we don't want to just ignore.
Thank you, Commissioners. We'll proceed accordingly. That's all I have.
That's all you have? Okay. That takes us to item 10, which is matters from county commissioners and other elected officials. And so, should I go down the Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Commissioner. I have a couple requests. I would, Greg, and I would like a presentation on the regional Pewaukee-Nambe water system sometime in January. It does not have to be the first meeting. Then I had the great honor of speaking at the LifeLink Gala, and my colleague Commissioner Hughes was with me. And I want to thank Patricia Boyce for giving me a great list of projects that we are working on with LifeLink to support them. And it was a really great event to see the level of, once again, recidivism going down through these programs that LifeLink has created. I also have been involved, as I said earlier, with DOE Environmental Management Strategic Planning with a group up in, with Mr. Miscellaneous, who was here a couple weeks ago. And I'm honored to serve on that committee because I do believe that getting the waste, legacy waste from Los Alamos off of the hill is a priority for the Buckman direct diversion. And last but not least, I attended the Electrical Light Parade in Espanola, where the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area's new executive director, Eric Vasquez, and our board members received a grant for $49,000 to help restore the Espanola Plaza fountains. It was really, it's a grant from T-Mobile to help smaller cities improve their environment, and it was the new mayor of Espanola is also on the board with me. As all of you know, I serve as president of that organization, and I am thrilled to have Eric Vasquez as our new executive director, and have the mayor of Espanola as one of our board members, and also Secretary of Cultural Affairs, Deborah Garcia y Griego. And it's an exciting project that we're beginning to grow. And I am grateful to the county for the $5,000 that we will be able to put signs throughout Santa Fe County that says you are entering the National Heritage Area. And that is really exciting to me. So thank you, commissioners, for your support.
Excellent, thank you. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple things. One is that you probably all read in the paper how at a house in my district on Arroyo Coyote Road, there was a dead body found, and it is a house that Olivia and I have been aware of, and the sheriff, for many years. It's basically a house where the owner has allowed people to squat. The house is deteriorating. Water and electrical service was cut off a long time ago, and then people were parking RVs there. Several of the people residing there have been arrested in various ways, but end up getting the charges dropped and back out. And so I'm thinking, I don't know if this happens very often. I hope not in the county, but we may need to look at having an ordinance that allows us to take over either through condemnation or a different process. I think there are other counties in New Mexico, both rural and urban, who have a way for that, because if we could have taken this property over a couple years ago, we could have avoided a lot of heartache on the part of the neighbors who are now completely not only upset but really freaked out by what's going on there. The other thing I want to mention is that we're working on trying to see if we can have a joint project between the El Dorado Community Improvement Association and the county to map all the culverts in El Dorado, and volunteers would be willing to do this as long as we can figure out a way for their information. In other words, if they map the coordinates of a culvert and the condition, that they can enter it into the county system to help us figure out which ones need to be fixed. And I know that the one on my property is probably at the top of the list because I can't even hardly see it anymore after all the rains last year filled it up with mud. And then just one little thing, two little things. One is that I'm glad you mentioned the light parade because I want to go next year. I understand that the Regional Transit District put its new bus. They've redone the buses. They're still blue, but they're much prettier than they used to be, and we almost won first prize for the bus. So maybe you saw the bus. I'm sure you did. Last on my list, I was just wondering, and I don't know if anybody's heard this, but I know at some meetings, public meetings, there's agendas provided for the public, and I thought if we put a few agendas out, people might be able to follow along and see where they are, so that people know how long they're going to have to wait until it's their turn. Last but not least, happy and safe holidays to everybody. This is being our last meeting of the year. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is my last meeting here. My tenure here in Santa Fe County has been great, excellent. 31 years of service to this community. I've met many individuals, many people, have assisted tons of people in this community. Met a lot of friends here. Learned a lot working for Santa Fe County. And my next career, many opportunities I have coming my way. It's great. But I will miss Santa Fe County. I was raised in this building for 31 years. I grew up here, as I mentioned earlier. But I will miss the county. Please, staff out there, remember you're here to help the public. Please do not forget that. That's what we're here for, is to help the general public. Please don't forget that. My colleagues, you all have some great challenges ahead of you for this community. Wish you luck. Thank you, Manager Schaefer, as well as your entire team, all the employees for Santa Fe County. Thank you. Have a good holiday season.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Roybal, matters from commissioners.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Oh, yes.
I apologize. One thing that I did need to mention is on this Saturday, we will be naming the Edgewood Fire Station under the former Gentleman Chief Stan Holden. That's at the Edgewood Fire Department at 2 o'clock on Saturday. It'll be great. If anybody can attend, please attend. Chief Holden was a great fire chief for this county. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Thank you for remembering that. Commissioner Roybal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I wanted to just say, you know, this is Commissioner, and I don't know if Commissioner Garcia mentioned this. This will be his and I last BCC meeting, unless we have a special meeting called for some reason before the end of the year. But it's been my honor and pleasure to serve the people as their county commissioner for District 1. Since first elected, I've had the privilege to serve with 18 Santa Fe County elected officials during my 8 years as a county commissioner. All those, our assessor Gus Martinez has been here the entire 8 years. For our treasurer, we had Pat Varela. Jennifer Manzanares is now the treasurer. For our clerk's department, we had Geraldine Salazar and now Catherine Clark. Sheriffs, Robert Garcia, and now Adan Mendoza. Probate judge, we had Shannon Bullman when I first started, and Cordelia Montoya has now been the elected probate judge. Past commissioners I wanted to recognize was Liz Stefanix, Kathy Holian, Robert Anaya, Miguel Chavez, and Ed Moreno. And then, of course, my current county commissioners, Anna Hansen, Anna Hamilton, Hank Hughes, and Rudy Garcia. I just want to say thank you to all of you for, you know, your service and just the guidance and the time that you spent working with the commission. It was an honor. I also want to say that it's been extremely rewarding and sometimes extremely a stressed position, as all of us know, but I wouldn't trade the experience for anything. I would wholeheartedly appreciate the hard work of all of our county staff, who I have had the distinct pleasure of serving with. I want to thank you all. God bless you, and keep up the great work for our constituents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And, you know, I, for one, want to, as we said earlier during lunch, really express what a pleasure and honor it's been to work with both of you, and wish you both all the best and everything in the future. So, thank you, change. It's one of those things. You know, now we have matters from other elected officials. I don't know if we have our clerk online, because we do have to go back to item 3, or whether our deputy clerk has something instead.
Madam Chair, she was going to try to get on now to be able to address item number 3A.
Okay, well, but in terms of matters from elected officials, did you have anything to present then?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Thank
Great.
you.
Are there any other elected officials present or online? I don't see anybody present, but Daniel, is there anybody online, other elected officials?
Madam Chair, I do not see any other elected officials online.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. So, before we go to matters from the county attorney, we have to go back to item 3, which was postponed just to hopefully get a chance for our clerk to be able to participate. But this is a resolution supporting legislation that will provide a process to remove racially restrictive covenants from property titles and require gender-neutral language on community property documentation. And this is, Commissioner Henry Roybal and the clerk. So, Commissioner Roybal, can you start us out on this?
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. And this is a resolution supporting legislation that will provide a process to remove racially restrictive covenants from property titles and require gender-neutral language on community property documentation. And so this is a resolution that was brought forward and supported, or brought forward by our county clerk, as she does see a lot of documents that come through, especially, mostly deeds and mortgages that have language that is just not appropriate in some cases. And so it's basically working with the title companies and mortgage lenders to change some of the verbiage on these documents to make sure that they no longer have these types of, this type of verbiage in it. I'm not sure if the county clerk is on. She can speak to this a little bit more. Madam Clerk, are you online?
Yes, Commissioner. Yes, Madam Chair, I'm online.
Okay, go ahead.
So the idea around this resolution was because we, and this is a problem all over the country, not in New Mexico, just in New Mexico, that after the Fair Housing Act and several Supreme Court decisions, we didn't change the historical language that was included in the original deeds. So essentially the redlining language was left in the descriptions of the titles. And we would like to acknowledge that these are no longer unenforceable. Many states and many counties just leave them as is, saying that they are unenforceable. But I think it's important that we just not continue to perpetuate going forward problematic language. And so this is asking the legislature to give, to work with the title companies and come up with a procedural change so that we do not include racially discriminatory covenants in the descriptions of properties moving forward. And then the secondary issue is that we see a lot of mortgages being recorded, and the mortgage form has gendered language in that it asks women about their marital status, but it does not ask men. And there are still studies to show that there is discrimination against women with the same credit scores and the same kind of borrower qualifications will be less likely to get a loan. And so we would like to make sure we are doing our part in Santa Fe County to ensure that, we're not unintentionally creating differential treatment and differential outcome, but also that we're letting, the world know that this kind of language is no longer acceptable. So that's why, Commissioner Ribaugh graciously agreed to help me carry this resolution. I know that a bill will drop in this legislative session that will attempt to do a very narrow thing, which is just change the title descriptions and change the mortgage forms to be gender neutral in what they ask borrowers. So I'm asking for the commission's support on this initiative for the legislative session, because we know this bill will come up and it's something that I'm sure the other clerks will be supportive of.
Excellent. Thank you for bringing this forward. Do our commissioners have comments, inputs, questions?
Madam Chair, I move to approve.
That's good. Right to the point.
I second.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second under discussion. Commissioner Hughes?
This seems long overdue. Time to bring us all into the 21st century, or even the 20th century.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roybal and Clerk Clark, for bringing this forward.
Fabulous. Anybody else?
Madam Chair, I have a discussion. I understand what we're doing. I'm glad we're putting this in the state legislature to determine what somebody's opinion is on what anybody would like to record on their warranty deed or on their document. This is just another form to me, as into government getting involved in individuals' personal, private restrictions, whatnot. But it'll be interesting to see what the state legislature does with this proposal, because gentlemen from Colfax County, from Lincoln County, from Rio Arriba County, through Santa Fe County, all the way through the entire state, all 33 counties can have a different opinion of what a definition is. But, I don't really know that the county clerks actually even want to do that. For title companies, why would you want to determine a title company? Who does that? The CEO, the group, a board? It's my opinion on it. And I'm glad to see that we're actually moving it forward to the state legislature, because this is just interesting, but that's my comment on it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I would like to say, I think this is very grateful Commissioner Roybal and Clerk Clark brought this forward. There are a lot of things that fly under the radar for quite a period of time, and you never realize it. It would never have occurred to me that we had that kind of redlining language that just persists over a period of time, and that kind of discriminatory gender, questions. So sometimes what you don't know really does hurt you. And so what's the pleasure of the board?
So, Madam Chair, so we have a motion and a second, and I just want to.
Oh, we do, thank you.
So I just want to thank the commission for the support. You know, you know it's a good resolution when you bring it forward and you don't even have to make the motion or the second. So I appreciate
You
that,
certainly
and I
do.
appreciate the support from the commission.
Thank you, and thanks for keeping me on track. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions?
Madam Chair, I abstain from this. This is too, I haven't had time to review it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So I guess, let's see, I need a resolution number.
Happily, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
3A is resolution number 2022-120.
Thank you. So that takes us to matters from the county attorney, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do have a few items tonight, but before I get to those, I just want to make sure we did fully cover item 8, which was the matters of public concern. So we did.
Oh,
we went through the Forest Service comment extensively, but just wanted to make sure that we also got general public matters as well.
You know, in principle, I thought we had, and I'm happy to reopen matters of public concern because we went through everybody who was listed plus other people, but it is entirely possible that there were people who just didn't speak up because that's on a different topic. So is there anybody present in the chambers who wishes to make any comments in matters of public concern? So please come forward. And if you can, and Daniel, can you put up the 3-minute timer again?
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Fremont Ellis, and I have a series of packets for each one of you and the clerk's office for what I'm hoping to present. Can I bring these to you?
Certainly, if we could get some help bringing those forward because the 3-minute timer has started, and I don't want you to waste your time.
And one for each of them. Oh, okay.
Huh? Thank you. So if you could please start because we're we started your time already.
Yes, well, first of all, before we actually start my time, I'd like to make a comment about the forest issues and the controlled burns. Do I do that afterward or what?
You have 3 minutes. You can spend it any time way you want. We're
Okay.
through the first minute of it. I would
thanks
really
a lot.
like to get going.
Okay. Madam Chair and Commissioners, as you know, I sent through email the analytical memo that Tim Cannon from the Land Use Department put together in June. Unfortunately, he's since passed. So hopefully you got those emails and are familiar with what I'm trying to present. This is in regard to our property that's in the original 2005 corridor plan that has been somehow overlooked or ignored for the recommendations and zoning that was proposed in 2005 with that corridor plan. Critically speaking right now, if you look at the third to the last map in the packet that you have, you'll see a map from 2014, a county map that actually includes our acreage, our full acreage of 5.5 acres as commercial use, along with Alan Yeager's right near the fire station. So I'm not sure how the recommendations and the zoning from the 2005 plan for our property suddenly disappeared in 2015, but it's legible and visible in your county map of 2014. So my request is basically to see if you could reestablish the correct zoning for our property without a lot of hassle, and I'm almost out of time now, so if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Yeah, that's not typically the procedure, but I appreciate you bringing the matter to everybody's attention. I can
Okay.
only assume that land use and
Well, I brought this up according to my understanding of Rule .15.2.3, and my understanding of that language is that the commissioners have the capacity to correct errors or mistakes, and that's why I came forward with this.
So yes, and I suspect the best thing for you to do is to speak specifically to your commissioner and let them bring it forward to us. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Okay, Madam Chair, I did send you an email about this, so I hope you got it.
I'm sure we will all check on that.
Okay.
Is there anybody else present or online who wants to speak to any matters during matters of public concern? Daniel, do you see anybody else online who might want to make comments during matters of public concern?
Madam Chair, I am not seeing anybody indicating that they'd like to speak during matters of public concern.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to close matters of public concern. Commissioner Garcia?
Madam Chair, just a quick comment. I spoke to the gentleman in regards to your zoning, sir. We cannot just sit up here and change the zoning of a piece of property. Penny Ellis Green is sitting back there in the back. Your first initial stages are to meet with staff, which is Penny or her staff, and then determine how to go about getting the zoning change.
Okay.
So that's just some advice.
Okay, thank you. So
There are many consultants out there as well.
Years that have been quite difficult, because the COVID situation and everything.
Of course.
I understand what you're getting at, and I am proceeding with that, but I just don't understand how the zoning for our property suddenly disappeared in 2015, but it was already established in 2005, and it's clearly indicated in the county map of 2014.
Okay.
So I'll be bringing these issues up once again with the county land use, et cetera.
Thank you. And like I said, it would be good to bring it up with your commissioner as well.
Yes. Okay.
So I've closed public comment. Thank you so much for coming forward. I think that takes us back to matters from the county attorney. And thank you very much for getting me on track. I really didn't realize I had missed people. But I'm sorry. First of all, I can't hear you. And second of all, we've kind of closed matters of public concern.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we do have some more housekeeping business. Item A on the county attorney's list is the executive session we did not close out last time. So it's November 29th, 2022 meeting, the Board of County Commissioners went into executive session at the end of the meeting and did not reconvene in open meeting. Consequently, the board was unable to include in the minutes of its November 29th meeting the statement required by the Open Meetings Act, which is matters discussed during the closed meeting were limited only to those specified in the motion for closure. Therefore, we would be seeking a motion to have the minutes of this meeting reflect that the matters discussed during the November 29th, 2022 meeting executive session were limited to only those specified in the motion for closure.
I would entertain such a motion.
So moved.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And Madam Chair, the second item is the executive session. I would ask that the board go into closed session to discuss limited personnel matters as allowed by Section 10-15-1H2 in MSA 1978. Threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant is allowed by Section 10-15-1H7 in MSA 1978. And those specifically including number one, executive management personnel issues, and number two, the Board of County Commissioners versus Leo Trujillo et al. That's in the First Judicial District, Santa Fe County, D-101-CV-2019-0006997. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So I would entertain a motion to go into executive session.
Madam Chair, so move with the county attorney's recommendations.
Second.
Thank
Third.
you. I have a motion in 2 seconds. Can I get a roll call, please?
Of course, Madam Chair. Commissioner Rudy Garcia,
Let the record show he said yes.
Commissioner Henry Roybal,
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hansen,
Yes.
and Chair Anna Hamilton.
Yes. So we are in executive session. Do we have an estimate of time?
Madam Chair, I would say approximately 30 minutes, hopefully a short one. Thank you.
Okay, so at the end of executive session, we will come back out and hold the public hearings. Thank you, everybody, for all your patience. We will be as quick as we can. Okay, thanks everybody very much for all your patience. We are back, and I would entertain a motion to come out of executive session.
Madam Chair, I move that we come out of executive session, and the only things that were discussed were the items that were on the agenda.
And- Thank you, and I assume no decisions were made would be part of that.
Yes,
Thank
no,
you.
and no decisions were made.
Excellent, thank you. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, so we're out of executive session, and that takes us to the public hearings. The first one of which, this is item 12A, is case number 21-5010-5054, Suerte del Sol, et cetera, et cetera. We're going to get all this read to us, so I'm going to go straight to John Lovato. Thank you, John.
Common Services.
Are you? Oh, of course you are. Never mind.
Suerte de Sur LLC, applicant, New Mexico Land Solutions, agent, requests 1, approval of an affordable housing agreement for Rancho del Cielo Grande subdivision, and 2, approval for preliminary and final subdivision plat approval for Rancho del Cielo subdivision, 12 lots on a total of 127.94 acres. The proposed development is accessed via Las Campanas Drive, Los Sueños Trail, and La Vida Trail within Township 17 North, Range 8 East, Section 24, Commission District 2. The proposed subdivision is located within the residential estate zoning district where the permissible density is 1 dwelling per 2.5 acres. The proposed lot size range from 7.27 acres to 17.39 acres and will provide 11 lots developed for market rate purposes and 1 lot for affordable housing. The affordable housing lot will be 2.5 acres in size and subject to the affordable housing agreement. All studies, reports, and assessments have not been submitted, allowing accessory dwellings, so the subdivision will be limited to 1 single home on each lot. The applicant's primary proposed access is off Los Sueños Trail. Los Sueños Trail connects north to Las Campanas Drive and connects south and continues as La Vida Trail and is a 2-lane roadway. The proposed Rancho Cielo Grande subdivision application identifies a 66-foot road easement for Los Sueños Trail from the northern property boundary of the Rancho Cielo Grande subdivision to Sky Ranch Road and does not meet the SLDC amended ordinance 2017-7, section 7.11 road design standards. Ordinance 2017-7 amended the road section of the SLDC, section 7.11 road design standards, section 7.11.2 applicability identifies table 7.13 for rural road classification and design standards, SDA 2 and SDA 3. Collector roads in SDA 2 areas are required an 80-foot right-of-way with 2 paved lanes, each 11 feet wide. Los Sueños Trail is required to be improved. The required roadway improvements to Los Sueños Trail should extend along the project to the southern property of and from Los Sueños Trail to La Vida Trail at the western property boundary of the subdivision, serving the affordable Lot 2A and the remainder lots. Therefore, Rancho Cielo Grande's 12-lot subdivision request for preliminary plat and final plat does not meet requirements of the SLDC Section 7.11 road design standards as amended by Ordinance 2017-7. On March 3rd, 2021, a review memo from Santa Fe County Planning was submitted to the applicant with the road required improvements. On April 22nd, 2022, Santa Fe County staff met and discussed the deficiencies associated with the road standards and informed the applicant's agent that the road would need to be improved to meet code standards. On April 28th, 2022, the applicant wrote a memo to staff indicating their concerns and disagreements with the road improvements and indicated traffic impact analysis illustrated a total of 217 average daily trips. The applicant stated, "It is our assessment based on the professional engineer study that land use staff position is incorrect since the traffic generation from the proposed subdivision including background traffic, does not warrant Los Sueños Trail to be paved at this time. The remaining lots served by Los Sueños Trail are large tracts that may or may not be developed in the future. This seems highly unlikely due to the multi-million-dollar bridges that would need to be constructed across two major arroyos in order to connect to County Road 70 or New Mexico 599 frontage road. On the May 19, 2022 memo, staff described the basis for the position relevant to the standards of the SLDC, Table 7-13 of the SLDC for collector road standards, which requires an 80-foot right-of-way. Chapter 7.11.11.3.2, access to subdivision, non-residential development, and multi-family development, staff identified that there are more than 40 lots currently accessing off of Los Sueños Trail, which doesn't include the 12 lots proposed with this development and the remainder 9 lots, which have the potential for a minimum of 42 dwelling units with an average daily trip of 420 trips per day, 10 trips per dwelling unit, in addition to what is already existing. This would require the Los Sueños Trail be built out to collector road standards as identified on the official map. Furthermore, the official map identifies the major roads to the proposed development as minor collectors. The SLDC defines the official map as the map adopted by the board that represents the location, width, and extent of public roads and highways, stormwater and drainage basins and ways, flood control basins or areas, parks, trails, and recreation areas, whether or not such roads, highways, stormwater, or drainage basins and ways, flood control basins and areas, parks, trails, and recreation areas are improved or unimproved in actual physical existence in the county or proposed for future establishment. Therefore, the applicant shall improve the roads to comply with the standards set forth in Chapter 7.11.11.3.2, access to subdivision, non-residential development, and multifamily development. The applicants were given the opportunity to develop the roads or apply for a variance. The applicants have argued they do not need to do the road improvements and will not apply for a variance. As a history of the property, on October 21st, 2004, the County Development Review Committee recommended master plan approval for 264 residential lots on 660 acres. On July 12, 2005, the BCC granted master plan approval. On February 9, 2006, the Extraterritorial Zoning Commission recommended preliminary plat and development plan approval. And on April 11, 2006, the BCC granted preliminary plat and development plan approval in accordance with the approved master plan. On April 10, 2007, the Board of County Commissioners granted an amendment for the preliminary for 304 lots on 660 acres. One of the conditions of approval was that the off-site roads of Los Sueños Trail that extends north from the proposed subdivision to Las Campanas Drive be upgraded. On July 10, 2007, the BCC granted preliminary plat and development plan approval for the residential subdivision consisting of 304 lots on 660 acres to be developed in 5 phases. On March 13, 2008, the Extraterritorial Zoning Commission recommended final plat and development plan approval for phases 1 through 4, consisting of 241 residential lots on 660 acres. At the April 8, 2008 hearing before the BCC, staff stated that the proposed subdivision is in accordance with the approved master plan and preliminary plat and development plan and conforms with the extraterritorial subdivision regulation. Staff recommended final approval subject to the applicable conditions previously imposed and final conditions including subject to the applicable conditions, including modifications of condition number 15 regarding the road maintenance agreement for Los Sueños Trail and a condition number 12 regarding the applicant paying 50% towards maintenance of La Vida Trail. Sustainable design standards. The application reviewed for the compliance with the applicable standards set forth in the SLDC as follows. Fire protection, landscaping and buffering, lighting, signage, solid waste, parking and loading, water supply, wastewater and water conservation, open space, protection of historic and archaeological resources, terrain management, operation and maintenance of common improved areas, affordable housing, agency review, NMED approval, the Office of the State Engineer, there's a typo there, it should read as approval. SHPO approval, County Public Works approval, Santa Fe County Planning, another typo, should say denial. County Fire Marshal, approve with
Madam Chair?
conditions.
What page are you on? I was following you on the memo.
He skipped.
Madam Chair, I'm on page 11.
Okay, you jumped to page, okay.
County Utilities, approved with conditions. Soils and Waters, approved with conditions. Santa Fe Public Schools, no opinion. And County Affordable Housing, approval. Recommendation, the Affordable Housing Agreement has been reviewed and approved by the Affordable Housing Administrator and the Legal Department. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the Affordable Housing Agreement as attaches Exhibit 11. Building Development Services staff, this project for compliance with pertinent SLDC requirements and finds that the facts presented do not support the applicant's request for preliminary and final plat for the 12-lot residential subdivision on a total of 127.94 acres for the following reasons. 1. Chapter SLDC Section 7.11 Road Design Standards, Section 711.2 Applicability, which identifies Table 7.13 for rural road classification and design standards. Collector roads in the SDA 2 areas are required an 80-foot right-of-way with 2 paved lanes, each 11 feet in width. Los Sueños Trail are required to be improved. The required roadway improvements to Los Sueños Trail should extend along the project area to the southern boundary and from Los Sueños Trail to the La Vida Trail at the western property boundary of the subdivision serving the affordable Lot 2A and the remainder lots. Therefore, Rancho Cerro Grande 12-lot subdivision request for preliminary plat and final plat does not meet the requirements of the SLDC Section 7.11 Road Design Standards as amended by Ordinance 2017-7. 2. In addition, no environmental impact report has been submitted for this project. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the applicant's request for preliminary and final plat and requests the applicant be required to resubmit the project to include the required EIR and road improvements. If the decision of the BCC is to approve the 12-lot residential subdivision, staff recommends imposition of the following conditions. Madam Chair, may I enter those conditions into the record with some amendments and additional conditions to be read?
Yes, thank you.
Condition number 3, Los Sueños Trail shall be constructed to the collector road standards of the SLDC, Section 7.11.2.1, Table 7-13, Rural Road Classification and Design Standards, which requires 2 paved 11-foot wide driving surfaces with an 80-foot minimum right-of-way. The road improvements shall extend from the intersection of Los Sueños Trail and Cloud March, the terminus of the paved portion of Los Sueños Trail below Las Campanas Drive, and approximately 600 feet north of the northeast corner of the property, to the southern property of the affordable lot, identified as Lot 2-A on the subdivision plat, and as Lot 12 in the traffic impact report. The right-of-way shall extend from the northern boundary of the property to the southern boundary of the affordable lot. The design plan shall be submitted to the Public Works and Administrator for approval. Construction shall be completed prior to any home be permitted. 4, the applicant must provide trails and trail connections as shown on the roads and trails map pursuant to SLDC Section 911.22.12 and 7.15.3.4. The conditions to be added are condition number 12. Accessory dwelling units are prohibited within this subdivision. This shall be noted on the final plat and in the disclosure statement. And condition number 13, no further division shall be allowed. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I stand for any questions you may have.
Can I ask a quick clarification? The first 2 modifications, you read conditions 3 and 4, they replaced what's here in our packet?
Those were the amended, Madam Chair, those were the amended conditions of
Right,
approval.
that's what I was just confirming that. Thank you. So before I go to questions, I just needed that clarification. Go ahead.
Sorry. Madam Chair, I have a staff member that's going to be handing out some information to you guys.
Okay, thank you. I assume the applicant is here. Is there an applicant presentation?
Madam Chair, there is.
Thank you. Let's go to that.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, would you like him sworn in? Sorry.
Yes, please. Go for it.
Okay.
I just assumed you were going to proceed with that.
Sorry.
No worries.
All right, sir. We'll do the oath first and then state your name and everything. So, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Nathan Manzanares. I am a part of Jim Siebert and Associates, and my address is 915 Mercer Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Thank you.
Oh, put my hand. Good evening, Commissioners. There's a handout that was handed out to you. The header on the top right corner says Rancho Cielo Grande applicant opening statement and staff report corrections. I just want to verify that you have that. If you could follow along with that, I'd really appreciate it. I'm going to just do a quick rundown on some errors that were in the staff report before I give my presentation. Thank you. So there's some errors that need to be addressed. On page 7 of the staff report, it states that under water supply, wastewater, and water conservation, the applicant needs to require a water delivery agreement. If you go to the back last page of that handout, under Exhibit 10, that water delivery agreement has already been approved by the board and was recorded on February 2nd, 2023. So that's incorrect. On page 3, there's a very lengthy description. I think John just read that just now for prior Suerte de Sol development approvals that were done under the County Land Development Code prior to the SLDC adoption. Those improvements were for a 64-lot subdivision. That subdivision did not proceed forward due to the 2008 economic crash. Therefore, those prior approvals have no bearing on tonight's 12-lot subdivision that's being considered. That master plan was never acted upon, it's expired, and the property was not designated as a PDD. So that's invalid information. On page 11 of the staff report under review agency comments, John did address this. The OSC did provide a positive opinion, and that's in Exhibit 4, page 160. Therefore, all applicable review agencies have provided approvals for the project other than the Santa Fe Planning Department. On page 6, there's a statement that an EIR from staff was not required, and then there's an additional letter from staff dated November 30th after this application was submitted and reviewed by staff. It says that the EIR is not applicable. So therefore, we're finding out about this EIR within days of the hearing. We're willing to do, in lieu of an EIR, conduct some additional archaeological analysis of the previously studied area that was the Suerte de Sol development that consisted of about 660 acres. And if need be, we will designate applicable archaeological easements. So therefore, we request that approval condition 1 be deleted. Thank you. And with that, I'm going to just give a brief presentation. John already touched on a lot of this. I don't want to be redundant. So as John stated earlier, this is in the residential estate zoning district, also in the Tres Arroyos Community District in Sustainable Development Area 2. The project is accessed via Las Campanas Drive and La Vida Trail through Los Sueños Trail. The subject site, as you can see, is located along Los Sueños Trail. It's 127 plus acres. The minimum lot size is 2.5 acres. The average lot sizes range from 7.27 acres to 17.3 acres. We are proposing one affordable lot that meets the requirement, and we do have the affordable housing agreement and plan in Exhibit 11. We do meet the open space requirements of 30%. This is a rendering of the proposed plat. As you can see, it is a 12-lot subdivision. And with that, I'd like to pass the presentation to our legal counsel, Frank Herdman, and he's going to discuss some of the road issues that were brought up during the staff report. Thank you, commissioners.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Frank Herdman. I'm legal counsel for the applicant. You should all have before you this set of paper. It's 12 pages long. It's 11 by 17. Forgive me, I'm old-fashioned. I still believe in paper. So I'm going to be referring to each of these pages as I go through my presentation, and you'll want to follow along. So I want to talk about the issue involving the off-site road improvements that staff has raised in its memorandum. And I want to begin on page 1 of my handout. Page 1 is intended to orient you as to the project site and some of the surrounding road network. You see the exterior boundary of the proposed subdivision is highlighted in red. And by the way, the base map here is the Santa Fe County Assessor's map. And for each of these pages, I've put a little helpful key up at the top to help you follow along. But the project site and the exterior boundary of the proposed subdivision is shown in red. You can see the two boxes there. The blue line that goes north to south is Los Sueños Trail. As you can see, Los Sueños Trail starts at Las Campanas Drive and goes south to where it ends at La Vida Trail. Los Sueños Trail runs along the eastern boundary of the larger subdivision parcel, as you can see, and then along the western boundary of proposed Lot 12. The proportion of Los Sueños Trail that abuts the subdivision, just that portion from the top of the red line to the lower red line, that's approximately 2,500 feet. Now, Los Sueños Trail continues in a southerly direction south of the subdivision to where it intersects with La Vida Trail, which is shown in green. La Vida Trail runs east to west, more or less, and eventually connects to Aldea to the east. The orange line is Wildflower Way. That connects to La Vida Trail and makes its way eventually over to Camino La Tierra to the northeast. The yellow line is La Serena Trail, which runs between Los Sueños Trail and La Vida. And I want to make a very important point. All of these roads are contained within private road right-of-ways that vary from 66 feet to 50 feet wide. Okay? The entire private easement for Los Sueños Trail and La Vida are 66 feet wide. The easement for La Serena Trail is only 50 feet wide, and the easement for Wildflower Way varies from 66 to 50 feet in width. That will become relevant as we talk about some of these road standards. Let's look at page 2 now. Page 2 shows the existing condition of the two roads that staff has referred to in its memo. So starting with Los Sueños Trail, Los Sueños Trail again goes from Las Campanas Drive in a southerly direction and it abuts the subdivision. That's the light blue area line, that part is paved. When you hit that yellow line, that is Cloud March. Going south, where it's darker blue, that portion is unpaved. Okay, then when we hit La Vida Trail, the dark green portion of La Vida Trail is unpaved, and then the light green portion, where it intersects with La Serena Trail, that is paved. Okay, and then So staff's memo very confusingly contains 3 different mutually exclusive, conflicting, and inconsistent positions as to what it is recommending to you to be done with these roads. So starting on page 3, and I have direct quotes from staff's memo, together with a diagram intended to depict what I understand it to be proposing and recommending. Staff's position number 1, and I'm quoting from the memo, it says the required roadway improvements to Los Serenos Trail should extend along the project area to the southern boundary and from Los Sueños Trails to La Vida Trail at the western property boundary of the subdivision, serving the affordable Lot 2A and the remainder lots, end quote. That's staff memo, page 11. This equates to approximately 3,850 feet, I'm missing a 0 there, or approximately 3/4 of a mile. And as I understand it, it is the portion of Los Sueños Trail that runs from the northernmost boundary of the subdivision and runs down to La Vida Trail. That's staff's position number 1. Let's flip the page to page 4. This is staff's position number 2. Again, direct quote from the memo. Quote, approximately 2,580 feet will need to provide an 80-foot right-of-way with 2 11-foot paved lanes. This is the entire portion of Los Sueños Trail that abuts the proposed subdivision, including the affordable lot owned by Suerta del Sur, unquote. So this equates to approximately 2,500 linear feet, or a half mile, and it is shown in the diagram running from the northernmost boundary of the subdivision to the southernmost boundary of the subdivision. As you can see, that's different from staff's position number 1. Let's go to staff's position number 3. This is staff's proposed conditions 3 and 4 that's contained in its memo. Now, you probably didn't know that staff kind of read to you yet a 4th position that we received at 2 p.m. today. That's what they said. I would like to read some additional conditions into the record. No, that's a totally different condition. It is now staff's 4th position, which I'll explain in a moment. Confused? Understandably, we are too. Okay, so staff's position number 3, as stated in its memo, this is on page 12, it states La Vida Trail and Los Sueños Trail will be constructed to the standards stated in the chapter stated there in the table 7-13 of the SLD collector road standards, which include 2 paved 11-foot driving surfaces with an 11-foot right-of-way. There's no limitations as to where that begins and ends, so I'm taking it to mean the entirety of this road, or those 2 roads, which is in excess of 3 miles. Then it says an 80-foot right-of-way shall be platted for Los Sueños Trail on the side of the property, from Cloud March to the end of the property. Well, as we know, Cloud March is north of the property, so it doesn't make sense that we would plat an 80-foot right-of-way on the side of the property from Cloud March, which is outside the bounds of the subdivision. So that's not even attainable. But in any event, this is now a 3rd position stated in staff's memo. What staff read to you in the record is yet a 4th position. This is what we received at 2 p.m. Now, I don't know whether you received a copy of this, but I'm going to guess when this was read to you by staff moments ago, you probably didn't sink in because of all of the detail, understandably. So let me tell you what this says. So this is what was read to you moments ago. It says, and I'll paraphrase a little bit, Los Sueños Trail will be constructed in accordance with the collector road standards. And they say that requires 2 11-foot wide driving surfaces with an 80-foot minimum right-of-way. They say the road improvements will extend from the intersection of Los Sueños Trail and Cloud March. So now, unlike the prior 3 that we've seen, we're now going up to Cloud March. Okay, the southern terminus of the paved portion, and to the southern boundary of the affordable lot identified as Lot 2A on the subdivision plat and Lot 12 on the traffic impact report. That's confusing because the little square lot down there, that's Lot 12. The larger lot from which that is subdivided is 2A. So I don't even understand what that means. But suffice it to say, It's now different from the three that we read to you before. And it says that the right-of-way shall extend from the north boundary of the property to the southern boundary of the affordable lot. So I guess they mean, if we go back and we look at, I think, staff might want to clarify, I think this is a modification of staff's position number 2, which we saw on page 4, and now what they're proposing, as I understand it, is that that unpaved portion north of the subdivision that is up to Cloud March also needs to be paved. They're also, as I understand it, I think, requiring that that right-of-way be increased to 80 feet, which is impossible because that's private property. The applicant has absolutely no control, obviously cannot grant easements over private property that it doesn't own. So we have 3 conflicting different positions from staff. We've attempted to obtain clarification from this on this issue. This application has been pending with the county for over a year. We've been working on this issue and haven't yet got it sorted out. So you might ask, which of these mutually exclusive and conflicting recommendations is correct? The short answer is none of them, but allow me to explain why. So on page 6 of my presentation, my materials, you will find an excerpt from what the SLDC refers to as the official map. Staff states that the roads in question, specifically Los Sueños and La Vida, are shown on this official map as collectors. So this is an excerpt of the official map. It's kind of blurry, but that's the way it appears in the code. If you see the big blue arrow to the left, that points to what is Los Sueños Trail, okay? And you can see that it goes down and then it makes a right turn. That's La Vida. And then you can see that there's that orange line going up in a northeasterly direction. That's Wildflower, okay? So staff's position is all of these roads need to be constructed in accordance with the standards for a collector road. So if we look at the official map, we see down in the key that I have to the right, the orange indicates minor collector, not collector, minor collector, and it says maximum 80-foot right-of-way. It doesn't say minimum, it says maximum, okay? Now, let's look at page 7. Page 7 is an excerpt from the SLDC that contains the particular road classifications and the design standards for rural roads. The 2 standards in question are collector and local, okay? So staff's position is, by virtue of the designation of these roads as a minor collector, they necessarily need to be a collector, okay? So you see that the right-of-way width, the minimum right-of-way width for a collector is 80 feet. As I explained to you at the very beginning, none of the roads shown in orange is 80 feet wide. They are private easements. They will never be 80 feet wide, okay? So it is the compliance with what staff is recommending for all of these roads, including that portion of Los Sueños Trail that abuts the property, is unattainable. It will never happen. In addition, as I point out, the official map doesn't say a minimum of 80 feet, it says a maximum of 80 feet, all right? Let me just find my place here. If we go back to, and we just look at page 1 for a moment, I want to point out the trails, the roads in question that we're talking about. La Serena Trail is not one of the 3 roads shown on the official map, but as you can see, a lot of these roads are abutted by developed existing residential lots. So the likelihood of increasing that right-of-way for probably more than 4 to 5 miles to 80 feet is unattainable. It's never going to happen. And it's unfair for staff to impose upon this particular applicant the expectation for this portion of Los Sueños Trail to be built in accordance with that standard. There are other reasons why an 80-foot right-of-way makes no sense for these roads. So let's look again at page 7 of my materials. You'll see that for a collector road, the collector road requires 2 lanes 11 feet wide, so a driving surface of 22 feet. The minimum right-of-way says 80 feet, okay? For a local road, which is the next smallest type of road, it's 2 lanes of 10 and 50 feet. So let's look at page 8 of my materials, all right? This is the real-world implications of what staff is asking. So these are 3 sample road profiles. The first road profile, going from left to right, the first one shows a 66-foot wide right-of-way with a driving surface, 2 driving lanes of 11 feet wide, right? So what you have is you have 22 feet of driving surface, you have 22 feet on both sides. So when you go to what staff is proposing for this portion of Los Sueños Trail only, you would have a right-of-way that's 80 feet. You would have a driving surface of 22 feet, which means you would have dead space of 29 feet on both sides of the driving surface. The dead space on both sides would be wider than the road itself. Makes no sense. So the rightmost example is a road profile from St. Francis Drive. It's 80 feet wide. It has 3 lanes in opposite directions and a turning lane for a total of 7 lanes. Staff is proposing that you convert Los Sueños Trail to St. Francis Drive. To the extent that there are neighbors concerned about speed, they should be concerned about staff's proposal to turn this into a superhighway. We don't want that, the applicant doesn't want it, and the neighbors don't either. So let's look at page 9. Here's another reason why it makes no sense to do an 80-foot right-of-way through this portion of Los Sueños Trail. So as I explained, all the right-of-ways out there are 66 feet wide. So staff is saying, hey, make the right-of-way through the subdivision, or at least that portion of the road that abuts the subdivision, 80 feet wide. Well, if we go to page 1 quickly, and we look at where the subdivision is, the red box, on the right or the east side, you can see that all of that land is developed. That's private property. The developer cannot grant an easement over that property. So if we go to page 9, in order to grant an 80-foot right-of-way through this parcel of land, it would have to include 14 feet on one side to get it to 80. Now, the road, if and when it's ever paved, is going to remain in the center of the 66-foot wide existing right-of-way. The 14 feet to the left side is just wasted. You can't disconnect the road and push it over to the center of the 80-foot driving surface. You know, it just, again, makes absolutely no sense. Going on, I want to address the next position that's in staff memo as to why they believe that this portion of Los Sueños Trail should be, or maybe La Vida, again, we're not certain what they're really asking, should be designed to the collector road standards. So staff says that when you add the 12 lots that are going to be created from this subdivision, it pushes you over a total of 40 lots. They came up with 42 or 45 lots that are going to be served by Los Sueños Trail. So forgive me for flipping around here, but if we go back to the profile standards that are on page, excuse me here, that are on page 7. So you see where it says collector and local, average daily traffic. For collector, 401 to 1,999 daily trips. So staff's logic goes something like this. Well, when you add these 12 lots, you're going to tip the scale so that there's going to be more than 40 lots served, and staff assumes 10 daily trips per day, and therefore this is the straw that breaks the camel's back and tips you into that, the average daily trips that exceed 401, because we've crossed the line into 40 lots. And they assume 10 daily trips per day. That's not based on any traffic study. That's an assumption. Okay, so let's look at page 10. Okay, so page 10 is my, I think, realistic approximation of the number of lots that use Los Sueños Trail today. By my count, it's well over 200 lots. So the line that staff purports was crossed by adding 12 lots to the number of lots that use Los Sueños Trail, if that was the straw that broke the camel's back, that camel was crushed years ago. And it is patently unfair for staff to say, you crossed that line today, and so this applicant bears the burden of improving this road. And the logic of staff's analysis is especially faulty when you look at the lots on the right side or the east side of Los Sueños Trail directly across from the subdivision. There's over 20 lots immediately across the street. Why wasn't that applicant required to pave Los Sueños Trail at that time? Good question. It should have been, but it wasn't, according to staff's logic. So now this applicant comes along and presto changeo, it bears the entire burden of paving that road, when in fact this road network has been serving countless lots for many years. So the next page, page 11, is the results of a real traffic study that was performed by the applicant and by a licensed traffic engineer. And what it demonstrates is if you take the total number of daily trips that are added with this subdivision to the total number of daily trips that are actually happening, you get 255, which falls well below that 400 standard for a collector road. So for that additional reason, this does not fall within the collector road standards. It actually falls within the local road standards, which requires only a 50-foot wide easement together with a gravel base course road, which is what's there today. That is all that is required of the applicant. But if we look at page 12, this is what the applicant is willing to do, okay, over and above what it is required to do. So the applicant is willing to pave that portion of Los Sueños Trail that abuts the subdivision, that's shown in the blue line, and that would be improved to two 11-foot driving lanes, which is essentially the real-world driving surface of a collector road. It's what you see and drive on when you're in a car. We don't notice how much dead
Madam Chair?
space is with the right-of-way.
Yes.
Where are you saying you're going to pave from and to?
So, Commissioner Hanson, do you see the blue line?
I see the blue line.
Okay.
Which page are we on?
Page 12. So let me just make sure everybody understands. So the northernmost portion of the subdivision is where that blue line ends.
Okay.
And then it goes to the southern boundary of Lot 12, okay? That's what the applicant is proposing, and I have more to offer as well. So that would be two 11-foot driving surfaces. Again, that complies with the, what really counts from the collector standards, which is what you're driving on. But within the existing 66-foot easement. In addition, although not required, the applicant is willing to pave that portion of the unpaved portion of Los Sueños Trail from Cloud March down to the northern boundary of the subdivision. So that's approximately 600 feet. That is the missing gap that this applicant is just undoubtedly not responsible for, but is willing to put on the table. Just that missing gap, the cost of doing that is likely to exceed $100,000. But in the interest of, you know, the community and wanting to be a good neighbor, the applicant is willing to throw that in. That would be within the existing 66-foot wide easement. The result would be a continuous, if we go all the way back to page 2, the result would be, actually, forgive me. So if we go to page 4, staff's position number 2, it would be more or less that paved area together with that part of Los Sueños Trail that is currently unpaved north up to Cloud March. Again, 2 paved 11-foot driving surfaces within the 66-foot easement. The applicant is not required to do that, but as a compromise to win your support as well as support of staff, that is what it is prepared to do. I also want to address one additional condition, actually 3. So we received this at 2 o'clock today. And this, again, was something was read to you. It includes an entirely new condition, condition number 4, that says the applicant must provide trails and trail connections as shown on the roads and trails map pursuant to SLDC sections 911, 2212, and section 7.15.3.4. This application has been pending before the county for over a year. We got this at 2 p.m. It was the first time this issue was ever raised. It's patently unfair. In an effort to try to understand this, prior to the hearing today, we looked at the trails map online. It's incomprehensible. It doesn't show you anything that is meaningful. It doesn't show you where a trail out here might be, etc. So we don't have any opportunity to make any sense of this, and I submit you don't either. It's unfair to you, and it's unfair to the applicant, and we request that that proposed condition be stricken and denied. And with that, and by the way, when they were reading the additional conditions, in addition to the list of 10 items that we received at 2 p.m., they threw in 12 and 13, and I don't even know what they are, and I doubt you do either. That's what we've been dealing with. It's patently unfair to this application. In the interest of implementing real public policy, this is not how this should happen. So we request that proposed conditions 12 and 13, whatever they are, also be stricken. And I stand for questions.
So before we go to questions, I'm actually going to open public hearing. Vicki, are you coming up because you?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to address some of the issues that Mr. Herdman brought up.
Yes, please. That would be helpful.
So in regards to the traffic and the requirement for an 80-foot right-of-way, the requirements that county staff uses is within Table 11, within Chapter 7.11, the table that goes over the types of roadways and the requirements, which says that an 80-foot right-of-way is the minimum that's required for a collector road. The number of lots that are currently being served by Los Sueños Trail is already over 40 lots. And the calculation that we use to figure out the average daily trips is actually under the adequate public facilities section of the SLDC. And it says for purposes of the adequate public facilities, we assume that each lot generates 10 trips per day. So that's a standard that we use from the code. It's not something we just recently developed. One thing I wanted to mention also is that we had told the applicants for months now that paving would be needed and offered to have discussions with them, and they never approached us to come to the table and have discussions regarding the paving. Other portions of the road were under the old code, so some of the other developments that were approved and developed along Los Sueños Trail were done under the old code, so the requirements were different at that time. An example, based on the 80-foot requirement for the right-of-way, they would need to request a variance, and some of the comments that Mr. Herdman made would maybe be grounds for, addressing the variance criteria, but it would require variance because the code does require a minimum of 80 feet. An example would be, I don't know if you all remember the St. Francis South project. They knew their internal road would never need the width of the 50 feet that would be required for that type of road. So they did request a variance, and believe the variance had been granted. So yeah, as I mentioned, a lot of the statements that Mr. Herdman made would be valid, grounds or part of the variance criteria that would need to be submitted as part of a variance request for the right-of-way. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, and I appreciate it. I'm sure there'll be more questions when we go to questions up here. And I just wonder, yeah, hang on one sec. We have public works people here. Is this to provide potential information if there are any questions about this public hearing or for the next one? Either one? Next one, thank you. Commissioner Hanson.
Before we have public hearing, I think it would be helpful to understand what 12 and 13 of the
conditions
are again, and which page they're on, in what document.
I don't know where we're going to find out.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, can you please repeat that? I'm sorry.
So tell me what 12 and 13 are and where they are in the documents that we have online.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, these are conditions that need to be imposed because they did not address the SRAs that were submitted within the document. And that is that they needed to require, they did it for the average daily trips for the subdivision in itself and for 23 units. But what they did not address is the water standards, and they do have a water agreement. However, the water agreement says 0.25 acre feet per lot. We could, had they adjusted this water agreement with utilities and with county staff, they could have come up with a water budget to address this, and that was not done. So these conditions were added, and yes, they're not on your current staff memo.
Madam Chair, just to address that, the accessory dwelling unit section of the code actually states that major subdivisions cannot have accessory dwelling units unless their SRAs address the fact that they would have a main house and an accessory house. The code also requires each house to prove, when you're doing a subdivision, 1/4 acre foot of water. So our base point for each lot to have a house and an accessory dwelling unit would be a 1/2 acre foot per lot, per the code. The code does allow you to say how you would buy that water down, maybe a smaller second house or whatever else. We have seen those water budget numbers come lower, but we've seen them come lower in the community college district on very small lots with just very small patios, and even those are not below 0.18 acre foot per year. So even if that was utilized for both of the homes, we would still be at 0.36. So I don't believe that they have addressed all the SRAs to cover them for accessory dwelling units. That's why we're recommending.
Everybody what an SRA is?
A study, report, and assessment. So part of that would be a water study, traffic, environmental, all of those are our studies, reports, and assessments.
But I thought, Madam Chair, I thought they were not having any accessory dwelling unit.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, as we reviewed this project, it was not consistent in their application because the water utility agreement that they've got does not address enough water for an accessory dwelling unit. So that's why we were going to add a condition stating no accessory dwelling units.
Okay. So what number is that?
12 or 13? What did you add? So that was condition number 12. Accessory dwelling units are prohibited within the subdivision. And then
13 was no further division is allowed. This is a major subdivision, but you'll see that the minimum lot size, I believe, is 2.5 acres, and the lots are all much larger than that. So you don't want to see further divisions within that because, again, a major subdivision should be addressing all of their impacts when they come in front of the board through their studies, reports, and assessments, not creating lots that can be further divided and further create impact.
Right.
Thank you.
Got it. Thank
Okay.
you very much.
Thank you, Madam
Are you
Chair.
finished?
For the moment.
Okay, are we going to go through, I was actually, I'll entertain clarifications, but we'll have a whole question period. I just thought it would be useful for us to hear if there are any public comments before we ask the remainder of questions. But if you have a clarification, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can staff read me what condition 12 actually reads and condition 13 for the record?
Thank you.
And why did we not receive that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, condition number 12, accessory dwelling units are prohibited within this subdivision. This shall be noted on the final plat and in the disclosure statement. And 13, condition number 13 reads as follows: no further division shall be allowed.
Thank you.
Mr. Montanaro, did you have some?
Madam Chair, I just want to address this while it's fresh in the commission's mind, if you don't mind. So as stated, we're finding out this just at the same time as you are. The issue here is that in the past, you can submit a water budget to have an accessory dwelling unit. You're allowed one accessory dwelling unit per lot if you meet your water allocation. We intend to do that, and we should be allowed to do that. And if need be, we can amend our water. Not every lot is anticipated to have a guest house, but if they want to, they should have that option. Some of these lots have the density for multiple homes, so they should be allowed one extra accessory dwelling unit, and the max would be one accessory dwelling unit. Also, our covenants allow for no further subdivision of land, so that's not an issue. But by eliminating the allowance for, we have the density for a guest house. We addressed it in traffic, and we will provide water budgets to show that we're in that allocation, and if not, they'll take the proper courses to buy more water to have the accessory dwellings if need be.
But it's not there in the current application.
That's typical. Any application that comes in for an accessory dwelling needs to submit a water budget to prove that you're not over your water allocation. That's just standard practice. So the fact that we're doing lots that are above the minimum lot size, you're restricting our density. We're not asking for any more land divisions. We're asking for 12 lots, but they do have the density for multiple homes. So we should be allowed one home that's half the size of the primary residence because they meet the density requirements. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair.
Hang on, John, and then I'll come right back to you.
Madam Chair, just for clarification, I did have a lengthy conversation with Mr. Montanaro last week about not meeting all SRAs in terms of the water. I never got a formal response from him stating that he was going to amend those. I never received any of that. And commissioners, just to clarify, for whatever reason, the memo was not uploaded correctly, and that is why you do not have those conditions into your staff memo. Staff memo you all have in your packets.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hanson?
So if you built a 10,000 square foot house, that means that you could have a 5,000 square foot accessory dwelling unit.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, no, we would still meet the requirements of an accessory dwelling, which the max size would be 1,400 square feet.
So, Madam Chair, Commissioners, what the accessory dwelling section says is that it can be 50% the size of the heated area of the house up to 1,400 square feet.
Okay.
So you can't go above that. And I do want to just point out that what's in front of you is not an accessory dwelling unit. What's in front of you is a major subdivision that has code requirements, and either variances need to be requested for them, or they need to follow the code to either bring in a half-acre foot per lot if they're going to have a house and an accessory, or follow the code and show us how they would reduce that amount as part of their application, and that is why staff is recommending denial of this. Thank you.
Do you have more clarifications you need before we go to public hearing?
I want to know why the applicant didn't request a variance.
What, I can't hear you, Commissioner.
I said I want to know why the applicant didn't request a variance.
I don't think I can, yeah. Is the green light on?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Very simply because it's not required. In addition, so staff's position is request a variance. So when they say that, it's not. Are they saying request a variance to their position that an 80-foot right-of-way is required beyond the subdivision, or are they saying request a variance for within the subdivision? So it's not even clear what they're saying their position is, but fundamentally, the collector road standards on which they are relying do not apply. It's very simply that. The local road standards is what applies, because our traffic counts demonstrate conclusively that the maximum amount of daily trips is going to be 255. And if you look at the daily trip standard, you only get to collector status when you have average daily trips of 401 or more, okay? We did actual traffic counts. Staff says you tip the scales because now you're over 40, and therefore, and they assume 10 trips per day, which is an assumption. Our analysis is based on actual traffic counts from a licensed traffic engineer. And so, and for all the other reasons, the collector road standards do not apply. The official map says a maximum of 80. It does not say a minimum of 80 feet in width, right? So a variance is not required. So I can't tell a client, a variance is not required, so go ask for something you're not required to do, which requires going to a hearing officer, going to the planning commission. It's added expense, it's added time, and I can tell you, in 30 years of doing this, have I ever received staff's support on a variance request? No. So what would I do? Staff says, go ask for a variance and we'll invite you to our regular buzzsaw and tell you you're not entitled to it. It makes no sense. Thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, just to clarify, the section 6.4.2.1 of the code states, for the purposes of adequate public facilities assessments, which is something you have to do when you're doing a major subdivision, average daily traffic assumes 10 trips per day.
I was going to say,
so it is the 10 trips today, and I believe that the project that Vicky mentioned, which was the South St. Francis, requested the variance for the width of the road, and staff supported that because of the actual use that road was going to be in. Staff many times comes in front of the board and doesn't recommend a variance, but the board has the right then to approve a variance.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anybody here in chambers who is here to speak to this matter? Yes, please. If you could come forward and get sworn in and
You want to hit the button to
make sure it's green.
Make sure it's green.
Press the on button. Thank you.
There you go. All right. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Paige Kelleher. I live at 21 Cloud March West in, what else do I need to tell you?
Let's see, name, address, and that you're under oath.
I'm sorry?
That you're under oath.
I'm under oath, yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, you can tell I've never done this. My concern is I drive on Los Sueños Trail, and I live in the Los Sueños Homeowners Association. I mean, I live within that subdivision, and we take care of maintenance for Los Sueños Trail, and we pay it out of our annual dues. And we're just concerned about the more traffic on Los Sueños Trail from Las Campanas Drive to Cloud March. And so we have sent many letters to Peter's organization asking to go, that we're concerned about this, and we want to have a shared road maintenance agreement to split the costs, because we split it with all 5 of the subdivisions that use all those roads. Unfortunately, at this point, there's only 2 subdivisions that pay for it, mine and El Prado. So there's going to be a lot of increased traffic on Los Sueños Trail from Las Campanas to Cloud March down to the new subdivision. So we're basically requesting or wanting, the Los Sueños respectfully request the county impose the following requirements on the new development, which are similar to those the county imposed on Gerald Peters' prior development with regard to Los Sueños Trail. And one of them was require the paving, which they seem to be willing to do, which is great. And we want to just have an executed written agreement of a shared responsibility for maintaining Los Sueños Trail. Basically what we're asking. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here in chambers? Please come forward, get sworn in.
Is this on? Yeah. Yeah, my name's Ray Willison.
Sir,
You could get sworn in
sir,
first.
hold on. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, before you testify, state your name, address, and that you're under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name's Ray Willison. I live at 4 Terrari Court here in Santa Fe. I live in the El Prado subdivision, which borders on Los Sueños Trail. And as the Los Sueños representative stated, we share in the maintenance of the trail. Now, it was interesting listening to the opposition to the staff's report and some of the numbers that they gave were given out, which, to tell you the truth, I pay the bills for El Prado, and I don't recognize some of those. But the critical thing is you have a few units or houses, properties along that road maintaining it, okay? And we maintained it to the county standards when it was built. We've done slurry seal, we've striped it, we've done crack sealing, we've done drainage upgrades, we've done landscaping, cutting grass. Now, what's being proposed is another subdivision at the end of Los Sueños Trail that's just going to run traffic up and down it, more wear and tear, and nowhere in the presentation did I hear anybody say how they were going to help share in the maintenance of that road and make sure it's a safe road to drive with limited liability. Now, I walk that road all the time with my dog, and I'll tell you, you increase traffic on that road without considering the safety issue and the liability that presents, there's going to be a problem. Because people walk that road all the time. They walk it up all the way to Las Campanas and use the fitness trail. Okay, so they're along that road, and that road has curves. So now you're going to increase the traffic, and we were not privy to the reports. So, it's hard for us to say about anything about the staff's presentation or what the applicant wants. But the applicant has never met with the homeowners along Los Sueños Trail. and said how they were going to be a good neighbor and help us maintain it because they were going to have more wear and tear on that trail. And we, the few homeowners that are along that trail, have to foot the bill for them. That's what it amounts to. So when they come to us and tell us how they're going to help us maintain that, then we'll listen. We don't dispute their right to develop the property, but we ask that they be good neighbors. And if they're going to use that, that's a private road. The real solution is for the county to take over the road, which they're not going to do. So we need everybody that's along that road to contribute to that maintenance. That's all I have to say.
Excellent, thank you very much. Is there anybody else here in chambers who's here to speak to this matter? Okay, so I'm going to go, is there anybody online on either WebEx or the phone who is present to speak to this issue? Daniel, is there anybody on WebEx that you see?
Madam Chair, I don't see anybody on WebEx indicating that they'd like to speak.
Okay, so I will ask one, if there's anybody on WebEx that wants to speak to this public hearing, can you please unmute yourself and make yourself known? It's like a seance, you know, so knock 3 times. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public hearing on this. So, commissioners, are there questions or discussion anybody would? Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, I just have a couple questions. It seems like the road issue is the main problem here, and it seems to me that what the applicant is willing to do still doesn't pave the road the whole way up to where the pavement is. Is that correct?
Hello? Again, is that somebody online who's trying to speak? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I was just asking if you're not offering to pave up, so there'd still be dirt parts on both ends of Los Sueños where you would pave it. Is that correct?
There may, Commissioner, there may be a misunderstanding. So if we look at my materials, so on page 12, maybe we need to look also at.
So page 2 looks like where the paving ends with the yellow stripe.
It would be, so if we look at my page 2, the light blue is the currently paved section, and it stops at Cloud March, which is, I highlighted in yellow. So currently the pavement, for some inexplicable reason, stops short of the subdivision, even though all those surrounding lots were improved. So there's a gap there that it's north of the subdivision and outside of the subdivision. And then from there, Los Sueños Trail is unpaved all the way down to La Vida, which is green. What the applicant is proposing is, you see that we have 2 red boxes. There's the big one on the left side of the road, there's the other one on the right side. That one on the right side is Lot 12. What the applicant is proposing is to pave from Cloud March all the way down to that point. So that would provide a continuous pavement from Las Campanas Drive along Los Sueños all the way to the southern boundary of the subdivision.
Okay, that makes sense, because it didn't make sense to me that you would leave a dirt patch of like 100 feet or something.
We're proposing to do that. That's a pre-existing gap, and the applicant is willing to do that. 2 11-foot driving lanes within the 60-foot wide easement, 66-foot wide easement. Yes.
Okay, so my other question is, if the applicant paves that stretch of road, is the county then able to adopt the whole of Los Sueños that's paved? Because then it would be up to almost collector standards, except perhaps for the width of the right-of-way.
I can't speak for the county.
No, I'm asking the county
Okay.
to answer that question. It's, no? Well, we'll find out.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Brett Clavio. I'm a transportation planner with Santa Fe County. I believe the question is, can the county assume the maintenance of Los Sueños Trail once this project has been done? We have a process with the Transportation Advisory Committee to review applications as such. If the road meets the county standards, then we will evaluate that for road acceptance. So there is a good possibility that that could be achieved. But the road has to be, currently the policy says that the road has to be built to county standards.
Does that include the right-of-way of 80 feet?
I'm not sure about that particular aspect of it. I'm not sure, but I do know that the road itself needs to be up to county standards.
Right. Well, the reason I'm asking the question, I thought there was something in the material that we were read earlier that said the idea was to build the road up to county standards, or that the staff was asking that the road be built to county standards so that it could be adopted.
The applicant's denying doing that.
Well, right, I know the applicants didn't agree to do that, but I just wondered if that wasn't the idea, to somehow build this road up to, because that would take care of the maintenance issues for the neighbors as well. And then I'll stop asking questions.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, after it has been done, I think that the applicants or the neighborhood could file a petition, as Brett said, and go through that application, but we would have to review the entire width of the road at that point.
Right, it wouldn't make sense to just adopt a small part. You'd have to adopt the whole road.
Right, I would assume that Public Works would want to look at the entire road.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
If nobody else has questions.
Oh, I have questions.
Okay, I was just going to ask
But
a
I was
question.
gonna
Let's
let,
go. Yes, I get it now. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you. First of all, I don't think it's good for the applicant or staff to have us up here deciding what the code says or shouldn't say. And I understand that you guys actually did give a recommendation, but bringing it to us, this is stuff that should be worked out with you all before it comes up here, in my opinion. And I understand, hold on, Mr. Herdman, your argument is very noted as into what you said. And I understand the whole getting your memo at 2 o'clock today. We didn't receive the conditions. I get it. I understand that. Should have never even got to this point, in my opinion, at 2 o'clock with 2 conditions added to it. I understand.
Can we? Yeah.
So staff's original position
Did you actually
was that, and staff's original position was that Los Sueños Trail from Cloud March needed to be improved, and all La Vida Trail all the way to La Serena. Okay, I think staff abandoned that position. Now, we tried to work with staff. Staff actually refused to schedule this hearing unless the applicant conceded to that position. And I can't tell you how many emails I sent to Mr. Persino saying, that's not anything that is supported by the code, right? And they continued to refuse to schedule it. So finally we said, regrettably, if that's your position, we'll have to let the BCC decide. Then we get the staff memo on Friday, and the position has changed.
My commissioner was actually in the middle of asking a question, and I don't think he actually got to the question before you tried to answer. So
Yeah, and I'm happy to address that, Commissioner.
Thank you. Just my point is, I do spend all weekend reading this packet, so just getting stuff at hours before the meeting doesn't make sense. In regards to somebody mentioned the organization that actually is developing, not replying to individuals or their new neighbors. I don't think that's good practice at all either. Road adoption question that Commissioner Hughes brought, that's a very good point. If somebody builds a road up to county standards, what stops them from petitioning the Public Works Department and accepting a new county road? Good point. In regards to the 10 trips average daily traffic, where does that come from? Was that in the code? I don't need to go to my house 10 times a day. So I'm just wondering, is that just a standard procedure that we adopted in the code, or where did the number 10 come from? Even if there's, is that was adopted in the SDLC?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, yes, it's actually under the adequate public facilities section of the code, and I believe that standard was taken from AASHTO. So it's 10 trips per day per lot.
And I definitely understand that this is the SDLC, and this is a fairly new code, and these are different types of situations for different developments that we actually need to work out. And if the code needs to be changed, then we need to bring the changes forward from the code. Possibly, maybe we need to meet out there with consultants and figure out what's working and what's not working, because in my area of the county, sometimes the new code, the new SDLC doesn't make any sense at all for different particular developments. The 80-foot right-of-way, that was very interesting. The 3 different scenarios as into what you presented to us, Mr. Herdman. So the 80-foot right-of-way, where does that come from? If St. Francis Drive is literally 80 feet right-of-way, not driving surface, it's right-of-way, that seems like a lot of right-of-way for the applicant to actually provide. I understand right-of-way is, driving surface is this.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, this is in the code. It's under the collector road standards. This classifies as a minor road collector, so that's why that's in there. It's also identified in the official map, which was adopted by the board, you guys.
I'll leave you. I'll
If you have more.
pause for a little bit for some of my some.
I have one
questions that I
question.
Okay,
Do you
go ahead.
want
No,
me to
go
go, or
ahead.
do you want to go?
Oh, go ahead.
Land use, somebody, the issue about maintenance, how would that be handled in this case?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, this is handled within the HOA, within their internal HOA that they will create, and also included in the subdivision disclosure statements. So the HOA will be formulated. They may hire a managing property, such as Westgate, for example.
I think what I'm asking is like when a new group comes in, there are already 2 divisions there, subdivisions that already handle maintenance. What is typical for a 3rd group to come in and then?
Madam Chair, I would believe they would have to enter an agreement within the road maintenance between the 3 parties.
And so that's not typically something that is done as a condition or anything like that?
Typically, it's done within the 2 parties, such as I'll use Tessera and Aldea as an example. They have connecting road connectivity, and they they did an agreement to maintain those roads and to bring them up to par.
It's not bringing them up to par, it's that I'm
Well, the
worried, I'm
maintenance.
just thinking about the maintenance, the ongoing maintenance.
Madam
Okay, so in those cases, when the second subdivision was whatever, up for approval, it was not put in as a condition that they have any responsibility for maintenance.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I don't believe so. I think it was part of their agreements that they made with each other.
Okay. It seems odd, maintenance is an issue, right?
Correct.
Then it is a responsibility. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you. So I have a number of issues at the moment, but one is most of this road is 66 feet with easement that is there before. So is that true? Did I miss something? Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, is the
Gotta
green
turn
light
the
on?
mic on.
I'm sorry, I just can't hear without it.
The private easement for Los Sueños Trail is 66 feet in width. That is true also for La Vida. And again, Wildflower, which I guess is not in play here, varies from 66 to 50.
Okay.
And I'm also willing to talk about that maintenance issue as well. I can provide some input on that.
Okay, let's hear it.
We have this extensive road network in this area, and it is unfortunate that there is not an overarching road maintenance agreement in place. It's a big issue to tackle because if you're going to share costs for a road, you have to identify the stakeholders, right? And if you look at my page 11, one might say there's in excess of 200 stakeholders out there. But I can represent on behalf of the applicant that the applicant is willing to meet with the stakeholders to discuss that issue and try to work out something that's fair and equitable. It can get complicated when you have this private road network and it's just been allowed to evolve for many, many years before this application was submitted without addressing that. But maybe it's possible to get that genie back in the bottle. So we're willing to try.
Can I ask one clarifying question? What is a stakeholder? Is that like each homeowner? That's how many homeowners are there, or the associations?
Well, in a situation like this, I don't know the full picture. So if we look, for example, on my page 1, what I don't know, what I understand from some of the comments that have been submitted is that there's already existing homeowners associations that may already have a regimen to impose and collect assessments for maintenance of a portion of the road. And those assessments might be built into their annual assessments. It might be on a pro rata basis based on those lots. And then maybe there's other lots that are using this road that are participating in a different homeowners association. And maybe they're picking up a pro rata portion of the road that cuts through theirs. There may be freeloading lots that aren't participating in a homeowners association that aren't picking up any costs. We just don't know. Okay. And so a comprehensive assessment would have to be made as to the existing state of affairs to try to say, hey, who's doing what now? If you have a handful of freeloading lots, a handful of lots, and there's no overarching HOAs, you may be starting from the ground up to try to get everybody involved and say, hey, what's an equitable share? And I can tell you, having done this for years, it can get complicated because you might have someone who's at the end of the road who uses all of the road, and you have someone who's the first lot at Las Campanas Drive who says, I don't want to pay an equal share for the maintenance of the road because I only use 100 feet. So the conversations can get complicated, but as I said, on behalf of the application, we're willing to at least embark on that journey.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Commissioner.
So on that issue, that seems to be one of the issues that is upsetting the previous homeowners, because there is 2 homeowners that are now paying for that road, and there is 2 homeowner associations that are not paying for the road. And so that seems to be an issue from what I have read on these in these documents. But the other issue I have is that if you are going to be building at the end of this road, when are you going to pave the road? And what are you going to do about the traffic from the construction? Because that seems to be a very big issue in Las Campanas. I continually hear about traffic from construction as being an issue. And so are each of these lots, once you subdivision them, going to be sold to a builder and then they're going to build the house? Or are you building houses yourself? You know, like, how is this going to work? And when are you going to pave the road?
Commissioner, in response to that last question, as part of staff's condition, they stated that the road must be paved prior to the issuance of any building permits for any of the lots.
Okay.
We're okay with that.
Okay.
And so there would be, as far as construction related stuff, I mean, that's part of the conversation we're willing to have, you know, with other individuals. Again, I want to reiterate that we're not like the first, you know, person through this. The extent to which there are problems being complained about maintenance, these are pre-existing problems by virtue of the lack of, you know, what's happened over the years. It's not a byproduct of this application. I also want to emphasize the permitted zoning for this lot permits 50 lots. We're proposing 12. So I want the neighbors to hear that, because, you know, the number of lots that are possible are 4 times what's being proposed. And so, you know, this is a windfall to prevent the type of traffic that could be permitted if this were to fall into the hands of another developer or another owner.
Basically, you're saying that they could build 42 lots out there.
You could build 50 on this 127 acres. It's one lot, one residence for 2.5 acres.
2.5 acres.
And it's 127 by my math. That's approximately 50 lots.
But of course, if that were the case, then both the nature of the road development improvement and the water budget would have to support that application. So
there's no question
at the time, right?
Yeah, there's no question. I just want to emphasize that the permitted density, you know, this applicant is coming forward with an application that is far, far, far below the permitted intensity of what is allowed.
But you know, one of the things I do feel, Frank, is you're not quite ready for prime time, but I understand your frustration with land use. You know, like you kind of pushed forward. Land use wasn't quite ready, you know, and so you push forward. And so I'm trying to assess how we can make this equitable for everyone, including land use and you know, because I try to support land use in many of these ways, but at the same time, I feel like, you know, part of the reason some of these later conditions came up was because it was pushed forward by the applicant.
Madam Chair, this application was submitted in
it's 2 years.
2 years. This has been pending before staff for 2 years. And
Madam Chair, I did want to let you know that that Mr. Herdman actually stated that we said you either pave the entire road or we won't take it forward. That is not what was said. We said either you show us paving plans or you request a variance, one or the other.
Yes.
And we said that for months and months and months. We still don't have paving plans. We still don't know how this is going to work. To address Commissioner Hansen's point about what will happen during construction, when you submit your paving plans, we would also require a traffic control plan to address exactly what you asked, is what will happen to traffic during construction. We haven't seen those. We've requested those. We've stated either you do that or you ask for a variance. This was pushed forward. Our recommendation is that we get the required information in before the board makes a determination, and then staff's recommendation may well be very different.
And I also would like to express an opinion about the condition 12. Like getting a road paving, an alternate road paving condition at 2 o'clock, that doesn't seem like good procedure to me. I think that's a problem. But condition 12 was put in to disallow accessory dwellings because the water budget doesn't support accessory dwellings. So they either have to submit a water budget that supports accessory dwellings with this application, or that condition should go in. So that, I think, is not a last-minute condition. That's just consistent with what was submitted in the application.
So Frank, I don't think this is ready, and I am being as direct and honest as I can be. And so what I would like is, because I think that what you're trying to do is good. I don't have issues with the development per se, but there's too many little pieces that are not all in place. And so I am wondering if you can work with land use and bring this back in 6 weeks, 2 months, like mid-February, and get all these details, give them a paving plan, give them the water budget, I don't know why you don't want to apply for a variance. This board has granted many variances. It's not, this particular commission we have not been shy about giving variances. I think that people are, agreeing with me. And so I would like to, I don't want to be negative or opposed, but I want a little more work done on both sides. I want land use to work with you to get the paving plan, the traffic control plan. I want the water budget. I don't like staff feeling like they're put under pressure like this. We're all put under pressure. We don't have enough staff. We are, struggling to keep everything moving forward. And if I thought this was a bad plan, I would tell you right off, but I don't. I just think there's a few details that need to be done. And so is tabling the right thing? Jeff, what do you want me to...
Yeah, I have 2 more questions. Is that okay?
Sure.
Is that what you, because I missed what you were asking this.
Oh,
Commissioner Hughes, and then
thank
Commissioner
you, thank you,
Garcia.
Madam Chair. And Commissioner Hanson was asking whether we should table it, and I was thinking
your
that
district.
might not be the best course, because I think we have to go along with staff that this is a collector road. I understand the arguments both ways, but if our staff says it's a collector, it's probably a collector, and so I think they need a variance. If it's a collector, then they have to apply for the variance, and that might take, 2 months or something, I don't know. But so I mean, I think we might need to deny it and then bring it back again.
Okay, well,
I just wanted to say I think they need time.
right. I mean, I'm trying to give you as much help as possible, Frank, and I want you to do the right thing so we can move this project forward.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I mean, if you table, the notice is still good for 3 meetings. If they then need to renotice, we can renotice. But we're happy to meet with them as early as possible to talk about what we would need for the paving plan, the traffic control plan, whether or not they want to amend the water budget and how to do that, the request for the variance for the easement, and that would also allow them time to discuss with the neighbors maintenance of Los Sueños Trail. So at this point, I mean, we would be happy to work with the applicant if this was tabled, and we will bring it back as quickly as possible.
Okay, so we can.
I have a question.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I have a question for Mr. Terrell. Ivan, can you come up here real quick, please? I don't know, does he need to be sworn in for this committee, congressional committee hearing?
Staff.
Ivan, what is the right-of-way width for the northeast-southeast connector?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, it's a variable width, but in average it's about 100 feet.
100 feet?
To add a little more clarification on right-of-way width, it's the width of the needed width of right-of-way is typically dependent on where the road is built. So if you were to build a narrow road in Hyde Park, you'd need a lot more right-of-way because you have to accommodate ditches, slopes that would connect to the road, to the natural ground somewhere else. Whereas a road, and the same width of road built on a very level area would need less right-of-way. So the right-of-way is really a function of where the road resides. And I think the code covers the width of a right-of-way for a lot of different reasons and a lot of different locations. So I think that there is latitude in right-of-way, but it would have to be analyzed in a little bit more detail where the road is being proposed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan.
Yeah.
So,
Madam Chair, Commissioners, if I could just address one additional thing. Once we see the paving plans, we will know how much right-of-way. Sorry, once we see the paving plans, we would know how much right-of-way is needed. There's a lot of cut and fill, et cetera, et cetera. So it kind of all comes together in a package.
So Commissioner Garcia, you still have the floor? If you need it.
Madam Chair, I've been very patient. I just want to make one comment. The whole issue with this comes down to who's going to maintain this road. If you have that 80-foot gap of right-of-way, it'll never be eligible to go up for county maintenance, and this issue will continue. It needs to be 66 feet throughout. That way, it can be eligible to be maintained by the county once it's built out, and as other developments continue to build out in this area, they will continue the paving on. We're not resolving anything by leaving this 80-foot right-of-way situation unresolved. And I don't believe we need to go through a variance. It's already been 2 years. The slides that Mr. Herdman showed you shows that there's 28 feet of dead space on both sides of the road that will never be utilized. The aim is to have 2 11-foot paved lanes along Los Sueños. That way, the county can take over Los Sueños and maintain it, and all these maintenance issues go away.
So that's not going to happen. So what needs to happen is you need to submit a paving plan, so then we can see how much right-of-way you need, and we can easily adjust it. And most likely, it will be 66 feet because that's what's there on the rest of the road. But, I don't think you have been listening to me.
Members of the Commission, we support tabling so that we can confer with staff. We would like a date certain. I want to be clear that we maintain our position that a variance is not required, but I'm intrigued by the land use administrator's statement that it appears that staff has flexibility on the right-of-way based on a paving plan, and we think we can put that together quickly in hopes of trying to find a path forward on this. I want to say that in the correspondence that I wrote back in July regarding this matter, asking that this be put on, I specifically state, it is my understanding that the application is complete, and I asked that it be scheduled. I did not receive any contrary indication. So this is news to me, but be that as it may, let's see if we can work something out with staff and come to an appropriate path forward.
Okay, so I thank you, Frank. I'm going to make a motion to table.
Second for discussion.
Wait, hang on.
We do request a date certain.
If you wanted a date, Penny, do we need to have a discussion now with both of you up here about what needs to be turned in and what a realistic date is, knowing that we can table only for 3 months before 3 months or 3 meetings?
Madam Chair, I think we should table this table it to the end of February.
Commissioner, I actually have the floor.
Madam Chair, I just want to clarify. I didn't make a statement that staff themselves could make a recommendation on what the easement width would be and vary the code themselves. That would probably require a variance request. We can work with the applicant to get this done as quickly as possible. I would recommend that we table it at this point until February, and if everything has been submitted promptly, I can't guarantee whether we're going to get a paving plan next week or in 45 days. That we do want to see the paving plans. We do want to see a traffic control plan with that. If the water budget wants to be, if then we need to amend the water budget related to the accessory dwellings, then that needs to be taken care of. The easement width needs to be taken care of, and it may be appropriate for the applicant to meet with the neighbors to talk about maintenance. But for us, it's really the paving, traffic control, water, and easement. And we can work with the applicant to go through the process as quickly as possible. If we table now for 2 months, we will let you know if that does or doesn't work at the time. If it goes, we will keep it on an agenda as tabled, so we keep their notice through January and through February. And either we're ready to go in February or we would renotice if we're still going through the process.
Then I would respectfully suggest the second meeting in February.
Yeah, the second meeting in February.
Support that.
Okay, so the second meeting in February is the last Tuesday of the month. I don't have a calendar.
Is that it? Well, I think that's specific enough, though.
Right, is that specific enough for you, Frank? The last meeting in February, this last Tuesday of the month. Okay.
Okay. So I do have a motion in a second, and I assume the second accommodates that as well. Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, thank you, everybody, for all of their inputs and their patience, and this is tabled until the last meeting in February. That takes us to I am. Okay. I would like to make sure we can reconvene within 5 minutes. Did Vicky just walk out? Okay. If we could reassemble, I'd like to call this back to order. So this takes us to case 12B, which is the Tierra Antigua subdivision, Santa Fe West Investments, and our person who is going to make the presentation on this. Yes. Oh, okay, great. Ken, come up, please. Thank you. Yes, we're ready. Well, we're never entirely ready, but you know. Yeah.
At least a little bit.
A little bit.
In front of you today, Madam Chair, Commissioners, is Santa Fe West Investments, LLC, Art Coal Development, LLC, applicant, Jenkins Gavins, agent, requesting preliminary and final plat subdivision to create a 23-lot residential subdivision on a 44.5 acre tract of land.
Madam
Table
Chair.
5.1 identifies
Yes,
this.
excuse me a minute.
You
Yeah.
need to speak a little louder
Louder?
or closer to the
You got it.
microphone.
Thank you.
Table 5.1 identifies this type of subdivision as a Type 3 major subdivision. The site is zoned within the residential estate zoning district. The base density for residential estate zoning is 1 dwelling per 2.5 acres, as illustrated on Table 8-10, which allows for 17 dwelling units on the 44.5 acre tract of land. The applicant proposes to utilize the density bonus illustrated in Table 844, which allows 23 dwelling units with 50% open space. The applicant also proposes to provide 8% affordable housing in accordance with the SLD section 13.2.1.1, resulting in 1 affordable home. Proposed property is accessed via Camino La Tierra, Commission District 2. A summary on this application. The historic project is as follows. On January 8th, 1999, Las Campanas, Santa Fe, January 8th, 1999, Las Campanas, Santa Fe Division plat approved. Approval included tract D and E, which created 2 lots on 56.1 acres, more or less. That book is recorded, Plat Book 403, page 35 through 36, recorded in the Santa Fe County Clerk's Office. The applicant is requesting a preliminary subdivision plat and final subdivision plat to create 23 residential lots within a 44.5 acre tract. Table 5-1 identifies this type of subdivision as a Type 3 major subdivision. The site is zoned residential estate. The base density for residential estate zoning is 1 dwelling per 2.5 acres, as per Table 8-10, which allows for 17 dwelling units on the 44.51 acre tract. The applicant proposes to utilize the density bonus illustrated in Table 844, which allows for 23 dwelling units with 50% open space. The applicant is also proposing to provide 8% affordable housing in accordance with Section 13.2.1.1, resulting in 1 affordable home, for a total of 23 lots. The sustainable design review standards are as follows. The application has been reviewed for compliance with the applicable standards as set forth in Chapter 7 of the Sustainable Land Development Code, Ordinance 2017-7 and 2017-7 road design standards as follows. Access and roads, fire protection. Madam Chair and Commissioners, I'd like to bring to your attention that paragraph 3 has been entered in error and should be removed. Landscape and buffering, lighting, signs, parking and loading, water supply, wastewater, and water conservation, open space, protection of historic and archaeological resources, terrain management, flood prevention, and flood control, solid waste, and affordable housing. Staff's recommendation is staff has determined that the application for preliminary and final plat to allow 23-lot residential subdivision known as Tierra Antigua to be developed in a single phase is in compliance with the subdivision and design standards as set forth in the SLDC, and therefore recommends approval of the applicant's request for preliminary and final plat approval subject to the following conditions. Madam Chair, may I enter the conditions into the record?
Yes, thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, staff would also like to bring to your attention that there was a staff oversight on the noticing, as we did not specify the affordable housing agreement is needing BCC approval. It is included in your packet. It is signed by legal, and the affordable housing administrator is in agreement, sorry. It is ready to be approved, but as it is not noticed on today's agenda, it will need to come back to the BCC for approval.
So to be clear, we can do all the rest of the application except for the affordable housing piece.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, that is correct for preliminary and final.
Okay, thank you.
Therefore, staff would recommends an additional comment to read as condition number 21. The affordable housing agreement shall be approved by the BCC within 90 days of preliminary and final plat approval and prior to plat recordation. Madam Chair, I stand for any comments, questions.
Okay, so I think this is the appropriate time to have the applicant presentation. Jennifer?
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm ready to be sworn.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Jennifer Jenkins with Jenkins Gavin. My address is 130 Grant Avenue, Suite 101 in Santa Fe. And I'm here this evening on behalf of Rob Gibbs, who's sitting right back there talking to Orlin, with Arete Coal Development in request for final subdivision plat for the Tierra Antigua subdivision. So I'm going to be as brief as I can. I am going to go ahead and share a presentation real quick. There we go. Excellent. So a few quick introductions. As I mentioned, I'm here this evening on behalf of Rob Gibbs, longtime Santa Fe home builder here in our community. We are the planning consultants, also joined this evening by Orlin Guerrero-Ortiz with Design Ingenuity, providing civil engineering services, and our traffic engineering consultant, Cara Vermillion with Mohan & Houston is also here, and our archaeologist with Ecosphere Environmental Services is also present, should you have any questions. So the 44.5 acre subject parcel is located directly off of Camino La Tierra. It is just west of the county fire station at the corner of Camino La Tierra and Arroyo Calabasas. And it is across the street from the commercial development where the Arroyo Vino restaurant and the Las Campanas real estate offices are located. This project is not part of the Las Campanas master plan. It is directly adjacent to that, but it is not technically part of Las Campanas. So this is a map of the Las Campanas area, and you can see the subject property there on the right, just above the legend. So you can see how this 44-acre tract relates to the overall Las Campanas area. So we are in SDA 2, Sustainable Development Area 2, as established by the SLDC, and SDA 2, as I believe you know, is considered a secondary growth area in Santa Fe County, where development is likely to occur. So the property is zoned, you can see it right there in the middle, the residential estate of 1 dwelling per 2.5 acres. The property directly to the east is zoned commercial neighborhood, and that parcel is undeveloped but does have an approved development plan for commercial development. And then you can see the red commercial neighborhood goes across the street, across Camino La Tierra to the commercial project I mentioned. And what you see there in the blue is institutional zoning for the county fire station. And then everything in kind of the pink color is the planned development district of the Las Campanas master plan. So zooming in on the property, as I mentioned, it's 44.5 acres, and you can see Camino La Tierra along the north boundary. You can also see the FEMA floodplain that is the Arroyo Calabasas. And then kind of that looks like a dirt road kind of scar that you see running across kind of parallel to Camino La Tierra there. That is a utility easement, and so it does have utility infrastructure there, so it is accessed for maintenance purposes. So that is what that is representing there. But the rest of the property is has very gentle terrain and is quite developable. There is a small tributary drainage that you can see kind of centered in the property that does flow to the Arroyo Calabasas. So this is our proposed site plan. And we are proposing a 23-lot subdivision on 44.5 acres. We have one access point coming directly off of Camino La Tierra. Everything you see in green is 22.5 acres of open space. The SLDC incentivizes the preservation of open space. And the Sustainable Growth Management Plan speaks to the importance of moving away from kind of that traditional large lot county development and moving towards more clustered type development so we can preserve open space. One of the ways that the SLDC incentivizes that is through a modest density bonus. So that is how the base density at 1 dwelling per 2.5 acres is 17 lots, but with the preservation of 50% open space, that is where we achieve the 23-lot count. And there are some existing footpaths on the property that are utilized quite a lot by the neighboring residents. And you can see them outlined. They are shown in the dashed line. So the area along that floodplain is actually kind of a beautiful meadow-like area. It's not, a deep arroyo, and so it's quite usable and traversable. And so there's one segment of trail kind of along the southeast portion of the property that will be relocated, but it is our intent to preserve the existing footpaths and dedicate them in public trail easements. So they will continue to be accessible to the neighboring residents. And as you can see, we come in off Camino La Tierra, and then the road bisects into 2 cul-de-sac roads. The property will be served by Santa Fe County Water Utility, and we are within the Las Campanas service area for wastewater, for sewer service. So we have executed sewer service agreement with Las Campanas Co-op, and we also, earlier today, you approved our utility line extension agreement for water service. And we are also providing one affordable home in accordance with the county's affordable housing requirements.
Madam Chair, where is the affordable home?
Affordable home is, as you drive in, it is lot number 23. And so as you drive in and turn right, it'll be your first home on your right.
Thank you.
So this just outlines the program as I have just described. So again, we just have a little over 50% of protected open space. And this is the code section that speaks to that density bonus provision and how we arrive at the 23 lots that are permitted and that we are proposing. And the affordable housing calculation is at the bottom. That, so 8% of 23 lots would be 1.84, so that you would round that up to provide 2 lots. The code incentivizes, so typically if we were to do 2 lots, we would be looking at homes in income range 2 and income range 3. There are 4 income ranges that the code contemplates. Income range 1, which is 50% of the area median income, all the way through income range 4, which is 120% of area median income. So homes in income range 1 are not automatically required. But if you do provide a home in income range 1, you get credit for 2, because they really want to incentivize that deeper level of affordability. So we're providing, we elect to provide 1 home in that income range 1, which will be affordable to a family earning only 50% of the area median income, or $2,688 a month. And that is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home for $185,000. So this is an extremely affordable residence for one of our Santa Fe families. So open space. Code is very, very clear about what is allowable open space. It's very explicit. It may include land that is unsuitable for development, offers natural resource benefits, such as steep slopes, conservation areas, natural vegetation, drainage ways, surface water management areas, wildlife habitat, geologic features, all kinds of things count are permissible as dedicated open space. So the open space that we are proposing, what is it comprised of? It's comprised of over 13 acres of prime developable real estate. It is comprised of 6.5 acres of FEMA floodplain that also includes trail corridors. It includes 2.2 acres of trail and utility corridors. Where we have utility easements, we're putting trails on top of them. Where we have that existing utility scar that runs across the north, we're developing that with a trail. And we're revegetating it as well in order to reclaim some of that area, because it is a scar and it is denuded. And so we are going to be doing some revegetation there while still ensuring that it needs to be accessible for utility maintenance, but it also, it needs to be reclaimed. And we will be improving that with a formal footpath as well. And then we have about 3/4 of an acre of arroyos that are not developable. So that's how we arrive at the 22.5 acres of open space. It's very important to point out here, if we wanted to do 17 2.5-acre lots, all of these areas could absolutely legally be incorporated into each lot. There are lots all over town that have floodplain in the backyard. Doesn't mean you put your house on it, but it can be part of your private property. There's people with arroyos crossing their private property all the time. All of this area could absolutely be encompassed within private property with no public access. None. There is no open space requirement for a 23-lot subdivision. 0. Open space requirements don't kick in until you do a 24-lot subdivision. So we have a community that is required to do 0. Instead, we are protecting half of the property and creating public access to an existing network of neighborhood footpaths. So these are just generally some of the environmental protection measures we're employing in addition to the open space and the public trail easements. This is a terrain-based model of development. There will be absolutely no mass grading. When the infrastructure is built here, that's the only thing that you're going to see is the roads. Nothing else will be touched until it's time to build each individual home. Revegetating existing disturbed areas that need to be reclaimed. We have agreed to all homes will be limited to a single story. The archaeological site, as you might have noticed in your drawings and your staff report, there is a previously identified archaeological site that was that our archaeological consultant recommended be placed in a non-disturbance easement. The State Historic Preservation Office said they were concerned because the proximity of the road and housing to the archaeological sites. They said, you know, we don't want an easement. We want you to actually test the site, mitigate whatever artifacts may be there, so we can document those materials and move on without the need for creating an easement. So we have submitted a testing plan, and that was approved by the State Historic Preservation Office. So following the approval of the project, then we will mobilize. We already have a permit to go out and do that requisite testing of the archaeological site. So there'll be no chance of any potential damage or anything to that area because we are going to document all of the materials. And there is some, in the arroyo that's on the site, there is a little bit of erosion and head cutting that's happening. So we have some engineered solutions that are going to be installed as well as part of the development. So the Sustainable Growth Management Plan, as I know you are aware, was adopted prior to adopting the SLDC. And it was the planning document that then became codified in the SLDC. And there are some really key policies and guidelines in the SGMP that I think are really important to point out here. Is that the SGMP talked about minimizing unsustainable residential development patterns, which are defined as large lot, low density residential development. Protect archaeological sites, which we are doing by testing and mitigating that site. And we are connecting to the county water system, obviously, so we are not doing any groundwater pumping. Diversity of housing options, not just one type of house, not just one size of lot, diversity of housing options throughout the county. It says, while rural large lot development is a popular lifestyle option, the public and private costs of such development can be excessive and may not position the county or its residents to attain sustainability. Number 5, conserve environmental assets using standards to preserve open space. And number 6, support clustering provisions for development or conservation subdivisions. Encourage alternative compact development patterns such as cluster development and density bonus provisions. So the SGMP set the stage for this and created the incentives in the SLDC in order to implement these policies that this body adopted and that this body agreed were important and were the right direction for Santa Fe County. So we obviously conducted a traffic study, and we studied the intersection of Camino La Tierra and Wildflower Drive, which is the four-way stop. I'm sure everybody's familiar. And then, of course, we studied our proposed access point to Camino La Tierra. So traffic studies are based upon how intersections function. And it's kind of a grading system. It's called a level of service, which I think you are all familiar with. And so we were dealing with unsignalized intersections, so it's basically the column to the right. And the level of service is just based upon the how much delay is there for vehicles in moving through a particular intersection. The less the delay, the higher the grade, right? So the top chart is the existing conditions. These are the levels of service based upon traffic counts that were conducted today. And if you look You see the LOS under the AM peak hour, the morning rush hour, and then on the far right, you see what's happening in the afternoon or early evening rush hour. We have fantastic levels of service, if I do venture, of A and B, which means really minor delays. So now we go into the next table. So we take the proposed traffic generation from this community and we add it on top of the existing traffic, and we have the exact same levels of service. We didn't even move the needle. So what this demonstrates is there is not a traffic problem that is being created by this project. This is, I think it's probably one of the best traffic studies I've ever seen, to be perfectly honest. So we worked really closely with transportation planning as well as public works with respect to our access point. And we were asked to, since, you know, whenever you're creating a new intersection, people aren't accustomed that, oh, there's an intersection right there. And so we're going to do some additional safety measures. We're going to add, you know, you see the signage there. Basically, as you approach the intersection, the new access point from the east and west, there'll be a sign so people know they are approaching the intersection. We are building a dedicated left-hand turn lane in Camino La Tierra. So there will be no cars stopping in the through lane in order to turn left into the neighborhood. And then as people are exiting the project, there's going to be a sign posted on the stop sign that'll just notify people that the people on Camino La Tierra are not stopping. And there was also identified a little bit of vegetation in the median in Camino La Tierra that we need to trim just to make sure we don't have any, you know, any visibility challenges. So we worked really closely and devised these additional measures that we're, you know, happy to implement. And one item I did want to bring up, there's a comment in the staff report that we are not proposing any street lighting, which is correct. Very focused on preserving night skies in this community. And the transportation planning memo does ask for a street light at our access point with Camino La Tierra. That is very inconsistent with the development pattern in the La Tierra and Las Campanas area. And the night skies are incredibly beautiful and important to preserve in this area. So we would prefer not to install a street light at our access point on the Camino La Tierra. So we would respectfully request that requirement be removed, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention. We are in agreement with all other staff recommendations and conditions of approval. And that concludes my presentation. I really appreciate your time and attention. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Jennifer. Unless there are some clarification questions, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment, and then we can get around to questions. So I'm opening public comment. Is there anybody here in the chambers that wishes to speak to this matter? So why don't you come up one at a time? You'll have to get sworn in. And Dan, before we start, Daniel, can you tell me how many people are online who want to make public comment?
Madam Chair, currently there are 4 hands raised on WebEx.
I'm sorry, how many? 4? Okay, could you
4.
set up a 3-minute timer for me, please?
Absolutely.
And sir, if you would get sworn in,
All right, sir. Do you swear, sir? Do you
get sworn in, please?
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Of course, on my opinion. I will tell the truth.
And
my name is Willis Lee. I live at 20 Arroyo, Calabasas.
And please state that you're under oath.
Pardon me?
Please state that you're under oath.
I'm under oath.
Thank you.
Okay, we've been through this before 2 years ago. Here we are again. I've waited 6 hours to ask this one question. Why? Why do you have to pillage our neighborhood? The entire neighborhood is made up of 2.5 acre lots, resi. We went through this 2 years ago, we won. Why are we having to do this again? Every 2 to 3 years, they come up with a new plan. They narrow it down, hoping to get this passed quickly and easily. Our neighborhood does not want this. The adjoining neighborhoods do not. We have had a hard time we weren't even notified, several on our road. The few people that adjoin the proposed property development were only notified. The signs were misplaced. Well, I had to go down and photograph the county signs and print my own signs to alert our neighborhood. We've been fighting this off and on for 20 years. We are the ones that take care of the trail, keep it clean, put the signs up for pet waste. We are a close-knit neighborhood. To drop a mini village in the middle of our neighborhood, it's not going to benefit anybody but this out-of-state developer. Second time in 2 years they have tried this. And now we're supposed to have sympathy for a local developer. What about the neighbors? What about the 40-some-odd people on Arroyo Calabasas? This is totally unfair. Why does it have to be this way? Is this the new spirit of Santa Fe? It's happening all over town. I waited 6 hours for this. You're going to hear a lot of technical advice from people that know this case well. I just wanted to mention that the people are the important thing here, not the out-of-state developer. We know what he paid for it. We know the profits that are involved.
Thank you, sir.
2.5, yeah, I'm out of time. The 2.5 acres, there's plenty of money to be made. The rest is strictly greed. I've made my point. Listen to the people on the WebEx if they're still maybe awake. Thank you for your attention.
Could the next person in here would like to speak?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I appreciate that. For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Nancy Hammett. I own 40 Arroyo Calabasas. I am under oath.
Thank you.
We own the most land, 7.5 acres adjoining the south border of this property. We live on 5 acres. We bought 2.5 acres in order to preserve it from development. All I want to remind the committee, you people, is that you put a very nice article in the paper quite a little while ago about how you are going to preserve the local ambience and the way of life of places like Tasuki. Why are we not as important? To put a housing development, and that's what it is, I'm sorry, You look at that plat and it looks like something from the 50s. Although, you know, you have all this open space, all of which is not usable anyway. It's very nice, but not usable. And nothing around it. Everybody is on 2.5 or 5 acres all around it. And then you have this concentration, which is totally against everything that is around it. It's in that 80 acres next door that she's always touted as, you know, oh, well, it's, you know, zoned one house per acre. Well, it has, it can't be more than 16 houses on it because it has a what do you call it? Something where you can't build any more than 16 houses on 80 acres. So that's 1 house per 5 acres. So that's, nothing is as concentrated in that as that in this whole area, and it will change the whole tenure of the neighborhood. It will not be the same. So thank you, although I guess you'll probably.
Thank you. Can I have the next person? Is there anybody else here in the chambers who wishes to speak to this matter? Yes, please come up. And if you'd please get sworn in.
I was sworn in earlier. Do I have to do it again?
Oh, you were sworn in earlier today?
Yeah, for the Los Sueños Trail.
Okay, we should be good then, right?
Yes, but you would have to restate your name and that you're addressing that you're under oath.
Ray Willison, 4 Terrary Court, Santa Fe. And I was sworn in earlier. When I look at this, I used to live in Arroyo Calabasas before I moved over onto Los Sueños Trail, so I know the neighborhood. But the one thing when I looked at this plan, and maybe somebody could explain it, is that they request a density bonus. Okay? Now, I'm not a developer, and I'm not an expert in development codes, but I looked at this one, and it said, Section 8.12.1, purpose of the density bonus to support continued farming and ranching activities, conserve open space, protect scenic features, environmentally sensitive areas. They're not already protected. Well, I don't see how applying this density bonus applies to this development. You know, and I wish somebody could tell me what the benefit is, because other than more houses on the site, which the developer would want, what is the benefit to the neighborhood and the community? And how does it satisfy the conditions of the density bonus? I'd appreciate that answer, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Vicki, do you want to actually give that? Okay, we'll go on with it. We'll get to it after the public hearing, but we will give an answer to that. Is there anybody else here in the chambers who's speaking to this? So Daniel, can you please help navigate through the people on WebEx who would like to speak to this matter?
Madam Chair, our first speaker is Kathy Thomas.
Kathy, could you unmute and get sworn in, please?
I believe I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, Kathy.
My name is Kathy. Yes.
You have to get sworn in first.
Okay.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Kathy Thomas. I live at 109 Thundercloud in Las Campanas, and I understand I'm under oath.
Thank you.
My issue is with the traffic study as we've read it in the neighborhood, and that is that the county staff is asking for a roundabout with lighting at the entrance instead of this left turn lane. As the developer has pointed out, it's a neighborhood that respects night sky. In Las Campanas, we have very strict night sky regulations. The lights have to be out by a certain hour. We do not have street lights. The whole reason for moving out there is to see the night sky and to preserve that. So I would be opposed to anything that would include lighting. The second issue is the maintenance. And as you probably know, I know some of the commissioners know this, that section of of Camino La Tierra is maintained by Las Campanas, as is all of Las Campanas Drive. In other words, the residents of Las Campanas pay for the maintenance for all these communities that drive along Las Campanas, and we will have to maintain and probably repair roads that we just fixed and maintained after these new developments are built. Nobody, the developer's not offering us any money. It would be nice if they would talk to us about it and help out. We would love to hear from them. So my issue is two things. Number one, we would appreciate it if somebody from the county would please call Las Campanas and talk about what is going to be done about maintenance and if they roundabout, we hope it's not approved. We hope there's no lighting. If it is approved by the county commissioners, we would hope you would work with Las Campanas because we're the ones that are going to have to maintain it. And on the lighting issue, surely there can be something worked out where we do not have regular street lighting. Again, it's a very important concern to the neighborhood. So hoping that the county can work with us on this. And again, I personally am opposed to the roundabout and the light, and I appreciate your time. Thanks a lot.
Excellent, thank you. Daniel, can we have the next speaker?
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Roberta Lee.
Yes,
Roberta,
can you hear me okay?
Yes, can you please get sworn in?
Yes.
Roberta, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Roberta Lee. I live at 20 Arroyo Calabasas, and I understand that I'm under oath.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. I appreciate the time to speak tonight. My husband and I purchased our property in 1998. We've been residents of Santa Fe since 1988. Our house was a 12-stall horse barn on 2.5 acres. The rural feel, the wide open spaces, and the night skies really appeal to us. In 2015, our son purchased the 2.5 acres next door that had been a riding arena and built his home, and he and his family still live there. The 44 acres was acquired in 2018 by the applicant at a cost of about $900,000, we think. The applicant was aware of the property's RESI zoning at the time it acquired the property. We knew that there might be houses across the street from us at some point in time, but since it was zoned RESI, we weren't really concerned about this cluster type development. A large number of houses is now being proposed with lot sizes that range from 0.48 acres to 1.35 acres, totally inconsistent and out of character with the surrounding area. The purported preservation of open space doesn't really represent a decision to conserve otherwise developable land, in my opinion, in as much as it is a recognition that parts of the development are not capable of development. This merely represents an attempt to substantially increase the density and get more value from the property. The southern border, as previously stated, are lots of 2.5 to 7.5 acres. And also, as previously mentioned, the land of the west is really only going to be 16 lots on 80 acres. The subject property is in SDA 2, which is, in my understanding, a secondary growth area rather than a primary growth area. The roadways weren't developed with this in mind. And I hope you've read the county transportation report that instead of just measuring the wait times at the four-way stop, they really take safety into consideration. If the county is really interested in preserving open space and safety, it will deny this subdivision or ask for it to be a subdivision of 2.5 acre lots and implement the traffic recommendations. The developers will still make a generous profit while preserving the character of our area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Daniel, can you help get the next speaker?
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Dan Kaufman.
Dan, can you please get sworn in?
Yes.
All
Can you
right,
hear
Dan?
me?
Do you
Yes,
swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Dan Kaufman. I live at 8 Columbine Lane,
And please state that you're under oath.
and I am under oath.
Thank you.
I live in Salvatierra, which is about a quarter-mile away from the proposed project. I can see it from my windows. I have opposed the previous proposed developments, and I support this one. I think it's fantastic because there is a need for it. First off, there are other developments in Las Campanas of similar density. The reason I support it is because we need more houses out here. This development isn't commercial. It isn't industrial. The impact will be minimal. It's 23 houses. The reason I support it is because there are residents who want to stay in the area after their spouses pass away, but they need to downsize to more manageable single-level homes. I see it all the time. Presently, there are very few properties available that are suitable. This project would allow them to stay in the area, stay with their doctors and their friends, and not have to manage large properties. That would also free up their large homes for young families. So there is a need for something like this for those who don't want to be in senior living, don't want to move away to be with their kids, and want to stay close by. I don't believe the impact will be very big, and I support it entirely. I think it's a fantastic idea. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much, Dan. Daniel, can we have the next speaker?
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Ellen Rogers.
Alan, can you please get sworn in?
Yes.
Alan, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Alan Rogers. I live at 22 Vista, Calabasas, and I'm under oath.
Thank you.
My property is to the west or just southwest of this development, just across that arroyo. I don't think I actually abut it. There may be a small strip of land between me, but I certainly can see it. And I'm not opposed to the development of the land, but I am opposed to this development of the land. I've lived in Santa Fe for 35 years. I'm a full-time resident, recently retired, and I've lived in this particular area for about 6 years. I moved out here because of the night skies, and I'm very concerned about losing the character of the area. I just want to second and not repeat what Mr. Lee, Ms. Lee, Ms. Hammock and Ms. Thomas said about the changes to the neighborhood that would result if this development was allowed to proceed, particularly as far as lighting and is concerned. When I look out at night towards the mountains, which is the view that I'll have across where this development is, I see houses here and there, but I don't see a cluster of 23 houses. And again, I'm not opposed to them having the 17 houses. I knew it was going to be developed at some point. I am concerned about house lighting. That hasn't been discussed. Not just the street light, which I also oppose, and the roundabout, which I don't think there's any need for. I didn't hear anything about guest houses, and I'm a bit concerned as to whether or not the density truly will be either 17 or 23 houses, or is it going to be one house and one guest house for each of those particular properties? I think that's everything I have to say. I just want to go on record as saying I oppose the development as it's currently being proposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Daniel, are there further speakers?
Madam Chair, we have one more speaker, Christina Nethaway.
Thank you. Christina, can you please get sworn in?
Christina?
Christina, can you please unmute yourself and get sworn in?
There we go. I'm here.
Okay.
Excellent.
Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
All right, Christina, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Christina Nethaway. I live at 49 Arroyo Calabasas Road. And yes, I'm under oath.
Thank you.
First of all, I'm so impressed with the county commissioners and staff. You folks have some stamina. It's pretty amazing. I am opposed to this development, but I can't really find any way in which it violates the codes. So I think it's going to happen. And I do like the idea of clustering the buildings and having open space. I wish the density bonus weren't quite this big, but it is how it is. But I do have another concern. Arroyo Calabasas Road would be a shortcut for much of the construction workers, much of the traffic coming in. We would have to live with that dust, noise, and road damage. There's also a service road on the south side of the property, only accessed from Arroyo Calabasas. Arroyo Calabasas is a private road, and we want to know how they would guarantee that their workers will not use our road or the service road, which they don't have the rights to use. Our road is fragile. We all pay for it. We really don't need construction trucks, the noise, dust, and traffic. Thanks. That's all.
Thank you very much, Christina. So Daniel, just double checking, is there anybody else online or in the that wants
Madam
to speak
Chair?
to? Yeah.
Chair, we do have one more speaker, Susie Eskridge.
I'm sorry, I missed the first name.
Susie Eskridge.
Susie. Okay, thank you. Susie, could you unmute and get sworn in?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, Susie, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Susie Eskridge. I live at 95 States Drive, and I am under oath.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for letting me in at the last minute. I haven't fully prepared any comments, but basically, I am opposed to this development as it is applied for. The SLDC years ago has studied the whole area and determined that this particular lot and the ones around it will be considered as residential E, which is 2.5 acres per residence, per unit. So also, the developable area should not include anything that is not developable. Therefore, the density bonus calculations that the applicant has submitted are not really as they should be. According to calculations other than theirs, if you subtract the archaeological area, the arroyos, the easements, and all the other stuff, and then you divide that by 2.5 acres, you get approximately 8 lots. So that's what the development should be, 8 lots, because the rest of it is not developable. And it's wonderful that it's going to be open space, but that's the way it is. So I would submit that this density bonus calculations be revised. The other thing that's very important is the traffic study that the applicant has submitted was done from stats and computers and things like that. We did not see anybody on the roads really looking at what's going on. So and the road is very, very dangerous. It's very narrow. We cannot afford another 230 trips a day. And the 230 trips a day comes from the staff saying in the previous comments that you consider 10 trips a day per lot. So if they want 23 lots, that's 23 additional trips, and that's too much traffic for the area. Thank you for your consideration, and I hope the applicant can come back with a different proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Daniel, is there anybody else who wishes to speak to this matter?
Madam Chair, we do have one person raising their hand. However, they have already spoken.
Okay, well, no, I'm not going to have repeat speakers. Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. I really appreciate everybody's input. We certainly have, I'm going to go to Commissioner Hanson first because this is her district.
Oh, thank you. So there was a couple things that brought up during the public comment. So how are you going to ensure the night skies? You know, that to me is, I know, an incredibly important issue in the La Tierra, Las Campanas neighborhood. And so, you know, it's one thing to have a traffic light with down facing if that's necessary, but then there are the people's homes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, Commissioners. So Santa Fe County, the SLDC, has very strict lighting regulations with respect to any lighting that would be mounted on the exterior of the home. So everything has to be full cutoff, which means a bulb cannot extend below the plane of the actual fixture. So it has to be completely contained within the fixture. and because it has to be fully shielded. And so the just compliance with the county code alone really gets you there, because the code has addressed this very, very thoroughly. And so, and it's very common within restrictive covenants for the homeowners association for this little neighborhood, is that, you know, no motion detector lights. You can't have one of those spotlights mounted on your garage door, and so every time a cat goes by, you know, all of a sudden the place is lit up like a Christmas tree. So those are very common restrictions that are often included in those restrictive covenants in order to protect the night skies for that neighborhood and for the neighboring residents.
So there'll be no street lights?
We do not want to build a street light, but that is going to be up to this body to determine if that's necessary. There was a request from Transportation Planning that we construct a street light at our entrance.
Street light.
Street light.
Like a street light, not a signal, but just a street light, yeah.
A one street light on
Camino La Tierra at our access.
But it was a county request.
Yeah, but I'm asking also inside the development.
Yeah, no street lights internal to the development, correct.
Okay. Then somebody mentioned a roundabout. I didn't see you mention.
There was earlier discussions about that possibility, but we worked closely with Public Works and with Transportation Planning and with some additional analysis from our traffic engineer, and they determined that that was not warranted. So there were earlier discussions about that, but that is not the current recommendation from staff.
And so what I saw from your plans is that there's one way in and one way out. So there are not going to be any traffic on anybody else's street.
That is correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
That seemed to be a concern. So if we do have this one street light, where will it be?
And, you know, we haven't identified a location, but it would be at where our access road connects with Camino La Tierra. So it would be on.
So on Camino La Tierra, it's just gonna be kind of like a driveway, a road, you know, it's not gonna have turn lanes or.
Yeah, we are constructing a left turn lane for westbound traffic in Camino La Tierra, where there's that existing median. You know, Camino La Tierra is a split road, so we're going to be constructing within that existing median for cars to turn left into the project, but that is it. So it's a pretty simple connection to Camino La Tierra.
So it's just straight across, no.
Yeah.
Oh, what about guest houses?
We are not proposing any guest houses. Okay. And there is a condition of approval that they would be prohibited.
And you have access to the sewer plant?
Yes, we have it. We already have an executed service agreement with the Las Campanas Co-op.
Okay. And then you're getting water from us, so.
And yes, we're getting water from the county.
Okay. So that's it for right now.
Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just interesting to me, as in this is a 23-lot subdivision, and the traffic study rating was an A and B. The previous subdivision was a 12-lot subdivision, and that took it over the 401 traffic count. It's just interesting to me how that works out. In regards to this development, this is a well thought out plan. Somebody sat down and really thought this out. This is a great development. This is a good example of infill. And this is a lot of stuff that's happening on the south side. I think infill in that part of the county is great. It's needed out there. Just some comments as into some individuals said Las Campanas paying for La Tierra and Las Campanas Drive. Santa Fe County maintains that road or those roads, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. To the out-of-state developers, it created that entire area out there. When I first started working here, there was nothing out there. So development will be coming to this community, is coming to this community. In regards to construction traffic, I understand the concern to construction traffic. Everybody builds their house, and when their construction traffic is going up and down the road, that's okay. But whenever a new development comes into town, we have to deal with construction traffic. Trucks. Everything in this building came on a truck. But nonetheless, it's just a temporary deal. It's not a permanent deal that trucks shouldn't be going up and down these roads. But once again, this is a very well thought out plan. Ms. Jenkins, very good. And one last thing I have for staff were the entire neighbors notified in accordance with the code?
With the what?
Were the entire neighborhood neighbors notified?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, the SLDC requires that the neighbors within 500 feet be notified, excluding right-of-ways, and those neighbors were notified. I also like to add that staff provided a secondary public notice board to be posted near Arroyo Calabasas for the benefit of the constituents in that area.
I didn't hear the last thing. Tell me, I'm sorry.
Santa Fe County staff provided a second public notice board to be posted on Arroyo Calabasas for the benefit of the constituents in that area.
Thank you. And one last thing, thank you for staying up with us. Really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I just have two comments. One is that, and as one of the public commenters noted, the developer very cleverly followed all the rules, and that doesn't give us any reason to deny it, even if we were. I don't have an opinion personally one way or the other about this, but when you do follow the rules, generally we approve the developments. My only suggestion would be, it sounds like nobody really wants that street light, so maybe we take away that requirement for the street light.
It's not a variance. So Vicki, do you have a comment on that? Because that's my question.
Yes, Madam Chair, the SLDC actually does require streetlights in intersections with arterial roads. So a light would be required there, but we could work with, as far as the lighting level, and maybe do some kind of a lower level light that's not quite as bright.
Is it possible to shield it? I mean, or something?
Madam Chair, yes, absolutely. We can require that that the light be shielded.
Was that all you had?
Yeah, that was all I had, and I will defer to Commissioner Hanson on the lighting.
I mean, hang on. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'll definitely defer, except that I really wanted to express the opinion. I was going to ask if there, that just seems to be something that nobody really wants, to the extent that it's a safety issue. You know, in the code, I guess we have to address it, but it seems like a place we could do an accommodation.
That road is really dark.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So I mean.
And you know, I think that Brent has, as the traffic engineer, hey Brent, you want to come up and address this? You know, like I know that road. I know how dark it can be, and which is great, but at the same time, for somebody coming home late at night, like us, soon.
You guys tonight.
Or all of us here. I think we can shield it adequately to make it comply with the night sky.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson. I didn't come up with this rule. This rule is in the Sustainable Land Development Code, so it's already a rule. Coincidentally, the gentleman who came up with that rule for New Mexico happens to sit on the Transportation Advisory Committee. And he's talked about the New Mexico night sky ordinance. And having safety improvements does not necessarily negate the night sky ordinance. We can definitely shield that lamp to make it less intrusive into the neighborhood. But considering all of the public feedback that I received about this project, Safety was the number one concern. And a streetlight is required by the code, so if they want to not have one, I would recommend a variance to not have one. Thank you.
I think it's in complete compliance, and it does the 50% of open space, and it just is a consistent, good design.
Yeah, so Madam Chair, I want to move to approve the Tierra Antigua subdivision. I'm sure I'm not saying that completely correctly. And with all of staff conditions. And is there any other, anything else anybody needs?
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or, can we please have some decorum? So good, that's completed. Is there any does anybody have any concluding business? Wait a second, I have some concluding business. Vicky?
Yes.
We understand this is your last BCC meeting. OMG, OMG, OMG.
Oh my God.
But congratulations, I suppose. I mean, who gave you the right to retire? Come on, you didn't ask us. Congratulations, Vicki. Thank you for all your service here. Do you want to come up and say something horrible to us, like how much you love us and you're going to miss us during your delightful retirement?
No, absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. It's really been an honor to work for Santa Fe County. We have a really great team here, and we work so well together. And I'm really going to miss the people, and I just appreciate all the support that Santa Fe County gives to one another.
So I'm hoping, Madam Chair, I'm hoping that you'll start coming to our Agua Fria Village meetings now.
We really appreciate the incredible work you've done.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
Yay.
you so much. Thank you. Is there any other concluding business? If not, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Madam Chair, I move to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everybody, for hanging in till the bitter end.